The day has arrived. We appreciate you being here at the Voice of College Football. And certainly the leaders of our fine nation here have given us both a high and a low bar in delivering a State of the Union / State of the Voice of College Football address. Absolutely, they have. I do appreciate a number of our contributors calling right out of the gate, but unfortunately, they're not too privy to the setup here. So if you guys could back off for a good 45 minutes at least here, I'm going to open things up. And I have much to say about the state of the Voice of College Football. So I do appreciate each and every one of you that's dropped by tonight. I checked out last year's stream. It lasted 6.5 hours. I'm not going to talk for 6.5 hours, but I have invited key members of our team here at the Voice of College Football to drop by, and we will also have the call-in line available for you. If you are wanting to talk college football, be here 364 days out of the year. Any other day, this is your stop. This is your place to be. Lock it in right here for college football talk. For this particular night, it's all about the Voice of College Football. It's about our network. It's about our channels. It's about you. It's about all of our initiatives. So I got to say, I look forward to this each and every year. I don't know how many times we've done this, maybe 3 or 4 consecutive years, maybe longer than that. So I do look forward to this. At the same time, I got to say, I just in a small way dread this a little bit because I want to be able to effectively express how much we are grateful for all of you, and my efforts in that category fall far short. So there will be a lot of thank yous tonight, and if I miss anyone specifically, please don't take offense. I have so many people to thank, including everybody who's listening right now. So thank you for being here. Thank you for anything that you've ever done to contribute to or support the Voice of College Football. But again, I've got probably a good 45 minutes in me. You know what? I probably have a couple hours in me before we get to anyone else. But if we've got contributors here, we will get to them as soon as we possibly can. But we need to set the stage on where we are, where we've been, and where we're going, and all those good things. Leave those comments and questions there in the chat. I will get to them probably around midnight. All right, where did this all start? I've got no notes in front of me. This is a complete freelance deal, but we will certainly try to get to every aspect of all that we do. If you fall asleep listening to us tonight, you'll probably wake up and I'll still be talking and still be taking your comments and questions and calls. So we are in for the long haul. We want nothing left unsaid. And again, thank you so much. And before we get started, I do want to thank everyone who's already stopped by, which means bingo. Is it a surprise? Jackson, first one in the chat. Jackson, a member for 18 months. Jackson, we will start with Jackson. Why not? Because he's the first in the chat. He's the first to respond. He's the first to talk. So he's the first to have a voice. Jackson, thank you so much for all that you do. Jackson contributes so much that you see and so much that you actually don't see in our efforts here at the Voice of College Football. Jackson is behind so much of what we do on social media. He promotes like nobody's business. This man is a master promoter. He's also a host on our Alabama channel. Jackson, thank you so much for all that you've done for us here at the Voice of College Football. Your voice is heard, bringing us to the Voice of College Football and what that statement even means. 5 Adam, George, while I'm thanking people, and again, this is freelance. It's going to be all over the place. It's going to be rants here and there. There is no specific path, even though I've attempted to take one here. You guys have railroaded this, so that's fine. Hey, it's all about you first and foremost. George, Gator, George, huge Florida fan. In the face of Miami beating their brains out, Florida State beating their brains out in the past, not in 2024, George is a Gator through and through. More than that, George is a Voice of College Football guy through and through. He has commented to the main channel here and to all the channels more than anybody. I guarantee that. George, thank you. You have been a presence that has been completely unique, indistinguishable, or distinguishable among the thousands and the droves. You are you. You are you. And if you have not experienced George and the George rants, the George personality, the George humor, you must stick around. George's presence is felt and has been felt for years. And again, thank you so much for being here, George. I am not going to be able to make that type of declaration and that type of statement for everyone, or we would be here for days and days and days and days. So thank you so much, George, and everybody. But I will be as specific and as brief at the same time and succinct as everyone. Jeff is here. Todd is here. Jim R is here. Yeah, I can clean up once in a while. Mac is here. Ben, who, of course, hosts our College Football After Dark on Sunday night. Ben, thank you so much for all that you've done for the voice of college football. And Ben, if I can find it, you know what's coming. I think you know what's coming. If I can find it. He knows what I'm looking for. I don't know where it is anymore. Ben has stored a picture of he and I meeting at McDonald's, and it's here stored away somewhere. And Ben keeps that in his back pocket for appropriate times. But Ben, thank you so much for that. And while I bypassed Mac, I shouldn't bypass Mac. Cliff and Mac, catch them. They're point of the minute segment on the Michigan channel. It's Mac and it's Cliff. It's Cliff and it's Mac. And they are the son and father and son combo on the Michigan channel. They are phenomenal, but they do so much more than what you see. They are taking hold of our soon to be announced and launched website. I guess I just announced it. And also our marketing and our sponsorship. So Mac, Cliff, thank you for what you guys have done. You guys have been remarkable. It's great to have you as part of our team here at the Voice of College Football. Absolutely. I am not going to be able to make it through, everyone. No way. Karen, thank you so much for being here. Yes, a little dapper tonight. I made the attempt. Sean, good to see you. John, okay, while we're thanking people, here we go. We've got a Michigan channel. You may be aware. And right now, the Michigan channel is our most successful channel. Much of that has to do with one John D'Adamo. So, John, thank you so much for your contributions. You know what I think of you and how much I appreciate you. I hope there was a time when a lot of Michigan fans might chuckle and smirk at this, but I hosted the Michigan show. I hosted the Michigan show for years. I don't know when the Michigan show started, probably in 2018 or 19, something like that. I hosted the Michigan show. This guy right here. And yeah, as you might imagine, I wasn't necessarily that invested in the actual football team. Wink, wink. But I did my best, of course, and brought on great guests, and we delivered a good Michigan show. Then we transitioned that to Des and Dre. They did a fine job for a long time. Maybe 6 to 8 months, maybe a year with Des and Dre. And then we caught up with John. And John was a guy that hung out in the chats and was a great viewer and participant of the content and took part in the community. And I couldn't even tell you how it started now. But John started to contribute here on air for us at the Voice of College Football. He was a natural to take over the Michigan channel. And we had a rough go with the Michigan channel because I pulled back. There was a situation just that is pretty much in place with everything across the network where I've had to make decisions on where I need to devote my time and where I can't. And at one point, as late as last summer, I had 18 shows that I was doing every week. That was just a bit much. So I stepped away from the Michigan channel. John took over and then added TJ You're probably well aware of TJ, and we'll talk a little bit more about TJ later in the State of the Voice of College Football address here. But John took us through a rough slump there with the Michigan channel as I backed off, and a lot of people left as well, just in regards to people get attached. We've seen this over and over. People get attached to hosts, and because I have been the only host for a long, long time on this network, a lot of people back off of shows, but John took us through. He rebuilt the audience, and now he and TJ have it rolling on the Michigan channel. So, sir, thank you for all that you do. John Diadamo, everyone. Sonny, great to see Sonny here. One of my favorite shows of the year. I appreciate everything you do, Mark. Sonny and I just had a great conversation just the other day. Sonny and I get together on a regular basis, just hey, talk business, talk personal life, check in. Sonny, thank you for everything that you've done, being a great support and encouragement to me as well, sir. And go Illini. Elsewhere in the chat, Spaz is here. Hey, Spaz, part of the Oregon duo there on the Ducks channel. Troy V. Troy at times gives me a dig here and there, and it is quite something to behold. And so, Troy, one of these days you're going to have to actually call the show and talk to me directly. But Troy's been great. And again, has great things to say. There's Spaz, Jackson, and everyone else. If I kept going, we wouldn't stop. So I better get back on track. Chris, I'll finish with you for the time being. We'll get back to more of the community here later. And again, for anybody that's calling in right now, I don't want to break the flow. So I should have stated, everyone, that I put the link out to. So all of our content creators have the invitation to stop by tonight and say hi and talk about their shows and their initiatives. And I should have made it a little bit clearer that I was going to be somewhat long-winded, as I always am. 6.5 hours of this last year. And we had basically like 1/10 of the staff this time last year. We'll share roughly share those numbers here at some point. But Chris, if you listen out there, folks, to the show on a regular basis, Chris needs no introduction. So I will give him no introduction. But Chris, thanks for contributing, and thanks for being here tonight. All right. We go back to the beginning, and a lot of people will say, why the voice of college football? And I've even seen people have debates in the comment section. Who's the voice of college football? Is he the voice of college football? Is this guy claiming to be the voice of college football? Or is it just the channel, the networks, the voice of college football? Both, neither, whatever you want. You fill in the blank. Just show up and talk college football with us. Here's the deal. So this originally started as MarkRogersTV. And this is where I should begin with, in a sense, what is going to be the ultimate thanks. After, of course, God Almighty and my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Let's start there. Of course, he is the purpose for everything here and in my own personal life. But we'll keep it here to the network specifically. So that would be one Marty McPadden. You've never seen Marty. You may not have even seen his name or heard me say anything about him. There's no trace of him on any channel. Okay, let's take it back. So I was a broadcaster in Mississippi and in Ohio. Always wanted to be a sportscaster. I was just talking to somebody the other day, and they were talking about how typically in college, kids don't know what they want to do. And I used to think a long time ago and thought when I knew exactly what I wanted to do, that was a good thing. I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I wasn't like most of my friends who were like, I don't know what I want to do. They were 2-3 years into college. I don't know what I want to do. I don't think there's anything wrong with that now. But I did, starting at about 12 or 13 years old. I knew I'm going to be a sportscaster. That's what I'm going to do. Either a sports writer or a sportscaster. That's all I thought about. That's all I wanted to do. I made the decision. I'm very decisive on certain things. So that was the aim, the goal, and that was the mission for my professional life. And so Kent State University, broadcast journalism, on to a job at WNCO in Ashland, Ohio, where I was a news anchor. And yes, again, this is going to be in for the long haul, folks. Nothing is going to be left unstated, hopefully. So when I got my first job out of college, this was back in the old days, no digital media. It was basically get in the car, pick up the phone, that sort of thing. So my dad was great about, God bless his soul, rest in peace, Dad, that he used to take me around TV stations in Ohio. Just say, let's get in the car. We're driving 3 hours. We're driving 5 hours, whatever it takes. And we just believed in cold call. You know, don't be the guy that picks up the phone. Don't be the guy that sends a letter, an email, whatever. No, be the guy that knocks on the door and says, I'm here. I want a job. I'll bust my tail. I'll do better than anybody you could possibly hire. I want a job. You need to give me a job. He was that guy. So he kind of made me that guy as well. So I went to Ashland, Ohio at a TV station I did not know existed, WNCO, because it was a little tiny, low-power TV station that was connected to a country music giant. So for the next 3 years, I listened to country music all day at work, all the time, which wasn't necessarily the best thing for me when I first started, but it grew on me. So I told them I'm a sportscaster. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a sportscasting job. So the guy that eventually hired me, Dean Stamfly, where are you? So he asked me, what do you think of news? And I said, well, I despise news. Hate news. Don't want anything to do with it. And he said, well, we've got a news anchor position available. And so then I quickly backpedaled, tried to cover my tracks. And yeah, I asked him months later, I said, Dean, I really don't understand. I told you I despised news and you still hired me. How did that happen? Because I needed a job. I was out of college and working at a grocery store stocking shelves, wasn't getting it done at the age of 22. So I said, you know, why would you hire a guy who said he despised news? And he said, you read the teleprompter better than anyone else we auditioned. There you go. So for the next 3 years at WNCO, covering Ashland Mansfield, murder trial was my first assignment. That was rough. My first day on the job, they had me announce a parade. I had no idea where I was, no idea how to announce a parade. I still wouldn't know how to announce a parade. I don't even like to watch parades, but they said, you know, first day on the job. Okay, when you're done with the 6 o'clock news, you and Stephanie Workman, if you're out there anywhere, great to see you, Steph. Haven't seen you in forever. You two are going to announce it. So I'm going to announce a parade, and I'm also going to do it with somebody that I don't even know, that I'm just meeting today. So we announced a parade. Yes, that was my first of a few. And swim meets and softball games and all that. So the caveat was I did news during the week, on the weekends, play-by-play. So that was fun. High school football, high school basketball. Yes, not the best job. Didn't make the most money, but had a blast. Love the people I worked with. Asa, Ron, Dave, whomever else I could think of. Steph. Yes, WNCO. Then I got a job as eventually the sports director in WCBI in Columbus, Mississippi. I was down there for 7 years, and in some ways, that was the best job I ever had. Now, I would rather have no job like I do now, but in a lot of ways, that was the best job I ever had. That was phenomenal. Went down and covered the SEC, and that's where I really learned just another level of broadcasting, news coverage, investigation, reporting on stories, finding out things. The SEC slapped me in the face. I got to say that. I covered Mississippi State because they were only 25 minutes away. Ole Miss was only a couple hours away, but because of our coverage range, it didn't matter that they were 2.5 hours away. We had to cover them like they were next door because the viewers didn't know anything different. They knew that Ole Miss was huge. We basically covered almost the entire top half of the state, plus like 7 or 8 counties into Alabama. And the University of Alabama was only an hour away. So for 7 years, I covered SEC sports, and that was a blast. It was a ride. But at the same time, NCAA investigations, Mississippi State football, Mississippi State basketball, Ole Miss football, they were almost on the death penalty when I started. Again, I started my first broadcasting job, WNCO in Ashland, Ohio, and they put me on a murder trial after I did the parade. Then the next day, it's like, go cover this murder that's going on. It's been going on for like 3 weeks, 3 months, whatever it was. We're going to put you on the murder trial. And I'm down there with a camera during a murder trial every day. I don't know how to cover a murder trial. I know nothing about what they're talking about. So I go to Mississippi to be a sportscaster at WCBI. I was a reporter and anchor on the weekends at first before I got the sports director's job. And it was Ole Miss is on investigation and they're probably going to get the death penalty. Cover that. What? So NCAA investigations, Alabama on probation while I was there. Everybody was on probation for the 7 years that I was there at some point. So it was not necessarily the best of times on the football field for Ole Miss, Alabama, and Mississippi State while I was there. Mike Dubose, Gene Stallings, Jackie Sherrill, Tommy Tuberville, Joe Lee Dunn, God bless you. Those guys were all good to me. They were, I tell you, I still trade some direct messages with Tommy Tuberville to this day, who is now a senator. I don't want to mess up his title, senator in the great state of Alabama. Yeah, Tommy Tuberville. I will forever remember that I had just been promoted to sports director at WCBI. We were covering SEC Media Days, and this is not the SEC Media Days of 2025. This is the SEC Media Days of the late 1990s. Still a lot of media there, still a ton of coverage, still stations coming from all over the place, but it was in a hotel, and yes, not necessarily the media event that it is now, but it was still a pretty big deal. And Tommy Tuberville just got the job. I just got the job. And I asked him to be live on the 6 o'clock news with me. And he left a coaches meeting that was like 10 blocks away to come and appear on the 6 o'clock news for 5 minutes and answer 3 or 4 questions. And Tommy Tuberville allowed us in his office during National Signing Day and would show the big board and would sit there with me and say, this is who we got. This is who we want, right on the 6 o'clock news. Tommy Tuberville would allow me to walk right on the Ole Miss practice field and stick a mic in his face during practice. So Tommy Tuberville, thank you for all that you do. The last time I saw him was about 5 years ago at American Conference Media Days. He was, no, this would have been longer than 5 years, maybe about 7 or 8 years ago at American Conference Media Days. And walked into a bathroom. Tommy Tuberville's washing his hands. And he's like, how's it going, Mark? So, yeah, Tommy Tuberville. Jackie Sherrill. I got a zillion stories about Jackie Sherrill. You old-time college football fans will remember Jackie Sherrill. Pitt, Texas A&M, Mississippi State. Oh, my goodness. Jackie Sherrill. Yeah, again, I could tell you a ton of hilarious stories about Jackie Sherrill, but Jackie Sherrill was always good to me too. Gave me access to the team, practice all the time, whenever. could roll a satellite truck whenever, and he would be there. These guys would come on before game, after game, whatever it was. Maybe the funniest thing that's at least able to be communicated here, discussed about Jackie Sherrill, was Jackie Sherrill asked me to speak to his football team. This was during August camp. And I thought, my goodness. And I wasn't, I was still kind of honing my craft at the time. Not that I've perfected it by any stretch. I was probably in many ways a better broadcaster at the age of 27 than I am now. But I guarantee that. But he wanted me to address his football team on how they should address the media. And so we're in the Mississippi State meeting room, and Jackie Sherrill tells his football team, he says, I can't do a Jackie Sherrill impression. I'm fairly decent at doing impressions if I hear the person right before I have to do the impression. So anyway, Jackie Sherrill, in his Southern drawl, is telling his football team, we know you're going to get in trouble. We know you're going to run amok. We know this. So don't try to hide from it. Don't try to run. But Mark here is going to tell you how to talk to the media. And I was like, what did I just hear? Jackie Sherrill, Gene Stallings, Mike Dubose, and so forth. Great guys. And the basketball coaches and the baseball coaches, Richard Williams, definitely took us on a ride to the 1996 Final Four. That was fun. That was tremendous to go from New Orleans to Lexington to Indianapolis to New York for the Final Four in consecutive weekends to follow Mississippi State to the Final Four. That was phenomenal. Every time, every year during March Madness, when I see the Bryce Drew shot for Valparaiso against Ole Miss, it brings back memories because I can just see it again. I'm sitting just right behind the whoever's bench. I don't remember, but Bryce Drew, or the passer of the basketball, was on this baseline. I'm seated right here. He whips it down the court. They throw up the shot. They upset 4-seeded Ole Miss. And yeah. So good times at WCBI, and there's actually a show that was put together to commemorate the Mississippi State basketball team going to the Final Four. And from time to time, maybe a couple times since we've had this channel, I have posted that link because we did a 1-hour special about the Final Four team. And then they brought me back. This was maybe I was at ESPN, and they did interviews with me from ESPN maybe less than 10 years ago. It was probably 2016, come to think of it. And that was a whole lot of fun. Derek Rogers, MC, Dennis Hudson, God rest your soul, all sorts of great people. Don't want to forget anyone. Phenomenal people in Mississippi. Went to Walmart. How'd that happen? Well, we left Mississippi. That's a sordid story right there. That is a sordid story. So we will leave that one on the back burner for right now. Maybe I'll start a Patreon channel, and we can have a private community because we don't necessarily want some of these stories getting out. That was so long ago, nobody cares. But I'm just kidding. So left Mississippi, needed a job. Wife and kids to support, went to Walmart for a year, an assistant manager. Yes, managed a warehouse. Very, very interesting job. Worst job I ever had. Loved the grocery store the first time, but not the Walmart. But great people. Loved the people. Loved the people I worked with. They were so kind. When I left, they gave me so many gifts, I could barely haul them in my car. These people that worked with me. So very nice. But we'll be brief on the Walmart stay. So then we went to ESPN, and my wife at the time basically applied for me They wanted somebody with exhaustive sports knowledge and producer skills. So bam, I show up at ESPN. I got this ridiculous interview that everybody has to go through. Well, not everybody. People at that level have to go through in regards to, like, I'm talking 9 or 10 consecutive hours of interview. Like, you are interviewing all day with like a dozen people. So at ESPN, we're not going to go through all of that. For 19 years, production operations management there. And that was a great ride. Worked with so many awesome people. I couldn't even start to mention everyone, but I will mention my guy, Marty, and Kevin Meyer. And I better stop right there because I would start going down a list of people. I texted my guy, K. Meyer, and Daniel O'Connell just the other day because I came across a picture that was about 5 or 6 years old from right at the end of when I was at ESPN that brought back a lot of great memories. So I had an amazing time at ESPN, other than them lying to me and backstabbing me in the final year I was there. But besides that, there we go. So we started this channel officially in March of 2010. So the thanks to Marty is because Marty and I worked together on the management team at ESPN. And again, I couldn't say enough about Kevin Meyer. That was my right-hand guy at ESPN, my man. Awesome. Got to see Marty. What happened at ESPN? Who's producing from the background here? Who do we have in here? We got too many cooks in the kitchen at this network these days. So it used to just be me. And now I'm like, who did that? Who did that? Somebody posted something on social media. And if you're listening right now, I am not mad at you, but somebody did post something on our social media account that I had to say, whoa, 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 whoa. There was nothing wrong with it. We just had a few mistakes there. And I had to say, we've got certain channels, so we run this through, and I yanked it down. But that person's doing a phenomenal job. So that was not an issue. But basically, there's all sorts of stuff going on. I drop into all sorts of live streams going on now, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? But that, especially you guys during that Sunday night college football after dark show. Goodness gracious. All right, where were we on this? Oh, what happened at ESPN? Whoo! Oh, man, what happened at ESPN? Who's in this chat right now? Will and D's here. Caden's here. Oh, man. Jim, we already said hi to you. David's here. Adam, thank you for everything that you're doing. Hopefully, Adam will have a few minutes to jump on here and let you know what's going on at the Redkers channel. The real MVP. Oh, this guy has become a legend all by himself. He has outgrown the network at this point, the real MVP. Wet Blanket, who usually disagrees with everything I say, but he's here, so I appreciate you, sir. Talking about OJ. Once again, per usual, Chris and I have a huge disconnect here. OJ Simpson was not on my mind whatsoever. William, hi to you as well. Rough Rider returns. And again, I will miss a ton of people, but we will continue on. Oh, Jordan? Yes, we will continue with the team channels and talk about the contributions of one Jordan Bowman, which have been phenomenal, of course. Oh my, yeah. Let's not dive into ESPN. We'll keep the high road tonight. We will keep the high road on ESPN tonight because my experience at ESPN was overwhelmingly tremendous. I love the people that work there. I had so much fun working there. Yeah, I had a great time. I grew so much. I learned so much. Yes. What happened at the end? That was just a big corporate fiasco, and you get corporate people involved and things go south and they have to protect their territory and lie and backstab and do nasty things. And it didn't need to be that way. Didn't need to be that way. Let's just put it this way. When it came down to it, it was, Mark, you have to get rid of your channel or to keep your job. And that was not consistent with what they had told me previously, or I would not have built all this. And believe me, there's a whole lot more to it than that. And I think that they were a bit surprised when I said, see ya. Now, was that the best financial decision? No. That was not the best financial decision. No, I did not make a good financial decision. But for respect, self-respect, and peace of mind, yes, I am here and I make my own schedule. So, do I regret that decision? No. Are there times that I regret it? Slightly. That's about 0.1% of the time. The other 99% of the time plus, I do not regret that decision. And boy, could I tell you some stories. But again, ESPN overwhelmingly positive, great people there. And thank you so much for all the nice comments there in the chat. If you guys notice, this thing drives me crazy. So what's going on here is that this is a 2010 MacBook. This has one job, and I cannot fault the fine people at Apple, because regardless of what their politics are or anything about what they do behind the scenes that might be corrupt and otherwise, they make a damn good computer. They're awesome. The products that they make are phenomenal. I am an Apple guy, and I got to get back to Marty, by the way. But this thing's 15 years old, and it's barely like cranking. But it's got one job. Just put the graphic up there. But it goes to sleep about every 32 seconds, and I just got to keep hitting the. So that's what happens. Every time you see this go out, that went out. But don't really think I want to spend like $2,500 just to get a graphic on the screen here. By the way, this set is not what I want this to be. Okay. Back to ESPN and Marty. So I'm at ESPN. Here's another shout out to somebody who probably will never hear this, but for some of you folks who are news hounds, Fox News in particular, Kevin Corke. Does anybody know that name? He's been on Fox News forever as a correspondent. I believe he still is as of just a few months ago. Kevin Corke, good to see you, man. I have not talked to Kevin Corke in forever. We still follow each other on social media, but we've lost track. He's probably in my phone. Where's my phone? Is Kevin Corke in my phone? I should call him right now and put him on the air. But what Kevin Corke did, I got to tell you, this would be funny if he is that yes, he is. All right, so I'm at ESPN, and one of my jobs very early in the process of my working at ESPN before I was in management was I was what was called a network coordinator. And so one of my assignments among many would be on a particular night, I could be assigned to ESPN News. Remember ESPN News? They still have ESPN News. I believe they do, but it's not like it was back then. And so I'd sit on the back bench at ESPN News, and I basically would help coordinate the show in regards to just killing breaks and organizing time and letting them know how much time they have left and all these sorts of things. It was not a difficult assignment, and it was very minimal. It was kind of like your night off. If you got assigned to ESPN News, it was like, okay, I can email friends all night and clean up my inbox and do whatever I need to do to get ready for a real assignment tomorrow night. So anyway, I'd sit on the back bench with Kevin Corke, who was a SportsCenter anchor at one point who left on air, not because he wasn't good. He was awesome. And again, he's on Fox News right now. He's a White House correspondent. And we'd sit on the back bench and we'd talk. And the guy was phenomenal. Just one of those people that you meet in life that you're like, this guy's phenomenal. Just a heart of gold kind of guy. So he would just ask me, what's your deal? What do you want to do? Because for anybody who wants to continue at ESPN as a network coordinator, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You can make a decent amount of money, go to work every day, respectable job. Not for me, though. And that was before, again, I got into management, which I didn't ask for, but they promoted me into management. So anyway, sitting on the back bench, once or twice a week next to Kevin Cork, and we just got to know each other. And so he finds out that I had a broadcasting background, and he's like, well, do you want to do that again? I'm like, yeah, I do. I came to ESPN to basically take care of my family and start a new phase of my career, but I would love to broadcast again. He's like, well, I'll get you an audition. Kevin Cork went to the top of ESPN and got me an audition at ESPN. This is in like 2007, 6, something like that. No. Before that, I wasn't in management yet. 2004, 2005, something like that. And and I don't know how I did. I know that the director that did my show for my audition, who I could not see at the time, I just heard him in my ear, tracked me down, didn't need to track me down, and said, hey, we think you did better than anybody that day. And then I tried to get an answer out of somebody, and this is the way things worked there. Nobody would be accountable to, this is the decision we made. No, everybody passed it on to somebody else. So, but I thank Kevin Cork for getting me an audition at ESPN. And Al Jaffe, he was the big head honcho of ESPN talent that you've probably heard of if you're somewhat in the industry. But lunch with Al Jaffe, interview, and so forth. And Kevin Cork was just a great guy. So in the aftermath of that, I get a call one day at work, and this was from, I should remember this guy's name. I should remember these two guys' names. They were both characters. They ran ESPN Digital. They were the first two guys that ran ESPN Digital. And these guys were from the Wild Wild West. Like, ESPN Digital at the time ran out of the basement. Nobody cared about it. We thought it was nothing. Molly Kiram, who I met just right at the beginning, at the time that she started at ESPN, worked on ESPN Digital. Nobody watched it. Nobody cared. Nobody thought it was going to be anything. Nobody thought about digital media. This is like 2008, 9, something like that. And so these guys called me up and said, somebody recommended you, and we're looking for talent to broadcast on ESPN Digital. And I said, well, I kind of have this full-time gig here as a manager. And they said, well, we can figure this out. So anyway, I auditioned, gave them my resume tape. They liked it. And so I started this freelance work on ESPN Digital. So I'd go in at night, and at times, unfortunately, about 19 times out of 20, when they called me to come into work, I had to say, well, I'm working my regular job. And so I would go in there and I would do highlights and do anchoring on ESPN Digital. And that was fun. But in the process of that happening, my manager at the time that was running the department shut that down and said, no. And the people that ran ESPN Digital told me that your boss is putting a stop to this. So anyway, that went down. And so this is where Marty stepped in, my buddy Marty. So we were on the management staff on ESPN production operations at the time. And Marty was like, and Marty's Mr. Technology, and Marty is Mr. Maybe not necessarily Mr. Social Media now, but at the time, this is like at the outset of Twitter. Like, Marty was probably the 8th person that had Twitter in the world. He was like that kind of guy. And Marty said, start a YouTube channel. And I went, huh? What? YouTube was, 3 years old? Start a YouTube channel. Said, okay, how do you do that? It's obviously easy. So I started a YouTube channel because Marty basically said, you don't need anybody to tell you to do this. You don't need anyone, and you're running into dead ends here because the powers that be shut you down, and so forth and so on. So I started this YouTube channel, and basically we have a YouTube channel and we have a YouTube network. When the history of the voice of college football is written, I should actually be the second name on the archives. It should go Marty McPadden #1. So Marty, if you're listening, if you're watching, thank you. Because beyond that, it wasn't just that Marty said, start a YouTube channel. That would have been enough. But over the next several years, several meaning like 15, meaning up until probably 3 months ago was probably the last time that I called Marty. He's my on-call technician. If I have something I can't figure out, which is about every 3 hours, call Marty. He'll tell me, do this, do that, buy this. This is a USB plug-in to a such and such, and half the stuff I don't even know what he means, but he just tells me, you got to buy this, you got to do that. Let's figure this out. Marty, you're phenomenal. Marty and I had so much fun working together. And again, Kevin, if I started naming names from ESPN, there would be too many. So if you worked with me at ESPN, it's probably a 99.9% chance that we had a good time and we had a great working relationship, and thank you. All right. I left ESPN in October of 2020. Again, a sordid story there. We started this in March of 2010. We really started to produce consistent content, I would say, in like 2013. There's kind of an unfortunate process you can go through. Anytime you look up anybody's YouTube channel, all you have to do is hit oldest video. So if you line up the videos, you hit videos, you can look up the most popular, you can look up the most recent, which is probably a default setting, and then you can look up oldest. So if you want to see our oldest videos here at the Voice of College Football, when it was called Mark Rogers TV, you'll see that pop up from time to time. Mark Rogers TV, Mark Rogers TV. Still people that refer to me as Mark Rogers TV. My buddy Kevin Meyer, anytime he texts me, it's MRTV. Because truth be known, when I started this, I didn't know what I was going to talk about. I knew it was going to be sports. But if you look at the first 50 videos, shoot, I talked about Tiger Woods. I talked about Major League Baseball and the NFL draft and just whatever. And then I thought, no, this is too broad. I got to talk about one thing. I got to isolate this down to one thing. What's it going to be? Well, it's going to be college football. So we took off from there. And it was me. And if I needed to talk about Wisconsin, if I wanted to talk about USC, if I wanted to talk about Miami or Penn State, it all came out of this noggin, and it may not have been the best information because I can't cover all those teams. And so I determined, okay, well, if I start to reach out to various people, I wasn't so much doing it in a way that I thought I could capitalize on their knowledge. Really, that was the reason I should have been reaching out to those people. But I thought of it more from, they've got influence out there. They've got websites. They've got people that follow them on social media. That's why I need to contact those people. And so we started to expand our contributors here, and we started to reach out to people like, I don't know the very first person that I had on. Again, we could probably just go into the videos, go into the live streams, and look at the first person that came on. I should have done that. But again, we'll be back here for the state of the Voice of College Football next year. I may do it then. But in terms of people that were the first ones on that are still here, at the top of the list would most definitely be Cam Underwood from State of the U, Miami show. We delivered live show number 415 this past week. So join Cam. He is phenomenal. My thanks to Cam who has been right next to me every Wednesday forever, talking Miami football. He's funny, he's engaging, he's a storyteller, he's brilliant, he knows football. If you don't know, even if you don't like Miami football, check it out because it's a good time on Wednesday night. All right. Where do we go from here? We'll check the chat. Mike Fort's here. Look at this. David Greenshield. As I bring up Molly Kiram, there's a pleasant thought right there. Yes. I think they were doing more than sleeping together. They were married. Right? Those two were married. That pretty much can be confirmed. I believe so. All right. Good to see all of you. Joe Long's here. Todd Gwynn is here as well. All right. So we have built a community here at the Voice of College Football, and that brings us to, why do we call it the Voice of College Football? So I just mentioned it was Mark Rogers TV because I didn't know what I was going to talk about. I knew it was just going to be sports. So we started with Mark Rogers TV because I thought I got to brand my name. And then at some point, I cannot take credit for coming up with the name The Voice of College Football. This was not my brainchild. I do not want to completely give credit to my buddy Steve, but he is the one that I remember. Several people said the same thing. And I'm not the brightest guy in the world. So it took probably 25 people, 25 of you out there who made comments in the comments section to various videos that would say, Mark, as the de facto voice of college football, Mark, you're basically the voice of college football. Mark, the voice of college football. I had to hear that about 50 times before it even registered. And I said this to my buddy Steve, and he goes, hello? Because that's a great tagline. And I said, oh, yeah. He goes, you need to use that. People are already calling you that. Use it. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. So ever since then, we have used the Voice of College Football. And from time to time, people will ask me, either people will sarcastically ridicule me, criticize me as the self-proclaimed voice of college football. I will, in this one way, liken myself to the one and the only, the greatest ever in the music industry. Elvis Presley didn't call himself the king of rock and roll, but it somehow stuck because a zillion other people did. Say what you will, whatever you think of it, he didn't come up with it. He didn't self-promote it. So I'll say it this way. Whatever you want to make of it, that's fine. Let's look at it this way. We are the voice of college football. Whether you want to say, I'm the voice of college football, I do appreciate those of you who have said that. And again, enough people said it, 40 or 50 to start out years and years ago, that's what we went with. And if somebody says that about me personally, again, I greatly appreciate that in all humility. If you don't want to ascribe that to me, that's fine as well. But this is the bottom line of all of this. We are the voice of college football because look at what we do here. I have a voice. You have a voice. We do everything possible to give you a voice in the chat, a voice through calls, in every way possible. We bring on contributors all over the place, our own contributors contributors outside the network, all sorts of analysts and broadcasters and writers and bloggers and all of that. They have a voice. You've got a voice. They've got a voice. I've got a voice. Together, we are the voice of college football. That is the intent, and the purpose is to discuss this sport that we love, debate it, analyze it. I would like us to do this in a unique way. I would like for people to come across this channel, and if they're simply looking at my knowledge, my ability, my skills, my communication skills, all of that, say I'm the best, I'm the worst, I'm somewhere in between, that is up for you to decide. This entire operation and what you see on air, meaning on this main channel, part of this State of the Voice of College Football address every year is to be brutally honest in a cleaned up, classy sort of way. So we won't tell you exactly what we think about everything. We're not going to display our budgetary numbers, for example, but we are going to be transparent. Am I proud of this? On occasion. There's many days, many broadcasts, many videos that I am not proud of. Do I believe that I can do this better than anyone or as good as anyone? Well, that is up for you to decide. I do get frustrated at times because I've not given myself the opportunity to do it at the ability that I can do it. So I very much stretched myself thin from the standpoint of look at all the channels. I had a decision to make at one point to either focus on one channel, like a lot of probably your favorite college football guys out there and ladies, and focus on one channel and just be the star of the show and focus on this and prepare for shows and deliver a much better show than I do now. I do not deliver on a daily basis the best show that I could possibly deliver. Is that because I don't care? No, it's because it's not feasible. It's not possible. I don't have producers. I don't have time to produce a show. I don't have the support staff on this specific show to deliver the bells and whistles that others do. I'm a business owner. I founded this. I own this. I'm running a business. So most of my day is spent running a business. It's not preparing to talk college football. And many times you guys enlighten me to the news of the day. I get on here and I just start talking. And I have done all of about 3 minutes and 37 seconds of preparation. I just start talking. So this product here as the Voice of College Football show that we committed to about 2 weeks ago to doing a daily show Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So get that locked into your college football calendar, 4 p.m. Eastern time, right here with all of you every Monday through Friday. And that is us talking about the news of the day. I usually have one big topic that I want to hit on. And then we certainly will have on great guests. It's the cusp of March Madness. So over the next few weeks, probably not heavy on the guest list, but we will get to it once spring practice really kicks in the spring games. We will go full throttle Monday through Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern time, right here with you and your calls, which brings me to another topic here in a second. But no, what I deliver here on a daily basis, I am generally not that proud of it. No, we could do so much better. I could do so much better. And I would love, and I've sat here in previous years and told you, this year is the year we're going to deliver that. I can't say that this year. I might be doing the same type live streams and videos this time next year that I'm doing this year. I may not even be here. Obviously, I might step outside and get hit by a Mack truck. I'm not even talking about that in particular. I'm intending on living to be 100, and I'm not quite there yet. I may look at some days, uh, but I mean, I may remove myself from this operation. But the voice of college football, believe me, is going to be here. Lord willing, is going to be here. But you may see different people here in this chair, and that might be best for the product. Most likely, that's not going to happen. So don't take my words and run with them. I'm just being very transparent that there is a level of frustration because I see glimpses of what other people are doing on YouTube. I've stated this many times. Corey Bratta and I talk about this from time to time, both privately and also on the air, that I don't watch other people's college football content. And that doesn't mean that I disrespect them or I don't think they're good. But when I'm on YouTube, I'm listening to music, I'm watching politics, I'm watching spiritual discussions. That's what I'm doing. I don't care to hear about college football. I don't care about anyone else's opinion. Just to be brutally honest, I don't care. I also don't want to be, my original thought process was I don't want to be impacted by somebody else's opinion. I don't want to regurgitate somebody else's opinion or think, oh, they've got a great opinion on that, or wow, that's a good idea, or that's a great college football playoff concept or model. I'm going to take that. No, you will always get the original opinion from me on what I think and believe. I'm not taking from anybody else. There's only a few ways that you can offend me, and that would be one. And that's only happened a couple of times where somebody said, oh, you're just saying what somebody else said over here. And I'm like, well, if I am, it's just by chance because I don't watch and listen to anybody else. And when we do that, if I do take from somebody else, I will certainly attribute it to them. But that's happened about 5 times where I've said, oh, I heard this from Joel Klatt, who's one of the best in the business, of course, or I've heard this from whomever. But yeah, this is all coming from me. But I do not watch other people's college football content. Not that I don't see anything ever, but it's usually about 8 seconds. You know where I see it? I see it on these reels. Now that most of this has been cut down to short form programming, meaning like 15 seconds, 30 seconds, all of that. Well, I whip through these reels all the time. So I see those. And we do not do a good job here at the Voice of College Football in providing short form programming. So we know most of you under the age of 25, 35, whatever the age is, don't want to sit here for 45 minutes or 15 minutes or even a minute 50. You want to take in 12 seconds, 37 seconds. And so we need to do a better job. And just recently with my guy, Sonny, we were talking about, Mark, you need to do shorts. I know I need to do shorts. And it would take me how long to do a short every day? Would not take me long. I should do shorts to get us out into traffic. What's next? So yeah, let's give you a tour. This is going to be mighty impressive because yeah, what you see here, and just recently over the last couple of weeks, because of looking up different topics and things I've done in the past, I've looked at for brief glimpses, looked at previous videos and live streams from 5 years ago and whatever, and I thought, man, the set looks better 5 years ago than it does now. It looks terrible now. I got these LED lights back here, and they are of no effect. Once we get here, once I turn on these other lights, you really can't see that they even belong. So I got to get them up here, and I've messed around with that, and it doesn't quite work. And I'm pulling cords out of laptops, but I have a really good workspace to work with here. I really do. Got a lot of space down here. I got a little hallway off of this room, which should be a bedroom basically, but I don't need it. And so we've got our set here, and we've got a bunch of equipment we don't even use. So here I've got a camera and a light. Look at that. That camera's been sitting there for, a year since I moved here. You probably can't even hear me now since I stepped away from the mic. So basically, we don't have this set up in a way that is the best. It could look so much better. This right here, I can't stretch the line far enough to show you the whole thing. That's an audio board that is basically turned into a relic. Not itself, because it still can be used and it's still really good. It's a Rodecaster, but it's an audio board for taking call-in lines and other things, music. It can do all sorts of things. But basically, this is to tell you I got all sorts of equipment here that's been used in the past. And if you are up to date on my story through the years, you know that I've moved a couple times out of necessity, some family situations, and that really uprooted what we were doing. And now it's just a matter of setting all this stuff up, and yeah, it just doesn't get done. So that's where we are. All right. There is so much more to talk about, but I'm going to open up the phone lines. And as we discuss the voice of college football, because I want to hear from you, plenty of, I keep hydrated. If you can see that, we stay hydrated. So don't worry about me there. We stay hydrated. I will say this, and we're not going to bring us down too far into this, but we have a pivotal year. There we go. See, it's gone. It is a pivotal year here at the Voice of College Football because, unfortunately, we don't run like a business should run. This business basically runs off of my savings. So this operation, this particular channel, this network is not self-sufficient. We do not make enough money to support myself and the other people. Now, the people that you see on the various channels, they are generating some level of income. It might be like $13 here and $53 there. And certainly we compensate them based on the amount of revenue that they generate. But in regards to the people that do the bulk of the work here on a daily basis, that would be me. And then that would be our guy, Chris Sadler, SD1 Sports, who does a remarkable job with our content and with accounting and with operations and everything that he does. TJ Konarski, you probably most notably know him from the Michigan channel, who does a phenomenal job since he's been on board last summer. And he and Chris and I are working together to make this everything that we envision it to be. All right. But in regards to finances, without delving into specifics, yeah, I will have to make, and I say this every year, and I say it kind of subliminally, but I'll say it more forthright and more bluntly. I need to make more different business decisions because basically this all operates off of my savings, basically, and the savings is not unlimited. So we will do things that will make me money going forward. So for example, hey, if you've been watching a long time, you have probably discovered that, and I don't know that anyone's really noticed this, but I used to sit here all night and take calls and talk to all of you and make 37 cents for 5 hours. It's not real bright. It made for really good shows and fun shows, but it's not the smartest thing to do in the world. And now, can't do that. I need to run a business. So I'll give you an hour and then shoot, got to start making some money. So $100 for the next hour or whatever, in which YouTube takes $35 out of 100. So that's when we emphasize Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. That's another good topic right there. Contributions. let's go to contributions. Yes, let's go to contributions. I thought we were going to start taking calls from you, but let's get into that. Where are we on all of you? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm sorry. I missed some people here. Let's hit this. So again, we got Jackson says, let's go. The Voice of College Football to 100,000 subs. Let's get the Voice of College Football X account to 10,000 followers, and let's get the Voice of College Football Instagram account to 10,000 followers. Let's do all of that. I tell you, if everybody worked as hard as Jackson did, we would be a wrecking crew, and we are anyway. But thank you for that, Jackson, and we will post all of those links in the chat here very soon. So I do apologize that I'm just getting to these. I did not see these. Cheryl became a YouTube member. Cheryl, I got to stop here. Got to thank Cheryl. So I talked about George being the guy that has left the most comments here. By far, it's not even close. George is all over these channels. Cheryl is not the first subscriber or even the 100th subscriber. I don't know where she came on board, but there is no question that number one, she is the subscriber that has been here the longest, that has continued to help and support and contribute. So Cheryl, you know how I feel about you, that you are remarkable. And thank you so much for all that you've done for us, all you've done for me, and that you've been steadfast and loyal. Thank you. John's here, and John is letting everyone know, just hit the like button. And while we're talking about contributions, let's talk about contributions on every level. So in a perfect world, and again, I apologize to anybody who's checking in to discuss their channels and so forth. I did a bad thing. I let all of our contributors know, all of our hosts and so forth. I said, we're doing our State of Voice for College Football at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Here's the link. I want you to jump on and talk about I should have said, you know what? I am not going to shut up for about 3 hours, and then you can jump on and we'll talk. But we will get to all of you. I know you've got a tight schedule and so forth, but we don't want to break our rhythm here and where we are in outlining everything that we've got going on. Let's talk about contributions here. If it were up to me, if I could control everything, I would say I don't want $1 from anyone. I truly, I hope you believe that and know that, because I would not want one soul to part with $1. I would want all of this to be supported by YouTube ad revenue, to be supported by, let's say, memberships, to be supported by sponsors, to be supported by things like, oh, I wrote a book. And to be transparent again about things where you're getting the nitty gritty to a certain degree. This cost when it was all said and done, $17,000 to write. So I've made a little less than $17,000 on this book, slightly. So Amazon link, affiliate marketing, merchandise, all those things. I would love for all of that, but especially sponsorships and ad revenue, to be our source of revenue. However, you guys are on YouTube. You see all these big shows that are a million times larger than mine, these various news outlets, and they've got the super chats scrolling like a pinball machine. So we do appreciate your contributions, but I never want anyone to feel, whether it's on this main show, on the main channel, or on the Ohio State channel, the Michigan channel, the Miami channel, any of our channels, anyone to feel any pressure to give anything. I want you to do it because you just want to, and you have the resources to do so. So understand that we will never elevate in any way our respect or anything otherwise for anyone just because they contribute financially. We appreciate it, absolutely. And certainly there are aspects of the way we operate these shows that will allow, if somebody contributes, for example, and they become a member, then obviously they will get certain perks. And that's a whole other topic we'll get into at some point, Patreon and YouTube membership. But I just want to reiterate, I hope if you get nothing else out of this, that we thank you. If you hit the like button, thank you. What does that do? What does that do when you hit the like button? What does that do when you comment in the chat? What does it do when you comment to the videos? That tells YouTube that you enjoy what we're doing. And so look at the views on this channel. And again, we're being brutally honest tonight. The views on this channel suck. They're terrible. I was getting more views and making more money. Let this sink in. Making more money when I was working at ESPN and doing this on the side. Uncle Lou said to me one time, he couldn't believe when he found out that I worked at ESPN and I did this. He said, I just thought you did this. Like you work like 50 hours a week at ESPN? Yeah. He was like, I can't believe it. Yeah. And we built this. And when I say we, I pretty much mean me at the time when it was just me. Built this to a point near the last year or two at ESPN, even though they said they didn't care how large this was and it had nothing to do with their decision on forcing me to stop it. They noted actually in the paperwork and the document that I had to sign that it had like 25,000 subscribers. Why that mattered, because they told me it didn't matter how large it was. Anyway, that at the time that I left ESPN, and I, of course, wouldn't disclose how much I was making there, but I was earning a very good living. That this channel was making significantly more money then than it is now. Well, that has to do with a lot of factors. There's more competition out there. I have probably made a questionable move to a certain extent by devoting much of my time, a lot of my time, on the team channels, and have ignored this. Well, I never ignored this channel, but I've not put the time and the resources into this main channel and the focus into this main channel that I did at one point when it was thriving. Also, the YouTube algorithms. We just talked about this today. TJ, Chris, and I have talked about this, and we've scratched our head, and we've tried to figure this out. If you look around college football, for the most part, and I know that there are channels out there, I'm sure there are, some that I don't even know of. I discover YouTube channels that are college football oriented, and I'm thinking, I had no idea that this person was out there, and look at, they're doing really well. That the YouTube algorithm is basically letting people know that college football is not in season, so we are suppressing your content. And we want people to get involved in politics and things that really churn and drive traffic. Things that people are really interested in at a mass scale. Let's understand that even though college football is extremely popular, college football, compared to the music industry, the entertainment industry, politics, those sorts of things, is tiny, just a tiny percentage of the mass of population know who Kayla Nabor is. Okay, so that's reflected by the way YouTube treats our product and treats our content. So certain decisions have to be made to make this viable. So do not misinterpret that. This channel and this network is not going away. It will continue. things that I have to do personally to supplement what I do personally and not drain my savings and investments in my retirement by pouring it into this channel anymore and this entire network. Those decisions have to be made. All right. We also have. So again, when you like and subscribe, when you comment, that is telling YouTube that you enjoy the content. So please understand that. You can contribute that way. You can contribute just by telling people face to face, over the phone, obviously through social media. You have contact and connection with people that have no idea who I am or who the Voice of College Football is. And you can let them know, hey, this is cool. We've got a community and we talk college football all the time. Come on over. If I post a video and it's got 1,000 views and nobody responds to it with a like or a comment, or very few do, and it's not watched for a long duration of time on average, then YouTube treats that video much differently than it does if I put out a video and 1,000 of you watch it, but there's a ton of comments, ton of likes, the average view duration is high. Then YouTube will say, you know what? The people that we sent this video to like the video, so we're going to send it out to more people, and they will push it into traffic. So every like, every comment, every engagement, hey, I'm not telling you what to do with your time, but even if I start on a video and you start to watch it that you don't care for, you know, and you can like wash the dishes and just let my videos roll and just do that because YouTube will say, wow, people are watching that. Okay. Tom, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Keep up the great work. Thanks, man. Tom, thank you. Thank you, sir. We also have Vandy Dandy. Vandy Dandy's message on this fine night is Vanderbilt. So Vandy Dandy, thank you so much for your contribution. It's always much, much appreciated. And of course, if I was rooting for a 7-6 football team, I would be exceptionally proud of that too. No, I'm just kidding. Vanderbilt had a remarkable year. Absolutely. Absolutely. So yes, contributions, whatever you can do in whatever way. And again, many times that is more than financial contributions. Let people know we are here. And I will let you know from the beginning of this channel and this entire network, I did not understand, I did not think about, I did not process the power of community. I think where that hit me the most was during COVID, because I still have people that contact me now that say, Mark, you don't understand that when we were locked down and we had nothing to do and we were depressed, and some of the comments that some people have made to me are very humbling about what our community meant to them when they were locked in, when they were locked up, or maybe it had nothing to do with a pandemic. It was just a personal situation, some type of trauma, tragedy, challenge that they were facing, and our community was there and it gave them a diversion. So the community we have here means something. It means a lot. I've had enough and a number of contributors that have called in, so I don't want to ignore any more. So I do apologize to all the contributors here at the Voice of College Football who've called in. I should have told you to call later, but we will break that trend. I could talk all night. I may talk all night. I may be here when you wake up in the morning. I don't know. But we're going to go with our first contributor on the line coming in. We got our buddy Levi Stevenson of the Iowa State Channel stopping by. Levi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. And Levi and I have been creating content together for, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years, something like that. And we have brought him on a regular basis here to talk Iowa State football. Also, I know Levi enjoys our conversations with our buddy Corey Bratta when Iowa State get together every fall. And then typically during the off season, we'll get together as well. But Levi, again, is in charge of the Wide Right Natty Light SB Nation site for the Cyclones. And then he has also started an Iowa State show here at the Voice of College Football. So we will get that posted here in just a second.
Yeah, it's been good so far. I think we're, I don't know, done 7 or 8 episodes now. It's kind of an odd time to get started on a football show since it's the off season and right at the beginning of it too, before spring ball and everything like that. But we've done some interesting things talking about different games. Last week we did some draft profiles, and talked a little bit about the college football playoff stuff. It's been fun so far. Want to keep growing the community a little bit, and I don't know. It's an interesting thing, guys. Like, we talked a little bit about it last week too at the end of my show that college football fans in general are have the opportunity to kind of watch a football program come from nothing and rise to prominence, in consistent prominence to consistent winning, which is not something that we have seen in college football in a long time, as far as just like a program that was just nothing and is now respected and consistently respected. We don't see that type of program very often anymore, because a lot of the really the high end programs, the blue bloods, stuff like that, they've been good for a long, long time. They had their come up, in the 20s, the 30s, the 50s, 60s, whatever it is. And I guess I can't necessarily guarantee you that Iowa State will be good forever, but they've been good for the last decade, which I think is long enough to at least say that, hey, Iowa State's here to be a player on a year in, year out basis. So, even if you're not an Iowa State fan or a Big 12 fan, I think this is a really fun and interesting program to watch, because you've got a good coach that he's been there for, he's coming up on a decade at Iowa State. But he's still very young. He's putting lots of talent into the NFL. Lots of interesting talent. Everyone likes to debate on how good Brock Purdy actually is and all that, which I think this past season should have dispelled those rumors, or he should have dispelled those doubts. But, he's putting out lots of really good talent. I would say it's good. They played for a Big 12 championship last year, and I think the expectation is to do so again in 2025. They start out the first game of the season will be in Ireland against Kansas State, which I think is really cool. That's an awesome game. A really great opportunity for Iowa State to have a lot of eyeballs there in week 0. Yeah, I think it'll be a fun program to watch. Lots of good games, lots of good marquee home matchups. You have a back-to-back with Arizona State and BYU, which should be very, very both at Jack Trice Stadium in October and November. That should be a really, really fun back-to-back there. So for anybody that's not already an Iowa State or even a Big 12 fan, I think this is a really fun program to follow for the next, at least this year for sure, and just going forward.
So, Levi, of course, the correlation to be made here is for anybody that's been an Iowa State fan, and you much longer than, let's say, 2017, 18, those people have experienced, yes, Iowa State becoming relevant nationally and prominent in the Big 12 and the Matt Campbell era. Relating that to what we're talking about here at the Voice of College Football, you see right there, everyone, the Iowa State channel. Levi is here on the Iowa State channel delivering his show every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7, where it counts, there in the Midwest, 7 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah.
You see 32 subs, folks. What's exciting about that is you can be on the ground floor. You can say when that has 2 zeros after it and it's 3,200 subs, you can say, I was there. I was with Matt at 30 subs, and I've seen it grow and build, and you can be part of this as well. And even if you're not an Iowa State football fan, of course, we're talking to Cyclone fans first and foremost, but if you love the Big 12, hey, you got to have a chip on your shoulder to a certain extent to say, hey, it's us against the Big 2. Man, we got to support each other. We got to be there. And to listen to Levi talk football, and you probably get a glimpse of this just over what he's said just in the last 3 or 4 minutes. This guy can talk, and he can think, and he can deliver. And so it's just a good time if you just like college football. It's a good time to jump on with Levi every Tuesday. Even if you're not a Cyclones fan, get there, try it out, check it out. And again, it's a good time.
I mean, who knows? Maybe we can get you make Iowa State your second favorite football team to watch. I think that's my goal. If you're not already an Iowa State fan, I want Iowa State to be your second favorite football team.
And that's what happens sometimes is people take on a second football team, but because they're kind of like, I think they're kind of cool. I like the coach, or I like what they're all about, or I like that they're an underdog and nobody gives them a shot and they've kind of built themselves up from nothing and their football history isn't much of anything. And I kind of dig that. That's kind of cool. And, we were just talking the other day, Levi, of the NFL prominence that Iowa State has quickly taken in the league. That is probably one of the 5 worst of all time among power conference programs. But what it is right now in the league is very impressive.
Well, you've got Brock Purdy, who's arguably a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. And maybe not even arguably. He's right there if he's not. Breece Hall is probably a top 5 running back in the NFL. Dave Montgomery's had an awesome career so far with the Bears and the Lions now. You've got Charlie Kohler with the Ravens. You've got Jake Hummel with the Rams, who I failed to mention last week, but Jake Hummel with the Rams, Will McDonald with the Jets. Alan Lazard has had himself a very nice career so far with the Packers and the Jets. But NFL teams have really started to recognize Iowa State as a program that's really worth looking at, because they just kick out players, guys that just love playing football. They're smart. They just do a good job. Frankly, credit where credit's due. It's much the same the same reputation that Iowa football players get, like especially tight ends and defensive players. We're saying, these guys can just play football, and that's the reputation Iowa State's building, and it's building in the right direction too. And it's funny because right now, the kids that are starting to really latch on to college football, and really start to pay attention. Maybe they're anywhere between 10 and 16 years old. For them, for basically their entire, conscious life that they've actually been able to pay attention and remember things, Iowa State has been good at football. The kids in Iowa these days do not remember Iowa State being bad at football, which is a fascinating thing. Growing up in the 90s and the early 2000s, where, Iowa State was horrible in the 90s and just, where it was really spotty in the 2000s and kind of bad for a little while. And then now you're here. And you're starting to see that reflected in the state of Iowa as far as, recruiting's picking up, and you get more, all of a sudden you see more and more pockets of Iowa State fans keep showing up every year. And the kids are now also starting to get into Iowa State more often, because right now, I'll debate this. I'll die on this hill right now that Iowa State is the cool football program in the state of Iowa right now.
All right, let's. I can
already hear Corey yelling from right here from Ames right now.
I can hear him too.
But
my phone's about to blow up.
But Iowa State's got the good basketball program. They've got the fun football program.
So Levi, before we move on to everybody else that's on the line, a bunch of our hosts here, one last thing is obviously let people know where they can find you. And again, reiterate what they're going to find on the show every Tuesday night. What are they in store for?
Yeah, so you can find me. My personal stuff is all at Levi R. Stev, STEV. You can follow Wide Right Natty Light, which is the SB Nation site. It's at Wide RT Natty LT on most socials. As far as on the show, so it's right now we're kind of if there's recruiting news, we'll cover that. If there's larger college football news that affects Iowa State, we'll cover that. I do have an interview coming pretty soon with a pretty exciting guest. I'm not 100% confirming the date yet, but I'm working on that. But I know that the guest is coming on in probably pretty soon. So got an interesting guest lined up pretty quick. And then we're going to be doing more throughout the off season, maybe do some fun, like trivia type shows with some other people. But then also I want to do some historical stuff, look into past seasons, maybe do a deep dive on like the 2017 Oklahoma game where they went down, and that really kind of kicked this whole thing off when, you send third string Kyle Kemp down to Norman and beat Baker Mayfield in Oklahoma. Do something like that, or recap the career of a player. Like it'd be fun to go do a deep dive on Seneca Wallace's couple years at Iowa State, something like that. We're going to do some more of that stuff in the off season, but then when we get to the season, we're going to be previewing games. We're going to be potentially interviewing other people within the Voice of College Football Network if we have a person for them for the network. It'll be a fun time. I like Mark says, I talk a lot, sometimes too much, but you know what? It's okay. Keeps things interesting.
Levi, thank you so much for being here. There was obviously a reason we tracked you down to start the Iowa State show and the Iowa State channel. So, you know what we think of you, and that we have always had a good time talking to you, and we hope for the best, and we believe that this is going to be a great thing going forward on the Iowa State channel. So thank you for taking hold of this and running with it.
Absolutely. And you know what? I just remembered, actually, the first time I came on your show was the 2019 game, because I remember I did it from my phone in my car because we had parked at a friend's place the night before the game, because the game was at 1:00 this game started at 1:00 that day. It didn't finish until like 11 because there was multiple rain delays. But the night before, we were there because we knew we'd need to be at the stadium by 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, at minimum. I think we got there at 4:30 the next morning, but I did that. I did that interview from the front seat of my car.
And this is how I lose track of time. When you say 2019, my split second thought is 2019 was just a couple. Oh no,
6 years ago.
6 years ago, because when I introduced you, Levi and I have been getting together recording segments for 3 or 4 years. 6 years. 6 years.
It's been a while now. Yeah, it was the 2019 game was the first one.
Nice.
I remember, it was actually, I'm pretty sure it was 2019. I don't think it was 2018, but at least it was 2019 at minimum.
Nice.
Yeah. So
that Iowa State team that went to the Russell Athletic Bowl or whatever they called it at the time and beat Notre Dame, correct? Lost to Notre Dame. They played
went to the Camping World Bowl.
Notre Dame won the game.
Yeah,
Iowa State
finished. It was the Camping World Bowl at the time, and we had a real bad time with because they had back then Chase Claypool was on that team. Yeah. There's a few other really nice players. That was a funny moment in Iowa State football lore, because that was the game that showed that like the difference between like the blue blood programs and especially like Notre Dame, who's always so good on the trenches and on the lines. The gap between them and just like an overachieving, middling Power 5 program that's just overachieving. The gap between those is bigger than people think as far as just physicality in the trenches. And that day, like they lost, and then like Monday they fired the strength coach and everything, and just said, you know what, we got to here, now we need to get here. And so that game was actually a funny turning point for Iowa State, just because it was, it wasn't really a competitive game. It was very clear that Notre Dame was, head and shoulders better, but it was honestly a good loss as far as just the continual building of the program. But,
all right, sir. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah. Appreciate you having me.
Thanks, Levi. Levi Stevenson, again, the Iowa State show, 8 Eastern, 7 Central every Tuesday. I appreciate Matt standing by. I appreciate Garrison standing by, but I've got to go with seniority on this one. Got to go with seniority. Jordan Bowman's here from the Clemson channel. Jordan, how's it going?
What's going on, Mark? I had to pop in and show my beautiful face, say what's up to the people, kind of represent Clemson for a little bit. It's been a while, I think, since I've actually come on the main channel, so it's nice to be back.
Absolutely. And while we're talking, I'm going to call up the Clemson channel so everybody knows what it looks like and know how to find it. I made this point the other day to you and Edward. We were writing a bit of a blurb about the Voice of College Football history, and I was reminded by our buddy Chris, who's our content strategist, to look into who the first permanent hosts were for any team channel, any show, and that it was Jordan and it was Tiger Paw Craven, I believe in September of 2022 when they took on the Clemson show. And so you are looking at history here, folks. Jordan would be the first host of anything that wasn't me here at the Voice of College Football.
Yeah, man, it's hard to believe. Honestly, we're going on our 4th season doing it, and when you first put out and you were looking for hosts, Me and TPC, we had always been in the same college football circles. We used to watch a lot of the same YouTube channels. We both had done our own, projects, YouTube, shows on the side. And so, it's really been amazing when we started. I have not gone back and watched any of our old shows. I probably should, just to kind of see like just how far I came. But it's really cool to think that it's been that long, and it's been an interesting time we picked an interesting time to start it, because after 2021, you were coming off that 10-3 season. There was a lot of uncertainty in the program. DJ Uyunglele at quarterback. So that first season, I think, especially, I think you mentioned the analytics, off air. That was a really good year for the channel, just because of when we had started it and all of that, and just to see the progression, it's been really cool. And I'm really proud of kind of what we built, and I hope it continues, because I've really been blessed, and it's cool to kind of be a part of that history. And it's it's never been something that I considered a job or anything like that. It's college football has always been my passion, Clemson football in particular. And it's been really cool to just have that platform. So hope that any of you guys that are watching that aren't familiar, or want to know a little bit more about the Clemson football program, come check us out. We do a live show every Wednesday called the All In Show at 8 p.m. Eastern time. It's a great opportunity. We go for like an hour and a half, 2 hours most nights, so plenty of content. We'd like to chop it up with the comment section at the end of every show. So if you just want a place to kind of hang out, even if you're not a Clemson fan, I mean, I think, the All In Show would be a great place to do that. And we also do a lot of, regular video content as well. So y'all can check that out as well if you're not for long form live streams. So it's really been, like I said, it's really been a blessing, and I'm just grateful to have the opportunity.
Some people fashion themselves as being the smartest person in the room, but Jordan has a right to believe sometimes that he's the smartest person in the room, because he probably is most of the time. Well, you and Tiger Paw, you guys should be proud of what you've built. And again, you guys are both first class. The Clemson show's fun. I always check in for 15 or 20 minutes every week just to see what you guys are up to and to learn something more about Clemson football. And so you guys have just been phenomenal about just showing up every week, being dependable, being reliable, and engaging with your community, and just continuing to grow.
Yeah, it's really been special. And this is going to be a really good time, if you guys are watching, to kind of hop in. I mean, this is a very exciting, potential off season for Clemson, with a lot of the changes that have happened. I think Bill Connolly just came out with his returning production metrics, and Clemson was number 1 at 86%. They just coming off a college football playoff appearance. There's been, talks of, Clemson slipping from, the run of, national championship caliber teams that they had in the late 2010s. But this is a really exciting offseason for Clemson fans, for the program, because of all the returning production that you have, with a lot of really talented football players, including a potential Heisman candidate at quarterback. So I think this is a really good time to kind of, hop in and see what's going on. I think a lot of people don't really. I think when they look at Clemson, is kind of an outside view. Of course, it's always an outside view if you're not a fan, but I don't think that people truly have a full grasp of what Clemson is all about sometimes, because it is a very reclusive, tight-knit type of program. They don't, they don't really release a whole lot of stuff. They're very, very much, insulated. That's kind of the culture that Dabo has he's created in his 15 years of being the head coach now. So it's kind of hard, if you're a fan, to kind of get a sense of what the program is about, to get a sense what Dabo is all about, because he's certainly a guy that makes headlines a lot. So if you want the Clemson fan perspective on everything that's been going on in the program, I think this is a great off season to do it. And
again, everyone, that's Wednesday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern time, with Jordan and with Tiger Paw. Absolutely. Jordan, appreciate you stopping by, taking the time. And again, you know that we're right there with you every step of the way as you guys build this out.
Absolutely. And once again, I appreciate it. Each and every one of you that tune in every week. I see some of you, Todd Gwynn, our resident Gamecock fan. He likes to show up in the live streams. We love it. We welcome all fans. And he's been a great addition to the live chat. And thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate it. So, yeah, Mark, thank you so much for having me. And let's keep on rolling.
All right, Jordan. Good to see you. We'll see you on Wednesday night.
Good to see you.
All right. We will keep highlighting our team channels here at the Voice of College Football. We were going to go to Ohio State next, but I believe Garrison needs to work on something. So we got our buddy Jackson Johnson stopping by. Jackson. Oh, Jackson, you might be on mute, possibly.
Oh, my bad.
Jackson, before you start here, I will let everyone know that Jackson is probably the guy that actually runs the network. I think actually he's the guy that runs it, truth be known.
I don't know about that. I'm just keeping an eye on what show's on, what's not on at the moment.
Absolutely. So it's great to see you. Jackson, I couldn't even say it. I hate when I make this admittance to everyone, but I don't recall when hardly anybody starts. When I think about you, John D'Adamo, Tim Prangley, all these people that are such great contributors here, that beyond what everybody sees, they don't know about all the conversations and all the good times and all the things throughout the years, and you guys engaging in the community before you became a part of the team here at the Voice of College Football. But I do a very bad job of keeping track of when people got started and how they connected with me and all of that. So what's your story, Jackson?
Well, I first found you on November 1st of 2022. And this was when you did a
It shouldn't surprise me. Sorry to interrupt, Jackson. Jackson knows the date. There's a great clip of Jackson on Feinbaum. Well, there's several great clips of Jackson on Feinbaum, but the most recent one that I saw was Jackson basically letting us know what happened on Valentine's Day this particular year and that particular year. The last time a 1-2 seed or rankings in the college basketball connected to an SEC team got together in commemorating the Alabama-Auburn showdown a couple weeks ago, and on down the line. And Feinbaum's like, you are a regular statistician. Well, we've known that here at the Voice of College Football forever. November 1st, when?
November 1st, 2022 was my first ever call on the Voice of College Football.
That is phenomenal.
And we talked a little bit about the college football playoff rankings. I was talking about TCU, and you were like, who's your team? And I had the Alabama hat. And you said, oh, Alabama fan, talking about TCU. Nice.
Absolutely. I always enjoy when people dive in on some of the lesser schools.
I did my best, just keeping an eye on everything going on. I'm getting a laugh out of the comment from Troy V where I came out of the wing talking about the Iron Bowl of 64. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, man. It's like, my parents weren't even alive in 1964, but that was the first instance of the Iron Bowl being referred to as the Iron Bowl, because it was on Thanksgiving of 1964, and Shug Jordan referred to it as the Iron Bowl. That was the first time ever it was referred to as that.
So Jackson has his hands all over our social media, so he keeps track of our schedule. So I'm constantly letting him know, okay, this got moved to Tuesday night, or this one got canceled, this one got rescheduled, and he's got to keep track of all of that. And so he releases our schedule on Twitter every day. And he's constantly posting on Twitter. He's constantly keeping track of what we do. He's constantly going out to other sites and other YouTube or Twitter handles and promoting the Voice of College Football. He's all over the shows here from show to show to show, and usually the first one to show up, and continues to promote and can sell anybody anything at any time. He's got a great sales pitch. And Jackson is just relentless, and he is omnipresent on all these shows all the time. And in addition to that, over the last how many months, Jackson, have you been hosting the show on the Alabama channel on Monday nights?
Well, I've been hosting Alabama at the Crimson Tide Live since, let me see. Okay, August 31st was on a Saturday. So Monday, August 26th. So week 1 of the 2024 season.
Nice.
There we go. Thank you. And it's been a lot of fun, and it's going to continue to be a lot of fun, where we're doing Crimson Tide Live every Mondays, 5 p.m. Central Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And, the college show where Jeffrey and I take the calls on Alabama football. That's always a lot of fun. It's like, and one thing we've recently been doing, like a few weeks ago, so my dad's like calling in on the college show, and he's doing like a Stump Jackson section of the show. And we've been having a lot of fun with that. And I got to be honest with you, ChatGPT does not know a thing about college football. Not a single thing about it.
Yeah, one of the first times I tried to do something on ChatGPT concerning Nick Saban, it quickly showed me that, okay, this is a waste of time.
Yeah, like ChatGPT is only used for talking to your girlfriend or boyfriend on a text message, not college football.
I am not necessarily going to recommend that, but if it works for you, then folks, go to it. Try it.
Oh man, I just remember that with the South Park episode where it's like, oh well, Clyde, Wendy said y'all do this. Oh well, this is what I do. I use ChatGPT, dude.
Awesome. Well, Jackson, thank you so much for everything that you do. And again, Jackson is the guy that's in the chat all the time, regardless of the team, regardless of the channel. And this guy is an encyclopedia on college football. And again, he is one of the backbone members of our team here at the Voice of College Football.
Well, thank you for the kind words, Mark. And I got to tell you, man, let's get the Voice of College Football to 100,000 subs. Let's get each the channels to 10,000 subs. And we're going to get there. We're going to get to awesomeness. We are climbing that mountain.
Love it. All right, Jackson, thank you for all that you do. It's good to see you.
Oh, thank you for having me on, Mark. Stay safe, stay warm. It's cold out.
There it is. And as Troy is reminding everyone, as Jackson would, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. All right. Next up, for as much as I hate to do it, because I really don't like to talk Ohio State football. I don't like to give any attention to Ohio State football. I despise scarlet and gray, just want nothing to do with it. But, it's part of the college football landscape. It's got to be the most overrated program out there. They lucked into a national championship. They barely beat anyone in the playoff. I don't know. They lined up against a bunch of bums, like the 20th ranked teams in the country. I don't know what to talk about here, but they're part of the network. I guess we got to go there, and Garrison somehow is going to try to defend this team, I guess. What's going on, Garrison?
Not much, Mark. And don't forget, we pay for every single player we've ever gotten. You can't forget that one,
yeah,
too.
Absolutely.
No, I just wanted to jump in here before we start our show. And first off, I never heard your story before. That was awesome to listen to. Very awesome.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just want to let everyone know about our show here at the Voice of College Football, Ohio State Prime Time with myself and Ryan Stanos. We come on Monday nights at 8 o'clock, as I have a few minutes here, so I got to hurry up here before my boss, Mark, gets mad. And then we also have Thursday where we have our call-in show. And pretty soon here, Mark, I gave the announcement this past weekend, but everyone, we will be having an Ohio State panel called the Buckeye Brigade. I definitely want to use that name because I'm military. But on there, everybody will be myself as the moderator and host. And then also a few names you might know. Chris Drew from Minnesota Sports. Juck on Bucks from Minnesota Sports. Also, someone you probably know here that's done the Voice of College Football on the call on the post-game shows during the season. Clee Mike from Best Damn Media, and also Ron from there, and also B Moses from Buckeye Scoop. I'm very excited about that. It'll be a lot of Buckeye talk for everyone to join in on.
That is an all-star lineup right there. When I saw that posted, and of course, I had something to do in terms of approving that group coming together. Of course, everything still runs through me eventually. Some of these things now, the larger this gets, the more I find out things maybe second or third hand, but it eventually gets to me, and I'm like, well, that's quite the crew they got together. Love that. Absolutely. TJ's like, are you good with that? Are you? Get them on right now. Let's go. Yeah, that's a great crew. And certainly commented on Twitter. I said, hey, I'll even watch this show.
No, it was I'm really excited about it. A lot of those guys, specifically the guys like Chris Drew and Clee Mike and Ron, about a year, almost 2 years ago, Mark, I basically scrubbed my Twitter account and made it strictly football instead of all whatever I was talking about on there. And, quickly rise from 600 to now 2,000 followers on there. And then also just everyone else should check out. We're on the off season right now. We'll be back in the spring. But I showed my best friend, Bryce Sack, called the Scarlet and Blue Show. We came up with that 2 years ago. It's an Ohio State, Michigan show, which is all the fun you could want. It goes back ways we've been best friends since third grade. Mark, I remember in 2011, when Michigan beat Ohio State, my next door neighbor and co-host Bryce thought it'd be a cool idea to come to my house, two houses down, and put the Michigan flag in our yard. As we know today, if he was to do that, we'd be sitting in prison. But I'm really excited about this, Mark. I'm very happy that you brought me on here. Of course, I'm sure TJ told you I was an avid naysayer on their channel for some time, and that's how you found me. And so I'm really happy to be part of this. I've been watching your channel for a long time and happy to be here.
Awesome, Garrison. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing, you and Ryan, and again, this group that you're getting together. And again, I want to make sure everybody's lined up on this. So Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern time, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern time for the call-in show. And then this new Buckeye Brigade show is when?
It will be at 8 o'clock starting March 11. It'll be on the 2nd and 4th Tuesday of every month.
Gotcha. All right. So we will blow that up. We will promote that all over the place. So folks get used to hearing about that. So you might as well just check it out, because whether you love the Buckeyes, hate the Buckeyes, and if you love college football, there's probably no in between. That's probably pretty much it. You either love the Buckeyes or hate the Buckeyes, because you cannot ignore the school that's the most successful in the history of college football. So that's all there is to it. All right. Garrison, thank you so much for everything, man.
I'm appreciative to you. And before I go, everyone, just for some math real quick, some quick stats. We're currently at 8,959 followers, actually over 1,000 more from last year. And actually a bigger growth than the year prior, Mark. So, hey, we're almost there, everyone. 41 more subscribers to 10,000, and we'd love to have you join the community.
Awesome. All right, Garrison, good to see you, and we'll keep moving along. All right. Again, the Ohio State channel. And of course, I still host a Buckeye show. That's every Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Now, this week we got together on Monday because of the NFL Combine. That is later this week. So that's Steve Hellwagon, 247 Sports, and that's Tony Gerdeman from Buckeye Huddle and Buckeye Weekly. We've gotten together for over 300 shows. So do the math, 50 some weeks a year, over 6 years of Ohio State football shows with me hosting. They still let me host a few of these shows. And so we got, again, Hellwagon, Gerdeman, and myself every Wednesday on the Buckeyes channel. So check it out. It's a good time. All right. Now we need to hear from you. And I still have things to talk about regarding social media, which means Instagram and Twitter, and what we need to do there, along with Facebook. We got audio available. So everything you hear here at the Voice of College Football on the main channel, go out there on Amazon, Apple, Spotify, your favorite audio platform, and you can look us up on audio. I don't promote this enough. Actually, I don't promote it enough because I never promote it, but we're going to start today to promote everything that you hear at the Voice of College Football on your favorite team channels and also here on the main channel. You can listen to, and that certainly is going to be a strong initiative that we push forward going forward, that we are available on audio. So I've got a lot more to talk about, but we want to hear from you as well. So I will kind of go in between all of your calls. So we're going to get to Chris. We're going to get to Caden as soon as I hit some of these super chats. So let me do that. Karen, I hope you're still listening. I hope you're still watching, because I know that you posted this quite a long time ago. So thank you so much for your support, Karen. Thank you so much for being here. Karen is a new member on Patreon, and that's something we're going to address as well. And that's probably going to be a separate show where we're all going to get together and talk about Patreon and YouTube membership and what you would like to see out of me and out of us to honor your YouTube membership. I do appreciate almost every time I've asked this question of anybody who's a YouTuber or a Patreon member, what do you want from this membership? You know what the response is almost every time? Nothing. You deliver on YouTube. You deliver more content, better content than anyone. This is just to say thank you. So I do greatly appreciate that, but we certainly want to deliver more than that, because we don't want to have 90 or 100 members that we currently have on Patreon and YouTube. We want to have 9,000. And so we know that we need to deliver something in addition. Vandy Dandy, again, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. All right. Now we'll take our first call from the community. We got Chris on the line. Chris, how you doing?
Fine. How are you, Mark?
I am doing great. What's up?
Nothing. Just wanted to congratulate you on your. You said you had 18. Was it 18 different? I didn't quite follow the whole conversation clear to the. You said at one point you had 18 different casts that you did.
Oh, well, I was personally hosting 18 different shows a week. That's not what we should be doing, and that's not the goal by any stretch. I would be hosting less than that. So I have backed way off of that.
Well, no, I mean, I think that's a good. I mean, I don't know what the optimum would be, but I think if you can get that many in, I think that's even better. I mean, speaks well for you and what you're able to do.
Well, I appreciate that, but again,
I enjoy even just.
Well, thank you.
I enjoy just listening to the shows because we get different angles on different topics, and I don't feel like I had a whole lot, but I enjoy hearing from different people and kind of what they think about the same subjects, I guess, that we're talking about. But
hey, Chris, I don't know if you really want to take my instruction or my feedback, but just consider this. Try going one day without saying anything negative or condescending about yourself.
Well, all right, I'll try, Mark, but it's not an easy task, and I won't get into the reasons why. I'm 56, by the way. I'm not the spring chicken, so I'm kind of I'm not in development anymore. I'm kind of a finished product, and I don't know.
Well, wait a minute. No. We shouldn't be finished products. I understand what you're saying. I think of myself like that from time to time, but I fight against it, because I can certainly do better, be better. And I'm still in the stage of developing and hopefully becoming a better human and a better Christian every day.
I heard a little bit about in your introduction about your career path. It's interested to hear some of the side notes to it. I never would have guessed some of the things that you had said that you were a part of. I mean, some of it actually kind of made a lot of sense, actually, but I didn't know that you were necessarily involved with any. You said Tommy Tuberville. I didn't know. Of course, I haven't really. Maybe you've talked about it, and I just wasn't here to hear it. But I didn't know that you had any connection to him at all. I was a little surprised to find that out.
I don't know that I would phrase it that way. I covered the football program when he was at Ole Miss, and he was very gracious and kind in allowing me to cover it firsthand.
I think professional people, I'm guessing, I'm not in a profession, so my guess would be that a professional person appreciates a person with professional input. And my guess would be that's probably why if you get the, whatever you call it, the result that you get that's good, I think it's partly because of your professional expertise or whatever that I don't have. Obviously, I'm an amateur as far as that goes, but I know a few things just from the fact I've lived 56 years. But as far as knowing a lot about anything other than just rudimentary entry level stuff, I don't really have much to offer, really, in my opinion.
I thought we made a deal, Chris.
Well, no, I was going to tell you. I mean, I just thought you know where I'm coming from. It's not to. Anyway, there was one thing that in the side note, and I don't know, people don't always listen to me, and it's okay if they don't. But the one thing, and you're not going to want me to bring it up. It's just, but there's a point I'm trying to make with it though. When USC beat Ohio State in the Rose Bowl, I don't think people really understand how that consequential that was. Even though I know it's kind of a, it happens, I guess, regularly. I guess the pairing or whatever, but. And I guess I am going back to 84, but the thing that people don't understand is just how consequential that game was. But, maybe I'm preaching to the choir. I think anytime you have that pairing, I think that's, that impacts something. But anyway, in my opinion, that actually gave USC part of the title from the bit winning that game in the Rose Bowl. I don't know if you knew that or care to talk about.
Well, they got the Rose Bowl championship is what they got out of it. So Chris, you probably didn't catch this, so I'm not blaming you in any such way. But this would be the one time the entire year that we do not talk college football.
I understand that. We were talking about it in chat, so I just want to make my point clear about where I stood on it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Was there anything else? I'm not really sure if there was. Best of luck, I guess. You just need that maize tie. Complete your outfit there, Mark. That maize tie.
Yeah, I could put that together very well. I could maybe take over for Ward Manuel.
No, you forgot the tie. That's the only thing you're missing is that maize.
I can go grab one.
Okay, go do that.
I could go do that. Chris, my only question for you is, do you have any idea how long you've been watching us?
No.
Okay.
56. I was probably 52, maybe 3-4 years. Okay. Maybe at the most. 3 years, 2 years.
I think it's longer than that myself, but I don't know.
I know it feels like longer for you, Mark, but it's only been a couple of years. Yeah. It feels like forever, but no, it's only been about a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, maybe.
Okay. Well, Chris, we appreciate your presence here at the Voice of College Football.
You got to put that tie on there, though. You got to complete that look there, Mark. You're not gonna pass inspection.
Uh-oh. I thought I was dressing up pretty well.
You need to wear that maize and blue. Get that you got to get that combo right, or you're not going to pass the inspection.
I could. I used to have some gold ties. I've thrown away almost all my ties, so I don't know what I've got left.
Well, that's the only thing you're missing is that tie. So.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Chris. Thanks for being here.
So I appreciate that you're acknowledging that Michigan has a better team. So.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about that.
I know.
8-5 is better than 14-2. Correct.
No, you go direct comparison. I'm just following your lead. You go direct comparison. I thought that's what you told me.
Sure. That was the direct comparison I was making.
I know.
All right.
Have a good night, Mark.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Maybe I'll go to my tie rack next and see what kind of ties we have. Edward's in the chat. Michael's in the chat. Vandy Dandy. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Next call coming in from Caden. Caden, what's going on?
First of all, Mark, how you doing on this evening?
I am doing well. How are you?
Okay, first of all, Chris, yeah, we heard enough of Michigan for a year. Second of all, Mark, the suit, man, can I be honest with that?
The suit, I want everyone to be honest.
Yeah, the suit doesn't suit you, man. Yeah, just saying that.
Okay.
That looks like a $5 suit that came from JCPenney, bro. Honestly, I'm just saying.
Okay. Actually, it was a $3 suit from Walmart.
Either way,
you're giving me way too much credit for that. Yeah.
And then the second point, the thing is, I came on here is that
that's coming from an individual who doesn't show their face. I don't give it a lot of weight, but keep going.
What do you mean by that exactly, Mark? I'm just curious because I literally post
a lot of anymore. Can I be?
I
any
show
more
my face
clear?
on posts and videos. I mean, come on. Everybody knows what I look like on my channel. You don't ever pay
I-
attention to my channel because
Mm.
clearly you either don't pay attention or you don't even listen.
I don't pay attention and I don't listen.
You know, you and Paul Feinbaum are just alike, biased to Ohio State and most Big 12 teams, but you only prefer either Alabama or Michigan to be favored.
Yes, I am
Like,
extremely biased to Big 12 teams. Absolutely. There's no doubt about
and biased to Ohio State.
I am extremely biased to Big 12 teams. Yes, you are correct, Caden.
Oh, and don't get me started about Tim Prangley. Don't get me started about him.
Let's not get started on Tim.
Because USC fans, don't count on them. I
Okay.
don't count them.
Uh,
Oh, ha 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 ha, Tim. Very funny.
we got two
Just wait
things
till
to say. Whoa, 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 whoa. We got two things to say tonight, Caden. Number one, we are not in the mood nor in the environment to be making and taking idiotic comments. Number two, we are talking about the voice of college football only. So do you have anything to say about the voice of college football?
Yes, I do. Been watching it for 2 years.
Okay.
Listening to your spew, which I give you credit for. And then wanted to bring up your thoughts on on this all year's Ohio State's defense. With now Matt Patricia back
Okay.
and being signed to Ohio State. Now, I've said it on my channel before.
No, you're
that-
not saying anything more about it. Let me be clear. Maybe I'll write it on the wall or something. We are not talking about college football tonight. It is the only day of the year we do not talk about college football here. We are talking about the voice of college football only. That's the only thing we're talking about.
Yeah, I got nothing else to say, but except for this, Mark.
All right. We can anticipate what was going to be stated next would either be insulting or just a complete waste of time. So we just experienced the worst 2 or 3 minutes of this entire live stream. There's no doubt about that. All right. Next up, we got Defiant stopping by. Defiant, how you doing?
I am doing good, Mark. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. It's good to take your call.
Yeah, I've been watching you for a little while now. I'm in college, and you kind of inspired me to become a journalist and go into sports journalism.
Well, hopefully that works out for you. Certainly don't blame me for that inspiration, but I do appreciate the kind words.
Yeah, no, you've been one of the few people that I've watched here on YouTube that I actually like. You're not biased. Everybody's biased, but like you're not really that biased to like certain teams, certain programs, which I like. Like these other people, certain bias like SEC or the Big Ten. So that's what I like about you. You're honest. You actually have, facts to back up your claims, and you just have a lot of evidence, to back up your claims. You're not like somebody saying like, oh, X, Y, and Z. And you have nothing to back up your claim or why that should happen or not. So I do appreciate you for being honest and being truthful, and actually, explaining everything. So I do appreciate you for that. But my question for the channel is, are you expecting maybe more teams this year in terms of team channels, like Indiana, like Rutgers, some of those lower level teams?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, because at some point tonight, again, this live stream may go on for 10 hours. I have no idea, because I don't want to leave anything out. We do have a Rutgers channel. We do have an Indiana channel, and both of them have live shows.
Yeah, I know. I watch the Indiana show all the time.
Okay. I thought you were asking me if those were going to start.
Oh, no. I was going to ask, like, were you going to maybe include more of those teams that just really not like a major fan base for it, in terms of like team channels and everything like that this year?
Yeah. So I'm not going to say that this is our biggest goal, because we don't want to grow. We don't want to build. We don't want to expand. And anyone who understands business, we don't want to grow too fast.
Mm-hmm.
And at a certain point, we are probably growing too fast and stretching ourselves too thin. So that has to be determined to a certain extent, but we would like to have a show, a set of hosts, content for every Power 5/4, whatever you consider it to be at this point, team in college football.
Mhm.
But we
I
have to
mean,
find
yeah.
capable people. We're doing our best to maintain high standards for these shows.
Oh yeah, and I give you credit for that because sometimes these people can part of my language can be bullshit about what they talk about, or just BS their way through it, be like an expert, on a certain team or a certain topic. So I do like that again. Credibility is the main thing in journalism. Is the main thing about sports in general. So I do give you a lot of praise for being credible with the hosts you get and then what type of shows you guys create as well.
Well, thank you. Defiant, where do you stand in your journalism and broadcasting career right now?
I'm a freshman, so I just started last semester.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. I'm sure what you're encountering right now is much different than what I did a long, long time ago.
Oh yeah, and again, I really want to get into college football. Again, I grew up on it, so I really want to talk about it. So again, watching your channel, watching the hosts of the other channels, is kind of helping me through the podcasting and like YouTube content making. Making content for YouTube and Spotify and all that stuff.
Very cool. Well, we wish you all the best, and I certainly I'm available for any type of advice or instruction that you would ever need. So just flag me down, and I am humbled by you mentioning me as being any kind of influence on you embarking on a sportscasting or sports journalism career.
Yeah, no, Mark. Yeah, I will do. Will do.
All right, Defiant. You have a great night. It's good to hear from you.
You too.
Thank you, sir. All right. Checking in, we talked about the Michigan Channel earlier tonight. And again, the guy that certainly bridged the gap between myself and his work with TJ, and they've got it rolling right now with the Maize and Blue. One, John D'Adamo. John, how you doing tonight?
Absolutely.
Good to see you.
Dude, doing great. Great to be with you on our annual State of the Company speech, get together, meeting, awards ceremony, whatever you want to call it.
All of those things.
Absolutely. But yeah, I wanted to just really quick say thanks to everybody who watches and who's part of our community. And hey, we got a Michigan channel around here, so check it out every Tuesday, Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
We absolutely do, and that's what it looks like. There it is, and these guys are tearing it up on the Michigan channel. It's exceptional. They get together every Tuesday and Thursday night. Tuesday's the show with TJ and John, and then the call-in show on Thursdays. And as I believe we mentioned earlier in the show, Cliff and Mac on the Point a Minute show, or the Point a Minute segment that they produce just about every week. So the Michigan channel is rolling, folks. Get on over there. If you love Michigan football, obviously show up. If you don't like Michigan football, if you hate Michigan football, you know what? Show up. We cannot ignore Michigan football as obviously the bluest of bloods. So check them out on Tuesday and Thursdays.
Absolutely. I think my internet's hating me right now, so I'll make this short. But thanks, Mark. Thanks for having me because I started as a caller 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. I don't remember the exact date like Jackson, but it started as a caller and just kind of worked my way up to guest of the Michigan channel and then now host for the last 2 years almost. So it's been awesome, and we try to give the best insight and analysis we can on Tuesdays with TJ as well.
And you guys deliver. And they've got a phenomenal community there on the Michigan channel, for sure. John, thank you for all that you do.
I appreciate that.
John having a few issues with his internet connection there, but I was glad that John checked in. Tim's in the chat. Would love to hear from Tim as well. I'm eventually going to get to all the channels, whether we've got our host show up or not, because I would like to spotlight all of the channels at some point here. Look at Ferris is jumping in to the chat. Good to see Ferris. And again, DeReal MVP. I think Mark should start by having team channels for just the Big Ten and the SEC, since they are the only teams that seem to matter. Oh boy, let's not go down that path. As I started to mention a few minutes ago, we've got audio available. Spotify, Amazon, Apple in particular, your audio destinations for all of the team channels, all of the shows, including right here on the main channel. You can catch us on audio, and that's something that we are looking to build that we've only had available since last fall. So that's a new endeavor here at the Voice of College Football as well. And my special thanks in particular to Jackson for posting that audio. And that is a job in and of itself, just keeping track of the audio and transferring all those video podcasts and team channel live streams into audio. I got no merch around here, but we are in a bit of a transition when it comes to merchandise here at the Voice of College Football, and that's going to be another key component to continuing to build this out. So in a sense, it seems like I've been around forever. It seems like the Voice of College Football has been around forever because I've been grinding since 2010. That's a long time. And I left ESPN in 2020, so I've been working on this full time. Well, I was working on it full time even before I left ESPN, but working on it full time since then. But it's really still a young company, still a young and still in its infancy to a large extent, considering what we're launching, what we're working on. Most of the people that we have that are part of the effort are just in the door in the last several months. So in terms of merchandise, we had merch available. We are not necessarily promoting that right now because we're in a bit of a transition phase. Our buddy Joey Foster was in charge of that for a long time. And we need to basically shut down the merchandise and relaunch it. But that needs to be an initiative we jump on because we want to have merchandise available for all of you because that's a key component for any brand out there is to have merch available. Social media as well. So let's check out our Twitter/X, whatever you choose to call it these days. Not to get too political, but I certainly support those that have called it X and transformed it to X, although Twitter rolls off the tongue much better. So there we go. That is what was once my personal account. So I turned this over to the network sometime last summer, and that was simply my personal Twitter account. And that is now the official page and account of the Voice of College Football on Twitter is what that is. And we have big plans for this. Right now, we got the Texas show going strong over on the Texas channel right now with Gerald and with Matthew. And it's simulcasting right now on X, as is the Ohio State show with Garrison and Ryan. And the Oklahoma show going on live right now, I believe, with Tyranny and Chad. So check them out. So this is our X handle. The Missouri show is tonight with Zach Ramelis as well. So if you're on Twitter, if you're on X, please follow us. The Voice of College Football. You can look it up. You should be able to find it easily. I'm sure it's been posted several times by Jackson and others in the chat. If you're not on Twitter and you're going to follow us, hey, jump on Twitter. If you're not on Twitter and you're not going to follow us and you're just thinking about getting on Twitter, you've probably made better decisions in your life. So I'm not necessarily recommending spending your time on Twitter at all. So we do have another call coming in. Oh, look at this one. This is a special guest of sorts for sure. So talking about a great follow on Twitter, Leanne Herring, when it comes to Ole Miss sports, Ole Miss football in particular, and of course, recruiting. Leanne has been an exceptional addition to what we do here at the Voice of College Football. Leanne, it's great to see you tonight.
Thank you. I felt like I should have dressed up a little bit more. You have the jacket going on and everything, but a little bit comfy, excited about everything that's going on at the college, Voice of College Football. Obviously, I think we have one of the best slogans, no off season. There really is no off season. I'm glad to be able to join in our annual State of the Voice of College Football address. Obviously, this is my first one to join in, so really excited. Just finished watching some film and wrapping up, getting ready for our On the Move show tomorrow that you can tune in, which is our national recruiting show. And of course, for all our Ole Miss fans, you can join Ruby, Mark, and I on Ole Miss Live every Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern. I was going to wait till tomorrow, Mark, but you already know, and Ruby already knows, we have a really great guest coming on. One of our top prospects who's just, I think he's got offer number 50. Preston PJ Carey will be joining us this week on Ole Miss Live. We're going to be talking about his recent offer from Ole Miss. He's out of IMG Academy in Florida. He's a really rising star, another guy that we're excited to have on to talk about national recruiting and obviously his Ole Miss offer. So a lot of exciting things. If you guys haven't already, we're trying to build that recruiting channel here at the Voice of College Football. Please like and subscribe. We have a lot of interesting stuff, and Mark and I have been brainstorming, bringing some new ideas. We're hoping to bring some of the nation's top prospects here in the Voice of College Football and really build on that recruiting. But like I said, a lot of buzz, but I won't dish it all in here. You'll have to tune in tomorrow to the recruiting show On the Move to get more of the inside intel from Under Armour camp. We have some new 5 stars and some players that might be on the move, Mark.
Leanne will refuse to brag on herself, so I'm going to have to do it for her. The reason you want to lock in on the recruiting channel and everything that we have to offer there is 0% about me, 100% about Leanne and the background and experience that she brings to the table. National recruiting analyst for us. We are blessed and fortunate to have her as of late summer, fall here, director of football recruiting for the Rebel Walk, 15 years as an SEC sports journalist and scout, also on-air work and analyst for the Big 10 Sports Radio Network, the Big X Sports Radio Network there, 96.1 FM. And you also have some other radio spots that you deliver throughout the football season, right?
I do. We that Big X Sports Radio that we do is actually with the Wake Up 502. I got to give up to shout out to them, Main Event Sports Radio, Rashad Haven, Jay Has. They were actually the first guys when I was covering Kentucky sports, and I started covering the ACC in Louisville. They were actually the guys who brought me on to started doing radio. I was just one of your traditional journalists, regular sports feed, and kind of got to. They're like, you should come on air, and they really kind of started, and they've been really loyal to me since. So you can catch me usually during the fall on Big X Sports doing the weekly Saturday show. We cover college football as a whole. We talk about Louisville football and recruiting, a little bit of Kentucky football because we are in Louisville land, and we know those Cardinals don't really don't like those Wildcats, and we break down in some of the recruits in both programs in the Bluegrass, and then we cover college football. We do a weekly betting picks every week during the college football season, and then join some other ESPN down in Florida, Northwest Florida. I do a couple show segments during the year, so I've been really blessed. to be able to be on air and really gain some experience. But again, it's great to be back on the recruiting trail. Like I said, this spring is going to be really busy for Mark and I, bringing you a lot of information. It's super excited. Even though we're still a couple more days till dead period is over. Mark, everybody on that coaching staff across the country waiting for March 1st to be lifted. But of course, there's never really any dead time or downtime in the dead period. Like I said, a lot of Under Armour buzz coming up. We'll be hitting some of the Under Armour camps and down here in Houston and Dallas. And this weekend we'll be hitting some 7-on-7. We're really excited to bring you, like I said, not just, the top 5-star recruits. One of the things that Mark and I have really been looking to push for is bringing the voice of college football into the scouting area of college football, and especially looking for new high school recruits. So not only are we going to be featuring a lot of the names you already know across the board that you hear, nationally from all your favorite teams, Power 4 conference teams, but bringing some of those guys that we see and we scout at some of these big major camps in these 7-on-7s.
And as a number of people have stated there in the chat, Todd in particular, Leanne is really good with the portal news. And again, our show each and every Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So this is a great time, folks, to hear about it because, of course, it's Monday night. So Tuesday, tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time, right on the recruiting channel, Leanne and I get together to talk high school football recruiting and the transfer portal in college football every week. And then it's Leanne, myself, and Ruby Dreher to talk Ole Miss football every Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern time on the Ole Miss channel. Well, Leanne, thanks for being here. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. Like we will.
I will be awaiting.
Shortly.
I will be awaiting my list of notes.
The list that I'm going to get off here and work on. And one thing, like I said, we thank all the people who have started with us from the jump for building. When we started off, with just portal news, we're looking to expand. But again, please don't be shy. We know that we got a lot of great football fans out here, new subscribers, loyal subscribers. Drop the names and comments of all your favorite recruits. We're hoping to have them and bring them on the show and tell their stories. But again, a big thank you, shout out to Mark and the Voice of College Football team. It takes a village. But more importantly, thank you to all the college coaches out there, high school coaches out there, and especially the recruits and their families for, allowing us to share their stories and to highlight their kids on our show. So we're really excited for all the new stuff we're going to bring. And like I said, I don't want to dish it all here. I'm going to get off here and make that list for Mark and I. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow to the show to get all the latest portal, some portal updates. It'll shake up here in a month, but definitely all the Under Armour camp buzz from Orlando and who's rising up those ranks.
Leanne, people used to contact me all the time and say, Mark, you got to be the hardest working person on in sports media. And I would just kind of appreciate it and shake my head. I don't know. Possibly it could be. No. Then I met Leanne last summer. And yeah, forget it. She's the hardest working. She's got that hands down. I tell her to back off, take your time, let's relax a little bit. But she is a hard worker for sure. It's phenomenal.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think everybody here who's got a channel at the Voice of College Football is really bringing you unique content and everything. So I think everybody works as hard. And like I said, we cover recruits nationally on that Tuesday show. So if there's anybody you guys want to bring on, feel free to let Mark or I know, drop the comments. And like I said, subscribe so we can build that recruiting channel and hopefully expand enough where we'll start doing some live coverage and things from spring camps, not just from Ole Miss. Because if anybody who knows and follows me knows that I'm the director of recruiting over Rebel Walk. So I really do focus on Ole Miss, but really with this new recruiting show, we're really looking to broaden our horizon and bring in a whole new body of viewers here to the Voice of College Football. So tune in and thanks for having me on. And I hope everyone enjoys a long evening of all the good things and new things that are coming to the Voice of College Football.
Thanks, Leanne. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Good to hear from Leanne. I was glad that she was able to make it to outline what we're doing on the recruiting trail. And again, you're going to see her clips, not just on the recruiting channel, but throughout the Voice of College Football Network, and already have on places like the USC channel, the Miami channel, and elsewhere. And I would also like to thank Karen, who has become a new YouTube channel member. Karen, thank you so much for your support. Appreciate you so much. And Karen and I have connected recently as well. And that is good to see. And thank you again, Karen, for showing your support. Thank you so much for that. All right. A guy that has been calling, I would love to know for how long, and always hits us up with some kind of historical angle that I had not contemplated myself. But Yakov, you are remarkable, and you continue to mystify me with your ability to put together an angle from the past that makes me think.
Well, Mark, I wanted to send you a super chat, and maybe I still should. Well, I certainly will, but maybe I'll make the oral one, and then I'll send you a super chat with something else, Mark. Mark, I don't know why I was talking to my dad today about something else, and he said, you know what? If they had lifted weights like they do 30 some years ago, like they do now, I think JJ Smith is modern Art Monk. What do you think about that, Mark? He was about 6'3", long guys, great athletes. I think he lifted weights in the 80s like they do now, or 80s, early 90s. I think
Art Monk and JJ Smith.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see that at all, Mark?
I do to a certain extent. Art Monk was certainly a pretty sizable target in his day. Is pretty big wide receiver. Wide receivers back then, most of them were pretty slight, and he was a bit larger of a target.
Well, I hope I didn't disappoint you. I know you built me up with the great references to things of the past, and I hope I didn't fall short by bringing up the Art Monk name. But it came to our conversation. Again, we're talking about, we don't call each other trying to come up with comparison between Ohio State players and guys from 40 years ago, but it came up.
Art Monk, might be a phenomenal person. So this has nothing to do with him, but doesn't necessarily, when you bring up the name Art Monk, bring back good memories for me.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, he probably caught a few passes against the team you cheered for.
Yeah. So Art Monk, the last time I saw Art Monk was probably on YouTube within the last month, because just maybe a few months ago, I was running through some Dallas, Washington showdowns from like 1981, 82, 83, 84, in that range. And there was a game from 1983 in particular, Dallas and Washington, both 12-2, had the two best records in football going into week 15. And they played in Dallas. And the game is known for Dallas running a fourth down play in which Tom Landry simply wanted them to fake the snap to try to draw the Redskins off sides. Danny White ran the play anyway. He wasn't supposed to. And Tom Landry who was typically stoic on the sideline, actually was going nuts on the sideline. And also during that game, the Fun Bunch. Do you remember the Fun Bunch?
Yeah, when they did the high five in the end zone.
You had Art Monk. You had
Gary Clark, maybe?
Oh, Gary Clark, Alvin. Oh man, I'm forgetting their names. How could I possibly forget their names? Anyway, Gary Clark, number 84, was part of that. And Alvin, oh goodness, somebody help me out in the chat. I can't believe I'm forgetting names. But they would do their little, they would have a little choreographed get together and jump, and they would, whatever they did before they jumped. But the Dallas secondary took exception to that and jumped in the middle of that and started pushing them and knocking them down after they scored a touchdown and went through their Fun Bunch routine.
Right. I think the NFL tried to stop that for a while, but then let them come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark, I want to say, first of all, I think you looked very sharp in that suit. As soon as I turned this on, I wanted to compliment your looks there, Mark. You look
thank you. I appreciate it. We had
a
earlier caller, I don't know if you heard him, who said I look like I bought a $5 suit down at JCPenney's.
Well, I think you look quite sharp, regardless of the price. I don't care if the jacket was $1,000 or $5. It looks good.
I appreciate that.
I hope it was a lot closer to $5 because you don't need to spend that much money.
Oh, thank you, Tim. I can't believe I forgot Alvin Garrett.
Oh, okay. I haven't thought about that name in a while. Thanks, Tim.
I could not think of Wayne Gallman today. we were doing a Clemson segment and we were running through doing spring practice previews at the various positions. And I was just naming various guys that have been the main back at Clemson and that they don't have that kind of guy going into this season. And I could think number 22, drafted by the New York Giants. I've seen him play a zillion times, but I could not think of Wayne Gallman.
That's right, you're the wide receiver. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think you have a great memory. You just missed a couple names here and there, Mark. There's
I
a lot
sure
to,
did.
a lot to remember. Mark, I want to ask you. I don't know if you guys have spoken about this lately, but Mark, I think with a new proposal, which I think will become the case, that for example, the Big Ten and the SEC will get their top 4 teams in 1, 2, 3, 4, regardless of record or so. Mark, I think what this is going to do is this will be the end of we'll say rivalries in the following, Mark. That now when you play 9 Big Ten games, or soon to be 9 SEC games, although they vary in excitement level, they're all of equal importance, Mark. If you win 7 of those games by 1 point and lose 2 of them by 40, and those 2 are the only 2 good teams you play, and the other ones are the bottom 7 teams, I think you're going to win the playoffs, because you're most likely that'll be in the top 4. So in that sense, for example, you kind of, I guess, complained, I guess, to some extent about Indiana's schedule, although it hasn't yet come in yet. They won 8 of 9 Big Ten games. It doesn't matter who you played; they're all of equal importance now, because just the top 4. So it doesn't really matter who you play, as long as you're in the top 4. You win those games by 1 point each, you're qualified to be in the 16-team playoff, 14, 16-team playoff. It doesn't matter the score; doesn't matter who. To finish the top 4, then you're qualified. They're all of equal importance now.
So Yakov, I agree with you about 90%, but I
Okay.
think there's something that you might be missing here.
Okay, that's why I called, Mark, to find out what I'm missing.
4 teams from the SEC, 4 teams from the Big Ten. If the proposal goes through, and obviously those 2 teams or those 2 conferences run the sport, so they're going to be able to push.
They told NCAA, you either take this or we're making our own profile. It's not asking; they're telling them.
Yes.
Yeah.
But also consider that the playoff entries are based on the college football playoff rankings. Therefore, it's not necessarily based on the conference standings. So it's not necessarily the top 4 teams in the Big Ten.
Okay.
It's the highest ranked teams. And if you check out the series that I just launched over the weekend, so I've gone through 2024, 23, and 22. I'm going to go through all of the CFP years to show how this mandate will impact going forward, to show what it would have done in the past. So, for example, this is just one example of many. In 2022, you know who would have made the playoff out of the Big Ten in 2022?
Well, I know. I mean, obviously, Michigan made it that year. When Ohio State and Michigan both made it. Penn State, probably?
Penn State, well, they would have made it. They were number 11 in the country, but there's a team outside the top 16, because if there was a 4-team requirement out of the Big Ten, then there would have been another team that would have made it. And that team finished 8-6 that year.
I can't remember who that was.
I am going to the social media posts that I put up to promote this series, because I think it's a good series and I think it means a lot. And it's going to wake some people up to some of the possibilities. The Purdue Boilermakers would have made the playoff because there was no other Big Ten team that was ranked in the top 25. Illinois and Purdue were both 8-4. Purdue won the matchup. They won the Big Ten Western Division. Therefore, they would have been the 4th entry for the Big Ten. There's actually 16 occurrences in the last 11 years where a team was ranked outside the top 16 in the country, but would have had to have been elevated into the playoff, even though they were not ranked in the top 16, to meet that mandate.
Yeah. So I guess maybe I totally misunderstood. I thought I listened to Josh Pate talking about this, and I thought he said, I hadn't read anything about it. I thought he said it's the top 4 teams, regardless of where they are in the standings. If you're number 4 and you're 8 wins, then you make the playoffs in the Big Ten, because they're demanding we want 4 teams no matter what. We could take more, but
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So then, right. Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the top 4 teams in the standings, in the Big Ten standings or the SEC
Okay.
standings.
I thought they were asking our top 4 teams in our standings. Okay, maybe I haven't.
Well, maybe it is.
Yeah.
Regardless,
It's not an exact thing
you
yet. but I
you
mean,
could have a situation where a team goes 6-3 in the Big Ten. So consider if you go 4 slots down. In particular, this year you had Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, and the 4th team would have been 5-3 in the SEC.
maybe Mississippi State, Mississippi, Ole Miss.
Well, you had Ole Miss, you had
Okay.
Alabama, you had LSU, Texas A&M, Missouri. They all went 5-3.
Right. Yeah.
So you would have had a 5-3 team in the SEC, and that team could have gone 1-2 outside the conference, or let's say 2-2 outside the
Right,
conference. I
yeah.
should say they could be a 7-5 football team if you're going by the conference standings. If you're going by the
Right.
rankings, that's a different deal. So my point is, regardless of which direction they're going to go, I would think that they would, number one, go by the rankings because that's what has dictated the playoff selections to date. That's why you've got a committee and not to go by the SEC or the Big Ten standings, because otherwise the out-of-conference games would be worthless.
They're right. Right. You make a good point, Mark. I thought the SEC and the Big Ten are dictating this. They're not looking about fairness or 100 years of football. They're saying we need the most teams no matter what. Oh, we're going to make our own playoff.
Well,
So it
they're
doesn't
going to
matter.
get 4 in regardless,
Right.
so they may not care if you go by the rankings or go by the standings. They're still
Right.
going to get 4 in.
Okay, right. Well, by that sense, Mark, it will help in that it could give, say, Ohio State, they could play Texas. They could play a good team every year because it really doesn't matter if you win that game. It would be nice for TV, but now if the Ohio State's playing Texas this year, it's probably better to play Bowling Green or so. But if this new thing goes through, I should say when. Go ahead and play that interesting game because it really won't affect your Big Ten standings. You'll be in the playoffs anyway. It'll make a nice made-for-TV thing because it doesn't matter if you lose an out-of-conference game, except for the ranking, perhaps. But as far as getting the playoffs, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think that's a poor place to take college football.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying. I think they've said that it's more valuable to the Big Ten and SEC financially, so that's
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what matters.
Tony Petiti gave us an indication of this. He gave us a clue when he first got the job, and I posted a video immediately when he said this because on the surface it seemed contradictory. He said in one statement, he said, we're going to load up the Big Ten schedule with brand matchups. We're going to take our best brands and we're going to play more often. The best teams and the best brands are going to play more often in late October and throughout November. But we're also going to ensure that the Big Ten maximizes its playoff potential and we get as many Big Ten teams into the playoffs as possible. And I thought, well, that's contradictory. But I only thought about it for about 20 seconds before I determined, well, he's making a loaded statement. He is letting us know that currently those two statements are contradictory and don't match. They're not going to matter because they're going to figure out a way to get those teams from the Big Ten in the CFP regardless.
Right. Yeah, they're in regardless. That could be, Mark. I was thinking about this. Let's say that goes through for next season. Ohio, they're not playing. They're playing the first game, but if they were playing Texas the third game, and there was a few guys who were minorly hurt, I'd say, you know what, sit all those guys. Doesn't matter. Let the freshmen play. That's a good chance. Those out-of-conference games are a great opportunity for let all your true freshmen to play because it doesn't matter if you win anyway, except for standings. It's kind of like a super exhibition game that counts but doesn't count, and it could be interesting. Mark, it's it feels like every offseason the game is changing. But the good news is for our channel, Mark, for your channel, I should say, and for football, it's not going to take away from the interest. It's just going to change it. I'm still interested in those regular season games. It's just the postseason has changed, but I guess we talked about the NFL. It doesn't take away from the interest. There's no rivalries. Each game is only 1/16. There's no game that's more valuable than the other one. Technically, they're each only 1/16 of the season, and 1/17, I should say. but it doesn't mean they don't have good ratings. So, for example, for your show, for college football, the ratings should be good, even though the meaning of each game is equal.
That could be one interpretation, and we may get there eventually, but I don't think that this sits well with most college football fans.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, I think for younger people, they're more adaptable. They're less tied to tradition, less
Yeah.
tied to the purity of the game, and whatever creates just more activity, more
Yeah.
games, more things out there to talk about. The transfer portal, I'm guessing to the typical 20-year-old is like, great, sure.
Yeah.
That they just want more to talk about, more to catch their eye, and more to scroll on their phone.
It does create a lot of content both during and off season as well.
Absolutely, it does.
I
And
remember back in the day, the Canton Repository. I was searching that for college or NFL things in February. There wasn't too much to read about in those days, but I mean, there weren't too many outlets. But there's always something nowadays, Mark, if that's what you're looking for.
To me, college football is really missing it by not having a schedule release every year. If I ran college football, there would be a schedule release similar to the NFL. The
Yeah,
NFL,
that's exciting.
yeah, the NFL has turned its schedule release into a national holiday. It's the most overhyped, most overrated event on the sports calendar. If you know anything about the NFL, you can pick a team and you can project 12 of its 17 games without even thinking about it. And then the rest are just filled in by winning percentages and strength of schedule within the conference. But the NFL lets us know on blank day, May 15th, here comes the NFL schedule release. And that's all you see all day on ESPN. Them talking about the schedule release and look at this game on Monday night here and Sunday night there. I would do the same thing in college football. I would have a schedule release and forget scheduling games 10 years in advance. That's not necessary.
We learned that in COVID. It doesn't matter.
Yes, schedule the season after the previous season, and I would have a committee and I would have a formula, schedule all of college football, take it out of the hands of the programs themselves, and schedule the sport.
Yeah, I like that, Mark. Mark, you're great. Mark, I'm going to say one last thing here. I hope this is. I would only say this in off season. I hope this doesn't take us off the. It's still college football, but I hope it doesn't take us off the intent of your show. But Mark, I feel that I think the world has moved in a way that we all know now that to be successful in this life, whatever that means, I don't necessarily mean financially, but that could be one example of it. Going to college is become almost unnecessary for a lot of people. Often it's a waste of money and time. That's what I think. So you know what I wish, Mark? I remember this like 20 years ago that Brent Musburger said that one of the things he laments the most about college football is that it got tied to education. I kind of wish, Mark, that a lot of these guys, and this is not a negative thing, college is not going to be helpful for them, especially if they don't make it to the NFL. And that's true for a lot of people. It's not about football players. It's a waste of time. And I don't mean that in an elite way. I mean, I'm trying to help people and say, hey, that's not helpful for you. You're not a good student, and that's okay. That everyone's meant to learn books. And even a lot of people who do go to college major in something that's worthless anyway. They spent $200,000 on an unworthwhile thing. They would have been better off getting working at McDonald's for those 8 years. Nothing wrong with McDonald's, but it meant instead of wasting $200,000, they could have made $30,000 a year. Been far better off. So what I wish, Mark, is that we just stop pretending about this. All the Ohio State players, they're technically not even nowadays. They're not even going to Ohio State. They're basically going to University of Phoenix. They never go on campus. They take all and I don't care. That's fine. You can learn plenty online. They have no connection to Ohio State. They just walk on a computer and the laptop in their apartment. They don't even live in the dorms anymore. That's true for most of the campus college football. I wish, Mark, that you could go to Ohio State and they say, you know what, you're a good football player. You're not good at academics, and that's fine. We're going to let you go to the Central Ohio School of Plumbing. Let's not mess around here and make you take a bunch of classes that are never going to help you anyway. You can play here. You can go to the Central Ohio School of Plumbing. That's more fitting for you than academics. And then if you don't make it to the NFL or you only play a couple of years and don't make enough to live the rest of your life, you're a plumber, or we'll help you with retail. Why take some dumb classes that are worthless and they make up a major for you that's not going to help? And I wish that was the case. I think it'll come to that one day. Instead of just putting this facade that all these guys are interested in academics and are good at it, which is okay if you're not. It doesn't make you a better person. Not everyone's meant for that. That's what I think, Mark.
I love that idea. So while all of this has unraveled over the last several years, and paying the players and the transfer portal and us knowing exactly as you had described there that there is little connection between most of these players. I'm not going to say all of them, I won't even say most of them, whatever the percentage is between the players and the university. I have lamented that, to me, there's a huge disconnect, that these should be student athletes. The student comes before the athlete. I know that I'm archaic and people aren't going to agree with me, and they're going to say that that's long gone. I agree that it's long gone. I'm not
gone for 30 years.
I'm not indicating in any way that I'm trying to start some kind of movement to reverse the clock. I would like to, but it's not going to happen. But what I'm saying is, to me, they're mercenaries, and I think that something's lost, and I don't like it to know that there is no connection between these players and the university, them not truly being students to the degree that other students are, them not taking part in campus life. And again, this is not everyone. There are certainly all sorts of 2 stars and 3 stars out there that are playing college football, and they're fully immersed in their studies, and they're on campus and so forth. But
hopefully those are guys that realize they'll never play in the NFL.
Yeah.
That's probably those type of guys.
And there's unfortunately a lot of players that think they're going to play in the NFL that far outrate themselves.
Right.
And I guess that'll take me down a rabbit trail to a story that you may have heard me tell at one point. I'm standing on a basketball court with Richard Williams, who was the head coach at Mississippi State at the time, and he led them to a Final Four. And I mentioned this in the first 5 minutes, that was one of the highlights of my career, was going from New Orleans to Lexington to Indianapolis to East Rutherford in 4 consecutive weekends, from the SEC tournament to the first round to the regional finals to the Final Four, and following Mississippi State, who lost to Syracuse in the Final Four that year. But I'm standing on the basketball court with Richard Williams. I think it's the year after he had 2 first-rounders in the NFL draft, in the NBA draft.
Right.
Dante Jones and Eric Dampier.
I remember both of those guys, yeah.
So we're standing there, and his team had already gone down to the locker room, and he's standing out there with me. We're talking, and he says, I forget what we were talking about. And he said, Mark, do you know how many of those players that just went into the locker room think that they're going to play in the NBA? And I said, no. And he said, almost all of them. And he said, do you know how many will play in the NBA? And I said, I didn't want to insult his team, so I said I didn't know. But he said none. He said 2 or 3 of them will play in Europe. None of them are playing in the NBA, but they think they're playing in the NBA. Which brings me to, I think it's a sad state of affairs that a lot of guys think that they're going to play professionally, and they're not. And they get caught somewhere in the middle of having reasonable dreams of playing in the NFL, but they fall short, and then they don't prepare themselves for the rest of life.
Right. Yes.
What you're bringing to light is, I've been lamenting to go back to the past, where there's a connection between these players and the school. And again, we're not talking about everyone, because many of them still have that connection to school, but many of them don't. They just put on the laundry. We're rooting for laundry. But you have a great idea there, that why force them into an education that is impractical for many of them.
Right. Not everyone should be in college. It's not for a lot of people who are even there, let alone those, so.
And you know what? For some of those athletes, even if you offer them a trade school route, they're going to blow it off and they're not going to apply themselves. But that's at least their decision.
Right.
Give them the opportunity to apply themselves and to find a trade. Absolutely. That's a great idea. Still, they can still represent the Ohio State University, or fill in the blank of whatever school we're talking about. But yeah, connect them to the local plumbers, carpenters school there. That could be a subsidiary of sorts to the university.
I hope that, I think maybe this is the era that could finally happen, Mark.
I love that.
We were pretending for all these years that everyone should be in college. That's silly, and we've learned that's not true for even non-football players. But so that's not the path toward success in this world. And if it ever was, it's been 30 years. It hasn't been. So
If I was coming up right now, Yakov, I don't think I would go to college.
I probably won't either. I'm glad I have a nephew that is 18, another one's 21. Neither of them went or won't go. They're doing fine with the things they're doing, and I'm happy. I'm not their father; I'm their uncle. But I mean, I'm happy they didn't go, and they're doing just fine without it. And neither one of them were fitting for college. 20 years ago, they're both from an upper middle class background. People would have said, "Your dad's pretty well off, not well off, but upper middle class. You grew up in a suburban area. You got to go to college. If you don't, you're a loser." And they didn't do that. My sister and brother-in-law knew that wasn't for them. They're not academics. And thank God they were not steered towards something that was a waste of time and money for them. And they're doing much better with what they're doing.
My daughter went to the University of Rhode Island. That was the right direction for her. She's in PR and marketing.
Yeah.
She needed to do that. She's doing great. She's got a great career going. My son chose not to go to college. I did not mind that whatsoever. I just wanted to make sure that he was going to apply himself to something, which he did. He's now a very successful dog trainer that owns his own business, runs his own business.
That's great.
And thumbs up to him. He avoided that complete waste of time and money.
That's right, Mark. You're a good father. I know they made their own choices, but I'm sure you gave them good direction. You gave them good support, I should say. Good direction and support.
Well, I appreciate you, Yakov. It's great to see you.
Mark, I'll let you go. You have more people, but and by the way, I want you to be successful in life. I don't want you to waste all your spend all your money on this. I want you to be successful financially, and maybe 10 years from now you'll be a retired guy and you could do all this full time. But in the meantime, I want you to have the right path for you and your family financially as well. You'll contribute here when you can.
Well, thank you so much, Yakov. I appreciate what you had to say, and you were actually listening to me. I don't know how many people were out there listening at that point, but
I heard that. I
appreciate that.
Yes,
that's very nice of you.
Have a good day, Mark.
Thanks, Yakov.
Bye, Mark.
You too. We have left the call-in line there in the chat. Certainly don't be concerned with me. We'll figure out what to do. I might be digging a ditch somewhere close to you. You might see me on the side of the road somewhere at some point, but all is well. All is well. A couple other points we wanted to hit on. Let's see. We went to social media with the Twitter. Also keep in mind that our buddy Chris Sadler, SD1 Sports, who is now fully ingrained here at the Voice of College Football. Many of you are familiar with Chris from SD1 Sports. He is our content strategist and in charge of our accounting here at the Voice of College Football. He has started up our Instagram account. So we have just started that, just got into that, and we've got some pretty impressive posts already on this. So we don't want to see my Instagram, that's for sure, but that's what represented the Voice of College Football initially was my Instagram. Now you just see my nonsense here, but let's see if we can find the Voice of College Football Instagram that is very recent. Let's see if I can find it here. We've got there we go. All right. So, bam. So, I apologize for anyone who is not receiving credit based on me trying to keep track of everybody that's involved here. But I will just state Chris started the account, but we've got a couple guys working on our Voice of College Football Instagram posts here. So we've got these posts that come up every day. So this was very good. And again, I apologize to one of our new guys on our team who was at the Senior Bowl because I don't remember who that was in particular, but down at the Senior Bowl, getting some excellent interviews that we posted and really got us revved up on our Instagram. So we got interviews with guys like Jalen Milroe and Dylan Gabriel's there, Donovan Edwards, Jackson Dart. So please check that out. Follow us on Instagram. Same thing on Facebook. We will call up the Facebook page as well. Again, I can steer clear of my personal Facebook. You can always follow me over there if you want to, but that's kind of a waste of time. Don't think you want to do that. You may see some stuff you don't want to see. Who knows? But who knows what has sparked my interest that particular day. But there we go. There is the Facebook page here at the Voice of College Football. This is something we haven't necessarily built out. So there was a time, let's see, this was about 3 or 4 years ago, and probably time is slipping away from me. It might be 5 or 6 years ago at this point, where on Facebook and Instagram, we had about 2,000 followers on each. And then we had a Facebook mishap, and who knows what happened. Some people think that it was inadvertent, and other people think that they intentionally kicked me off. But anyway, we had to restart our Facebook and our Instagram. So there's the Facebook at the Voice of College Football. So please check it out right there. And we don't necessarily have a strategy for this right now, but there you see our last Miami show. So we just kind of post whatever at this point. So there's no real strategy or purpose for the Facebook, but that's something we need to apply here in the next year. I talked about merchandise. Again, just put it on the list of things that at one point we had the merchandise rolling pretty well. We mentioned our buddy Joey Foster, and we thank Joey for all that he's done here at the Voice of College Football. And it's a situation where Joey and his wonderful wife, Yvette, are having some health issues and a tough time. So please keep Joey in your thoughts and prayers. But we need to restart our merchandise as well. Thank you so much out of Breakaway 34. Yes, the Instagram looks good. Thank you for that. Yakov. Only good things for Mark Rogers and family. Thank you so much for that, Yakov. I appreciate you. Team channels. Let's just run through them. So for anyone who has yet to show up that leads our team channels, let's go through the ones that are active and have weekly shows. Oh, here's a good one right here. Nebraska. We've got Justin, we've got Brian, and they deliver Nebraska football talk every Tuesday night. That's at 7 Eastern time, so check it out. This is one of our strongest channels, Nebraska football. There it is with Justin and with Brian. And again, that is every Tuesday. We also have, as we take you down the list of channels, look at all these channels. Now look at YouTube. Can you see off to the far right? Look at this. So these are the Voice of College Football channels that are established. Now, many of them are dormant right now. That we just established the channel. We just started the channel as a placeholder, hoping to get something generated at some point when we find hosts and we kick it into gear. But YouTube does not order these channels alphabetically. They do not order them based on when they were created. So it takes like 4 years to find a channel. Like if somebody says, go to the Ole Miss channel, I'm like, huh? Where is it? Okay. So anyway, there's the Nebraska channel. Then the next channel that's worth a darn at this point would be Notre Dame. And we've got a Notre Dame show that just started a few weeks ago with our guy, Patrick. He's doing a heck of a job on the Notre Dame channel. So check that out as well with Patrick. And keep in tune with the schedule that I post here on the main channel every day. And also on the Twitter account that Jackson posts our schedule every day, because off the top of my head, I cannot remember when these shows are. but we will show you that schedule here soon. But as for right now, the Notre Dame show is every week. And again, we are happy to get Notre Dame cranked up. We also have Missouri, got a Missouri channel, and that show is with Zach Ramelis, and I believe that's on Monday as well. And Zach might be on the air right now on the Missouri channel. So we need some help on the Missouri channel. Zach's doing a heck of a job, and he's got his show on Monday, and we only have 9 subs. So if you like Missouri football, don't go to these channels, please. I used to tell you people this, and it was the wrong thing to say. So I used to say, just go over there and subscribe. Don't subscribe because you're going to be empty calories for these channels because you're not going to watch Missouri football, for example, and you're an empty sub. And basically, we're telling YouTube that we have empty subs. But if you like Missouri football, if you think you'll enjoy it, get over there and subscribe. We also have Illinois. And again, you guys are going to think I'm a horrible owner when I forget these people's names, but we have grown so fast and added so many people. So we've got an Illinois host that just started this week. He just started his first show. And I don't know when that show is, but again, we're going to check out the schedule here in just a second. But we've got an Illinois show now every week as well. Check that out. Of course, maybe our buddy Corey Brad is going to stop by tonight. I don't know what he's got going tonight, but of course, this is one of the staples of the Voice of College Football is our Iowa show that we've done about, we're up to about 180 episodes, I believe, with Corey Brada. So Corey and I get together every Tuesday night at 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central to talk Iowa football. And certainly want to highlight Corey's work. It's at From the Hawkeye of the Storm. Corey's the best. He's exceptional. We're happy to have him. Corey found me about 3 to 4 years ago, and we built up the Iowa channel, and he built up his channel, and I think he just hit 10,000 subs on From the Hawkeye of the Storm. So again, Corey and I get together every Tuesday at 5:30 Eastern. We've got a Big 12 channel. We've got an SEC channel. I could just keep going and going and going. I'm not going to get to every channel. Let's not do that because I want to show you the channel schedule. It doesn't do a whole lot of good just to check out these channels and to look at the channel page unless I see something here. All right, good enough. Let's check out the schedule so you guys know what's what. And I got to be careful when I do this. I got all sorts of stuff that I throw open and I'm like, that shouldn't necessarily be out there for public consumption. But there we've got the weekly schedule. So this is the weekly schedule. Here we go. So on Sunday, you've got the Florida show with the two Tylers. The two Tylers get together every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern time. That's on the Florida show on the Florida channel. College Football After Dark, hosted by, of course, Exploring with Ben. That's at 10:30 Eastern, right here on the main channel. There you see our Monday schedule. And so we did not go live today at 4 p.m. Eastern time, but every Monday through Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern time, I do a national show right here, the College Football Show. And then at 6 Eastern, Bama Live, Texas at 7, Missouri at 7, Rutgers at 7, Notre Dame at 7:30. There it is with Patrick. Oklahoma with the two Smiths, the Sooner Smiths, Chad and Tyranny, and Ohio State Live with Garrison and Ryan. Tuesday, we've got our recruiting and portal show with Leanne and myself at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. The college football show with myself. There is the show with Corey and I talking Iowa football at 5:30 Eastern, Nebraska Live at 7, Indiana at 7, the Biggest 12 with Clint Foster at 7:30 Eastern Time. Clint's a funny guy. Check it out on the Big 12 channel. Michigan Live with John and TJ at 8, Iowa State with Levi. We heard from Levi earlier. Matt Green's got Georgia Live at 8 Eastern. Wednesday, we've got Buckeyes Live at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, hosted by yours truly. Ole Miss Live with myself, Leanne, and Ruby. We've got the college football show with me. Miami Live with Cam and I. Mountaineer Locker Room with Frank Fear on the West Virginia channel. The All In Clemson show that we talked about with Jordan Bowman. Illinois Live at 8 with Nate. USC Call-In Show with Tim. That's every Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And Tim pops up with some specialty live call-in shows as well throughout the week, depending on the news of the day concerning USC. On Thursday, again, it's the college football show. It's the Virginia Tech Live at 6:30. It's the Michigan Call-In Show at 8. It's the Ohio State Call-In Show at 8. It's the Alabama Call-In Show at 10 Eastern. Ralph's here. Trojan Fight. And Moose. Good to see Moose, as always. And Erica. Great to see Erica in the chat. And Dave E is here. Not to be confused with Dave's here. You know what? I cannot think of anything else that I need to cover. I can't. We've only been on for a little over 3 hours. I checked out. I started to listen to last year's show. This was this morning. I was making breakfast and I got up and I thought, wonder what I talked about last year. And I looked it up. I started to play it. I listened to it for about 8 minutes and couldn't stand listening to myself any longer. Don't like to hear myself. So I don't know what we talked about, but whatever we talked about last year, we talked about it for 6.5 hours. So I don't know if I just got more calls or I was more long-winded or whatever it was. There we go. Tim knows. I'm trying to be more consistent this year, Tim. So we started a show 2 weeks ago, Tim, where I am here Monday through Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Monday through Friday, every day. And basically nobody's watching yet, but we're just going to keep doing it every day, every day, every day. And hopefully somebody shows up at some point. Because I got to say, what also has not been good for this channel over the last few years is because I've been running here to do the Michigan show, over here to do the Florida State show, the Miami show, the Ohio State show, used to do the West Virginia show, used to do the Oklahoma show, used to do this show and that show and a bunch of other shows, the USC show until about 3, 4, or 5 months ago, that I ignored the main channel, the national channel, and I just did live shows whenever I felt like it, which at that point was like, okay, 10 o'clock at night, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 9 o'clock in the morning, whenever. And that's what that turned out to be, which was not necessarily the best strategy. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We also, of course, as we discussed earlier, have a Texas channel with our guy, Matthew Miller. Matthew, what's going on? Hey, Matthew.
I'm doing good. Hopefully you can hear me. My Wi-Fi is messing up. But hey, we got through our show tonight. That is the most important.
That is
the most important thing. Good.
I would argue just this one time. I would argue that it's more important for you to be here. Just this one time. Just this one time. But Anyway, Matthew, it's great to have you here. And again, Matthew and Gerald, it's every Monday at 7 Eastern on the Texas channel. What did you guys talk about tonight?
So it's actually 8 Eastern. That's the only thing that's we did change. But no, you're fine. So we talked about a lot of recruiting news because Texas has a lot of visitors lined up. I know it's a long ways away, but it's the off season. We got a lot to talk about. It's recruiting time for June. So we talked a lot about that. I don't know if you've heard the news, Mark, but this guy named Ethan Booby Feaster has been reclassified from the 2027 class to the 2026 class. He's a big time Texas kid from DeSoto. So we're talking him. And it's pretty interesting because that was like in the inner circles of Texas, we knew about the weird nickname. Well, that is the nickname that's like killing it on Twitter now because Booby Feaster.
Guess what? Thanks to Leanne Herring, who does our recruiting, and we do our show every Tuesday. I am well versed on Booby Feaster. Yes, I've known about Booby Feaster for a couple months now. Yes, we've looked at him, looked at his stats, looked at his huddle film, all of it.
Yeah, he's a special kid. So we're hoping to get him, but Gerald and I talked about that. Right now, we don't see it's in the cards just because of the amount of talent Texas does have at the wide receiver position. But he's going to be really good wherever he goes. Like I'm not one of those people that's going to hate on a kid for choosing somewhere else, especially with a big talented room like that, a wide receiver.
Very cool. So for anybody who would like to check out the Texas show, what are they typically going to find on a Monday night at 8 Eastern?
Anything that's breaking. So tonight, for the first time, the God shined upon us because whenever something breaks, I'm either at the gym, I am at work, or I'm asleep. Texas lost Terry Joseph yesterday, I believe. They replaced him today, an hour before the show went live. So that is also something we talked about with Dwayne Aquina. Mark, I don't know if you remember this, but he was at Texas for a very long time during the heydays of the Mac Brown era. He is coming back on as a secondary coach. He was there, I believe, from 2002 to 2000, I think 11 or no, 9 or 10, I believe. So he has a lot of skins on the wall. Michael Huff, Aaron Ross, Blake Gideon, Earl Thomas. He recruited and developed a lot of those guys, a couple Thorpe Award winners in there. So he is back for Texas.
Very cool. Well, we do appreciate you, Matthew. When did you start to do shows for us?
So I was just thinking about that because my first interaction with Mark was actually when I was in school, I needed to reach out to someone because I needed someone in the field that I wanted to be in, sports broadcasting or broadcasting in general. I had watched Mark for about a year or two prior. So I said, you know what? I like Mark. I enjoy his stuff. I think he does a really good job. Let me reach out to him. So I interviewed Mark, actually was our first interaction. I still have that downloaded on my laptop. It's like a 42-minute interview. Mark then wonders how I found him and all that. I told him I'm a Texas fan. He said, hey, we have a Texas channel. We shot our first video. We talked about the Eyes of Texas controversy at the time.
Okay.
And from there on out, you're like, hey, you know your stuff. Do you want to, do stuff for the Texas channel? So that was about, I think, 4 years ago now. And ever since then, I've been doing stuff for the Texas channel, and now consistently. Last summer, you asked me to start doing like more videos, try to get the content and channel up. We've been doing that for about a year. I think it'll be in May or June, and the channel's grown. I think we've grown 800 or 900 subscribers and hopefully more. And then in the year total, we're almost at 3,000. We are 5 away from 3,000. So we're hoping to get to that number. So we really appreciate any help we can get with that.
So that is all coming back to me. I recall all of that. And I would not have been able to recite that until you got started. Then I thought, yeah, I remember all that. And so I appreciate Matthew's knowledge and his ability, his communication skills, everything he's doing, and he's showing us a great work ethic. So keep in mind, everyone, that while Matthew is portraying a very positive attitude about this, it is a grind to build a YouTube channel. So some people, every so often, somebody will reach out to me, they'll DM me, and they'll go, oh, you've got this YouTube channel, and you seem to be doing great, and blah, blah, blah. And man, I'm just slugging it out, and nothing's happening. And I will show them screenshots of my channel statistics. I'll be like, this is what it was after a year. I had like 17 subs after a year. Like I had nothing for years. And then it took off. And so I'll just let them know, hey, this is a grind. You got to be consistent. College football isn't like you're producing some kind of hip hop video or something that, people are going to, there's like an audience of like 3 billion people out there that want to watch it. Sure. College football is huge to us and it is popular, but it's nowhere close to what could be gained from other avenues. So, and there's a lot of competition out there, especially as you know, from the Texas folks that are out there. The one thing that you get with Matthew and with Gerald is you get direct content and direct feedback and engagement and conversation with them. So keep that in mind, everyone.
Yeah, as our audience grows, the community grows and everything like that, we're going to have more shows. Like the more interaction we get, the more shows I'm able to produce, because then I know what you guys want to watch, one. And two, I get to talk to you guys. Like I really like to, I enjoy talking football with people that know about football or have questions about football. So I appreciate that. And yeah, it's a grind, but it's one thing, like I've said to Mark, I will continue to do this for as long as these channels exist, because I just like talking football. I don't really care about the money. Since I was 7 years old, I wanted to talk sports, period. That's what I was doing in first grade when kids probably didn't want to hear me talk sports. I was still yapping their ear off about sports and they probably got annoyed, but guess what? I still did it because I liked it. I would get up half an hour early every day before school just because, hey, I want to check out what happened the day or the night of I went to bed. I want to talk about that going into school the next day. So I really appreciate the opportunity. I love talking football with you guys. And I call it like I see it. Like I'm not someone that's going to BS about Texas. When Texas was bad, I told you they were bad. When Texas is good, I'm telling you they're good. So it's good to be living in those times now. I remember the 5-7 year with Steve Sarkisian. I remember the Charlie Strong years, and I remember the Tom Herman years. So this has been nice.
Yeah, and we were here certainly talking Texas, regardless of the record, and it had to be put together by somebody at some point. And I didn't necessarily know if Sark was going to be that guy. I certainly was skeptical on the hire. I was not predicting his failure, but I was also not predicting his success. That's for sure.
No, and I was right there with you. I think that was like our second video we ever did. I thought he was a C hire, but then I love the guys that he hired around him, and he continues to hire really good people around him. We'll see if he did that with the last 2 to 3 guys that he hired this cycle around, but he's done a very good job. I've been very pleasantly surprised with him overall. I like what he says. I like his body language. I like that he takes accountability, and we're winning. So he's really checking all my boxes.
All right, Matthew, appreciate you stopping by. And again, everyone, it's Monday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 Central, Texas Football Talk with Matthew and with Gerald.
We appreciate it, guys. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Matthew. Let's get to our next show host. We got our buddy Tim Prangley stopping by to talk some USC and talk about the Trojan Call-In show.
It's just nice. It's been a long time since I've been on here, since you made the rule about hosts not calling into the national channel. And you know what I always do? I wait until you've been on for 2 or 3 hours, because I find the best time to argue with you, Mark, is when you're tired and pissed off at me.
You have made a habit of that. No, yeah. Let's be a little bit more specific and detailed on my direction to the host. I said, if you call the show, I will not give you preferential treatment. I will put you to the back of the line, because obviously I want to open it up for the viewers to actually talk.
Oh, then I'm announcing my retirement now so I can get to the front of the line on the national channel. So I'm no longer going to be a host. So I will not be pushed to the back of the line when I want to talk to football, Mark.
That would hurt us too much. That would hurt us too much, Tim. Come on now. You are the USC channel.
No, I was just thinking about this. You know, when you said Jordan was the first one to have a show, I think that Tony and I have an argument for that one.
Uh-oh.
Because I think we actually had our first show in like August, the very end of August. And you said September 22.
Okay. I'm going to have to get into the archives, and we might have to rewrite history here.
No, but I remember Jordan. I remember having Jordan and Tony and Ben on the original Sunday night show. Yeah. And I think it was a little more factual. I think it was a little more fact flying back in the day.
It's kind of run amok. It's gone off the rails.
It's a good show. It's definitely a good way to spend your Sundays, you guys. You got to go check out
It is.
Ben
It's
and
fun.
Ben in the antics over there.
No doubt. What about
I
this
just got in.
USC show that you do?
What's that?
What about this USC call-in show that you do? What do people need to know about that?
Yeah, like I said, I'm a Mark Rogers disciple, not the reformed one, but the original one where we just kind of pop up whenever news happens. But we always appreciate. I know we always have a lot of the national people in there. I always see names. Although Erica Goldberg has not been to the show in, I don't know, months. I must have said something about the Hawkeyes at some point, so she decided she wasn't going to come anymore. But we're getting excited. You know, I think that Chad Bowman, the new GM at USC, is really kind of it's making some changes. I was joking earlier about having the number 1 class in February. That was completely a troll. Whoever's in the chat took me seriously, but it's different. It's different because we can now afford the California recruits in the Trinity League. So we're actually keeping those guys home now. So it's a better chance of us getting some solid elite recruits early in the cycle and then not having them leave sometime over the summer. So there's a lot of excitement behind the program. I do think it's gonna be a really good year for USC. However, the fact that we'll probably might be going into the year again with Jada Mayava does not really make me excited. I think we are just really an elite quarterback away from being that team this year. Hopefully Jaden can make that jump, but you know, it's putting a lot of pressure and a lot of question marks on that quarterback position. As we know, the quarterback position is the most important position on the team. And we'll see if he can clean up some of his stuff. But like what Gabe said over on Trojan Blade, usually you see that between your freshman and sophomore and junior year. You generally don't see that when you're this far into your career. So that has a lot of us worried, but I'm really excited about what the defense is doing. So yeah, you know, if the team starts winning, we could probably get the channel chugging again. We appreciate all of our big time supporters calls. And also you guys, listen, I've been missing. We haven't been getting a lot of the other teams calls. We can still get a lot of USC calls, but we used to get, Oklahoma, Iowa. We used to get Nebraska callers. We used to get calls from everywhere, but it doesn't seem like we're getting a lot of those in the off season. So feel free to stop by tomorrow night. I know you said Wednesdays, but again, we've never switcheroo. It's gonna be. We're going back to Tuesday, Thursdays.
Okay.
Hey, we gotta keep people guessing. You gotta keep people wondering what's gonna happen. This schedule things. It's kind of hard.
That's a page out of my playbook, and I don't know if that's a winning formula, but all right. Tuesday nights, everyone, 10 Eastern and 7 Pacific. Okay, 10 Eastern with Tim, and so. Yeah, what you said about Mayava's development makes total sense, and that is a trend that it's certainly been shown. But considering the state of quarterback play in the Big Ten, it's kind of surprising that it was the best league in America last year, because the quarterback play not the best, and it doesn't necessarily project to be anywhere close to the best this year. So if he can improve slightly, and with Lincoln Riley's acumen on that side of the ball, you got to have some hope that they're going to be a prolific offense.
And the receivers. I mean, there's a big portion, as you know, being an Ohio State fan, USC also usually has pretty damn good receivers as well. And sometimes those receivers, even if they're a freshman, can kind of make up for, especially early on in the season, to some of the problems you might have, the clunkiness of an offense. But yeah, no, I'm really excited. This year, but I am excited about the future. I mean, the future at quarterback for USC, just picking up, they just flipped Williams from Oregon. He's not your 5-star prototypical guy that usually USC goes after, but Lincoln Riley sees something in this guy. He does really look special on film. We'll see how he develops and where he goes in the ranks. But I really don't care. It's a guy that Riley's locking into, and I'm excited. And then Longstreet himself, the quarterback position at USC is going to get back to where, pretty much across the board, it's going to start looking like it has. So I'm excited. Fans are very excited, just like we are every year this time of year, but it is a bit different. I do like the additions that they have to the front office. I really think it took USC a couple of years. And a lot of people, a lot of SC fans and a lot of national pundits who are kind of clueless. There's this guy his name rhymes with hate. Looks like, the Mr. Clean. He's talking about how that why didn't Riley come in and make these moves right away? Why did he wait till year 2? I think either he's being obtuse or he doesn't know football. For a guy who's a national pundit, sometimes your program, you got to build your program, make it attractive. I mean, I know SC fans and maybe some of the older fans might see SC a certain way, but the coaching community, after how they kind of treated the past couple of coaches there, and the support that USC had been giving its coaches for a while, the way they were running their NIL up until just very recently was hamstringing coaches. So why are you going to go to a school if you don't think you can be successful with the way they're running it? And so I do believe that Jen Cohen was a breath of fresh air coming from Washington, and she's made wholesale changes in the athletic department. And I think now it's slowly becoming back to what USC has been known nationally. And again, pulling Chad Bowman from Notre Dame, most people probably don't understand what a pull that was. And he's kind of a relatively young guy, but to pull him away from a situation where he's very comfortable, and very successful, and then to bring him to SC was a coup. And I think this year and going forward, it's going to pay dividends.
Do you have any idea what the draw was or how they were able to make that happen?
It's USC, baby. Come on. It's USC.
Okay.
Okay. So he's a Southern California guy.
Yeah. Okay.
Southern California guy. And Mark, you've even begrudgingly admitted yourself that if USC is running the right way,
begrudgingly? No, I just flat out state this.
No, I like the best of you, Mark. I like the best of you. If USC is being run the right way, it can run with any program in the country. It's one of those 5 or 6 schools that if you have the right leadership, the right coach, you can't stop them.
I've stated it more emphatically than that. I've stated it: John McKay at his best, John Robinson at his best, Pete Carroll at his best, that USC's best, very best, most elite teams and NFL talent have been better than anybody in the country.
And let's see if they can do that in this new day and age, because it's different.
Yes.
It's different demographics, different rules. I think, and I don't know if you remember this, but so we were talking about, when did you start first watching? I first started watching Voice College Football in about 2019. I was probably to chat a little bit. I became a big mouth in the end of 2021-ish, and then I joined you in 2022. And I said way back then, Mark, I don't know if you remember, I would call in because I was always a bit myopic about the Big Ten. I admit that. I mean, about the Pac-12 right now, I admit that, and kind of just harping on the SEC. And I did say this. I said the whole thing with the transfer portal and NIL is going to completely change the advantages that you have down south. And we're looking at the top players in the South now. They are not stacking on the defensive line at Georgia. They're not in the secondary at Alabama. They're not in the backfield, the wide receiver position at LSU. They're getting spread out throughout the country. And those two factors, and I said it back then, and I'm saying even louder now, is evening the playing field now that everybody's being paid. Sorry, Jareel. That's
a great point. It is. And I do remember those conversations, and I remember you making those points as this has been rolling out with the NIL. Erica, thank you so much for the contribution, says here, Tim, you didn't say anything about Iowa to me, but I heard you and Mark debated about if USC or Iowa was better this past season. I think that debate was prior to the season. Now, at the conclusion of the season, who knows who was better? They only had a 1-game different record, and USC obviously played a more difficult schedule.
I think a lot of people also forget that USC and scoreboard, and it matters. Yeah. But a lot of people that don't follow USC closely wouldn't know that USC over the course of the season lost its primary defensive interior guy. Before the season, the Rakes debacle, and then they had Deshaun Lafitte. That was three nose tackles, 3-0 techniques they lost that they were counting on. They had Kobe Pepe, who, by the way, had Eric Henderson. If you want to talk about development, Moose, I saw you were talking development earlier in the chat. Turned a guy from Bosco who had a lot of talent, but he was kind of undersized. Did not have good hands, did not have good feet, turned him into, a very serviceable player that Kobe kind of shut down your guys' running game, except for one long run in the second half of that game. So, and that's the issue with USC is we just did not have the depth. But USC, if you saw it, would fall apart late in the fourth quarter. They had all the pieces, but they'd fall apart late in the quarter. Why? Because they just lacked that depth. Now the defensive line is probably the strength of this team. Probably outside of wide receiver, I'd probably say it's the strongest position on the team. Yeah. All the way along the line.
I will say now that I'm no longer on the USC channel, although of course I still technically own it, so I guess I could jump on there at any point. I don't know if I would be welcome, but
come on down, Mark.
I certainly stated, and I try to cut it straight. And am I wrong at times? Absolutely, I'm wrong at times. That I thought USC was going to have a slightly better season, but when I predicted USC to finish 8-4 this year, my goodness, I thought I was going to get tarred and feathered by your crew over there. And I turned out to be a little optimistic. Now, I will say to balance out the record, and you said off the bat, you said the record is all that there is, and that's what how we evaluate these teams first and foremost. But to look beyond that, it's kind of difficult to find a team anywhere close to USC's record in America that beat the likes of LSU, Texas A&M, took Penn State to overtime. There's no doubt if you watch USC football, and I watched them probably 8 times this year, they were much better than a 7-6 football team. Absolutely. And, played Notre Dame to a situation in which Mayava was throwing the ball in the red zone down by a touchdown, ready to tie the game in the fourth quarter with about 3 minutes left before he threw a pick six, and that imploded.
I honestly think that Notre Dame game was the one game where USC was outclassed. I mean, we kept it close, but that entire game, you just had the vibe that, USC was just kind of hanging on for life support. Riley Leonard just had a hell of a game. I mean, he really actually towards the end of that season really turned it up a notch, and that definitely showed against USC at home. I'll be interested. I'll be interested to see again if Mayava could be, because he has all the physical skills. Again, it's just a pre-snap. It's his progressions. It's whatever he does. He gets happy feet and does these pirouettes and starts I think he thinks he's Caleb Williams, and gets himself into trouble and gets these 20-yard sacks and stuff. If he could iron that stuff out and just play within himself, I really think that USC could be trouble, but I don't think that we're going to push for the conference. Now, you give us, there's rumors of an SEC quarterback that's been rolling around for a while, and I would not be surprised if it happened. They've been talking South Carolina. Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble with the South Carolina guys. But I'm not going to start rumors. But anyway, there's a lot of talk about there's a couple of people that USC is looking at in the spring portal. Rumors on that. If USC could land that kind of quality player in the spring portal, then USC will push with his defense, with our wide receivers, with this offense. Also, Mark, I've been talking about it for about 3 years now. And now these guys are all like redshirt sophomores and juniors on that offensive line. This is going to be one of the better offensive lines in the Big Ten this year.
You would not happen to be talking about the starting quarterback at South Carolina? Are you talking about the transfer from Ohio State?
No, I am rumoring. Yeah, I'm talking about Sellers.
Okay.
Yeah, you give us Sellers. Well, then we are. I think we're one of the favorites to win the Big Ten if we got Sellers with Pete Carroll. With the coaching staff that we have going right now, with Riley having a toy like that to play, the problem with it, there's strong wind on that. Has that name ever been brought up? No, but it's been narrowed down. And there's certain quarterbacks in the SEC that are not leaving. It would be impossible. But the names that were named, I think he's probably the most likely. So we will see. That is a complete rumor. I'm just spreading it so I can make Jordan happy out there and make Todd Gwynn upset. that's really all I'm doing right now. So
nice.
So, I can't wait. I can't wait for the season. I can't wait for, I really can't wait for spring ball, to be honest with you. I'm really excited about get out spring ball. It's one of my favorite times of the year. You can see these young guys. USC's talent is on the younger end side, of the roster. So really, really interested to see. There's going to be a very steep learning curve for a couple of guys at linebacker and corner if SC's can be successful.
All right, Tim. Good to see you. I'm glad you decided to jump on. I think I needed to
I
provide
should
a
have
little
waited longer.
encouragement.
I need grumpy Mark when I come on. I need to wait till you've been on for 4 hours and you've had like Chris Foot for an hour and then Caden the Man for another 40 minutes.
Man.
And then I hop on, right? That is the perfect, guys. If you ever want to get Mark at his best, wait till the 4th hour, and you could tell he's wanting to get off for 45 minutes, and then call it, and then argue with him, because that's always my recipe for disaster. But thanks for having me on, Mark. Thanks for giving me a voice on your channel for what, 3 years now? Wow. Yeah,
It's been my pleasure, Tim. It has been great to have you as a friend and a great host here.
All right. Well, fight on, everybody, and I'll see you guys all later.
Thanks, Tim. I get grumpy? Huh? What? Me? Really?
Well dressed.
Right. Dr. Buckeye, what are you in the middle of?
Well, I was watching your show tonight. Actually, I got my Ohio State National Championship T-shirt on, Mark.
Nice.
I had to go shopping to represent the national champion Buckeyes, the program that has won a national championship in each of the last 3 decades, may I add. By the way, one of only 3 programs to win 3 national championships since the start of the BCS era, joining LSU and Alabama, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Mark?
True. Yes.
We only state facts around here. By the way, nice sport coat, Mark. My
I
compliments.
appreciate it.
There you go. Looking good. So
I've had this forever, and I actually had to cut the tags off of it. I had not worn it and figured, hey, let's wear the thing.
Nice. Was that like a JCPenney special or something you got going there,
Are you
buddy?
going to be the second person to say that? Based on what I paid for it, I hope it wasn't from JCPenney's, because the tags were still on it. And I thought, really? I paid this?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you got some of that ESPN dough. It might be Hugo Boss or something like that. You might be like upscale there, Mark. I don't know.
Yeah. That money's going away.
I always thought you were just independently wealthy. That's how you were doing this thing, Mark. To be fair,
That's what I keep telling myself.
All right. So I was going to talk to you about the channel, since that is the discussion that we're having.
It really is. We've delved into football, and I warded that off, and I had promised not to talk any football, but I've allowed myself to, but that's okay.
So I stepped out, so I haven't gotten a chance to catch a lot of the show. So if if other people have kind of brought up a few of these ideas, I saw my man Yakov on the show earlier, and he, kind of gravitates to some old school stuff and, things from the past. And, I'm partial to that too. I was going to ask you, have you done, and maybe this has been used a lot, I know it was used by your former network, what about like the lists? What about the lists? Like the top 10 this, the top 20 this, like greatest games, greatest teams, greatest coaches, shows like that are, dedicated to that. Maybe that's a played out theme, I know, but it does offer interesting debate. That's where I was going with that.
Yeah. So in the past, I've either produced videos or done live streams where I've shown my 1 through 133 program rankings or my coaches rankings or those sorts of things. As you're talking, David, I'm going to look up my list of content ideas and we'll see what we've got here.
Okay. Because I'm like you. I get nostalgic, Mark. I know you have that nostalgic bone to you a little bit, and like how we, talk about sometimes greatest teams, greatest games would be really interesting. I always thought that would, like, each decade, or greatest games from the playoff era, or greatest games per decade, or something like that. That would be an interesting, because not a lot of people do that. They always do coaches, they do teams, Heisman winners. There would be another thought too, by the way, greatest Heisman seasons of all time.
Greatest Heisman seasons, or we could also talk about players that did not deserve their Heisman.
There you go. You can see that. I know you're on that 2015 train right there, Mark.
I am.
That's in your wheelhouse there. Mine would be, what about Keith Byers, 1984, Mark?
He probably deserved the Heisman. I would have to look at Doug Flutie's season again. And of course, we're talking about a quarterback versus a running back for Ohio State, meaning that even though Byers was exceptional, you plug in a decent running back at Ohio State on one of the 10 best teams in the country versus what Doug Flutie did at Boston College. I get the Heisman vote, but Flutie won that Heisman with the Hail Mary throw.
Yeah, did the Phelan pass basically win it for him, Mark? I mean, he doesn't win it without the pass to Phelan.
No.
Which you think is overrated, by the way, don't you, Mark?
Absolutely,
You think that play is overrated?
How many times this season do we see that type of pass completed?
Yeah. No, I hear you. I mean, well, you know what the best one is. You know what my all-time favorite Hail Mary is, don't you, Mark?
Hang on. Are we talking college football or NFL?
College football, of course.
Well, then it's got to be Cordell Stewart.
70 yards in the air to Michael Westbrook. I watched that game to beat the team up north in the big house. That was a great one, Mark. You have to say that. To our team up north fans in the chat, I'm sure they love that one.
See, I can't tell you how I responded at the time. I would love to know because... See, when it comes to you, you know exactly how you responded to that.
Yeah.
I don't know how I responded. I may have laughed and cheered and done everything that you did, or my response may have been more calculated, like, no, I don't like to see Big Ten teams lose non-conference games, and I wanted Michigan to win. I don't know.
Yeah. That's one of my but just the sheer throw of that one. I mean, it's 70 yards in the air. I think Ty Law was right down there. Couldn't even break it up. I think he got it over him for that touchdown.
Oh, it's a great play.
Yeah.
It's a much better play than the Flutie play.
Yeah. Yeah, against the average Miami team. Miami wasn't even that good that year. That was that Kozar Miami team.
Well, those two the Colorado-Michigan teams that played on that day, they didn't necessarily factor into any national championship races.
No, Colorado did. They went 11-1 that year, Mark.
Well, they won. Rashaan Salam won the Heisman Trophy. Did they go 11-1?
Yeah, they only lost to Nebraska that year in '94.
Okay. Can't say that I really remember much about that Colorado team. Yes, 11-1. They lost to Nebraska 34-7.
Yeah, Nebraska was thumping everybody that year. Yeah. Although I still think Penn State deserved that share that year. Yeah. I see. Now that's the other show that I like. How's that for segue? That leads me into another thing: the Disputed National Champions, which I think is a great show. By the way, is still any truth to the fact that Chris Foote will be writing the foreword for the 1980s, the next chapter of the Mark Rogers National Championship books? Any truth to that?
I don't know that I've got a copy editor that would be able to handle that.
Hey, I'm just trying to get Chris some work here. You know what I mean? Help him out, you know? You could write the forward for the... See, I was thinking that you could do this for like per a decade, Mark. You could do like 80s, maybe 70s, you know?
I would
parlay this, you know?
I would write this baby again.
Yeah.
70s, 80s, 60s on back and forward. Absolutely.
There you go.
This doesn't necessarily need to be a one-time deal. Actually, the deal that I struck with the self-publishing company was, in fact, with a thought that, hey, this is only going to pay off for me if I continue to write books.
That's right. That's right. See,
you know who wrote the foreword to this one?
I do not. Did Dace? Were you going to tell me Dace? I knew you were going to say Dace. You were probably going to say Dace.
Yes, Steve Dace.
Dace wrote the foreword. Wow.
You nailed it.
Geez. Good to see you gave him some work, Mark. You threw him a bone.
I did.
Yeah, you were his emotional support after he wanted to fire his coach for like 4 years there, by the way, which he did, by the way. We've got the tapes.
We do, in fact.
Yeah, he wanted to fire his coach for 3 years. By the way, he wanted to fire Ryan Day. How'd that work out? He won the national championship, by the way.
He did. He did.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say, like Disputed National Champions, games would be interesting. Coaches, I mean, that's kind of one that's been done there before. You know, maybe, you know, teams, you know, debatable seasons, teams, you know, always are interesting, ranking the greatest college football teams of all time.
So,
some people, Go ahead.
Look at this list here. Let me read down this list, David. And this
Sure.
won't necessarily all be historical because this is just basically topic ideas. Schedule previews, obviously, transfer rankings by position, coaches rankings, program rankings, top 25 before spring, after spring, all-time program rankings, which I am stocked and ready to deliver. Big Ten versus the SEC, meaning you see the SEC, you see the Big Ten, you look at hypothetical matchups, and then maybe tie that also into whatever SEC Big Ten games are going to be played this season. Alabama, Wisconsin, Ohio State, Texas, Michigan, Oklahoma. Those three come to mind. They might be the only three. Then you can do the same with the other conferences. Top 10 rankings for every year that I used to do with every position.
Right.
Ranking the CFP national champions.
Yeah. There you go.
Best teams not to win the national championship.
2015 Ohio State, Mark. There you go.
Surprise
1998 Ohio State. I got two candidates.
Yep. Surprise teams for 2025. Teams primed to fail in 25. Win totals, of course, for the betting angle. TV ratings, which we do. More scheduling discrepancies, which we matched up Texas and Oklahoma. Some people enjoyed that video. My CFP proposal. So I still need to get on that in regards to how I've done that in the past, but now that we're in this new proposal stage, I should knock that out. The Heisman odds with our buddy Steve Merrill, Heisman dark horses. I'll add to that what you were talking about with the best Heisman Trophy winners of all time, and then also maybe those that did not deserve the Heisman Trophy, maybe going through the schedule week by week, breakdown, national championship reset, which we already do here, and we will start that at some point where we go through each season and we right the wrongs of the votes.
How about
that looks like what we've got there? Yes.
Did you do over and under win totals like going into the season, or have you gone into that subject? I think it's in more the betting realm. But
Base got me into that because I had never done that, and he does it, and I did it for a few years, and I was pretty good.
Yeah.
I was decent. I would have made money,
right?
But I didn't do that last year. I do not believe.
See, I'm on Florida, by the way, over 6.5 this year.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on Florida over 6.5 this year. I think Lagway leads them to at least 7 wins this year. At least 7 wins.
I'll have to check out the win totals. I've not looked at them.
One other thing. Do you do the individual position rankings going into the season? Top 10 quarterbacks, running backs, so on and so forth.
There have been times that I have, and there's been a couple of years I got to every position. There have been other years I just did 2 or 3 and didn't get to the other ones, but I typically hit those. Yes.
It's a thought one. I mean, you could do them, but you could also break that down per a conference too. You know what I mean? It doesn't just necessarily need to be nationally.
I have done that. Yes.
Okay. I mean, there's a thought like that's something that you probably do towards August as we get closer to the season.
Yes. Lindy's called me last year, and I ended up writing their ACC all conference teams.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
I authored their first, second, and third teams. Now, that was a bigger project than I anticipated because if you think about it, first, second, and third teams, that's 22 players per. That's 66 players.
Right.
You got to go through the initial teams from last year and figure out who's coming back and who's not.
Right.
And that's even difficult to look up because there's conflicting information about who declared for the draft and who didn't. And then, that took a lot of research, but it was a lot of fun, and it helped me get prepared for ACC play.
See, I like Lindy's. It still doesn't hold a candle to our guy Phil Steele, which is still the gold standard, right, of college football previews. I would say the other thing too. Now, here's the thing too, Mark. Are we the spring games? Are we going the way of eliminating the spring games? By the way, what do you think?
Well, I got to think that the more blue bloods are doing it, that more teams are going to, and as more coaches circulate to other programs, Yeah. I can't imagine that there is that much paranoia out there, but there obviously is, that they're putting that type of information out there. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, see, what I was so if I were to parlay, because this your spring coverage is a big part of what you do. So I'm wondering how that's gonna, you could tie that also back into how that could affect the channel too, right?
Well, it does not affect the channel in a positive way, because when we
Right.
got spring games, then we don't get a decent audience together to talk about the spring game.
Weren't they talking about doing some kind of like drills, or I've heard like all kinds of things floated out there. I know Ohio State has, talked about it too. I mean, the spring game is just, it really is just glorified, flag football or
It's
touch
terrible.
football. I mean,
But as long as you know that's what's coming, as long as the TV
Yeah.
network is really good at producing a TV show, then it's
Right.
still entertaining. Because I go back to Dabo when it comes to spring games, because I think Clemson does it better than anyone in regards to turning it into well, this is more on ESPN, but because they got Dabo to work with, and I love to hear from Dabo. I can listen to Dabo talk more than any college football coach in America.
I didn't know that you were that much of a Dabo fan.
I love Dabo. He's my favorite coach. He is my favorite coach.
Jeez.
Dabo is, and the Boise State coach. Can't think of his name off the top of my head. Those two guys are my favorite coaches.
Okay. Gosh, I never would have guessed Dabo would have been one of your favorite coaches.
I love Dabo. Jordan Bowman, if you're still watching, you know that. I love Dabo Sweeney. Love him.
I don't know. Initially, kind of his, down home, shtick, I thought was kind of endearing. I don't know. Maybe it got old after a while for me. I don't know.
And then also PJ Fleck.
Yeah, row the boat.
I'm a big PJ Fleck guy.
Row the boat. Yeah. I see. I just like the good. I just appreciate who's like a good coach and good at their job. I tell you, I still think it's going to do a good job in the Big Ten is Matt Rule. I think Matt Rule's just a solid football coach.
Yeah, I like Matt Rule. But getting back to the spring practice part of this, or the spring game, what you just described in terms of doing drills, Florida State already does that. They've been doing that for years. And Michigan State does it. If you check out their spring game on the Big Ten Network, there's no game there. They just run drills. They've done that. It's rather boring, but the games are terrible. And again, you just got to produce it like a TV show and mic up the coach and get the talent down there on the field and do position battle previews and all of that business.
See, I think that most people want to see it because they want to see their younger players, particularly their quarterbacks. Sure. I mean, that would be the big thing being an Ohio State fan this year, is you want to see the new quarterbacks play coming into the season and see how they spin it. And, granted, it's just kind of a glorified practice. And like I said, at basics, maybe two-hand touch or, type football, but still, it's helpful, though, from that perspective. I kind of like it when they're on the field interviewing the coaches, though. I do like that feedback that you're talking about. Yeah. I agree with that.
You would have Herb Street down there and somebody else. And
Klatt, stun it.
Yes. Yes. And yes, Erica, I knew I would strike a nerve with you talking about PJ Fleck. He hates PJ.
Some people, he rubs people the wrong way from time. There's a lot of people. Yeah, he cuts both ways.
I love the way Dace describes him. I think he calls him a Pentecostal youth pastor.
Some would say snake oil salesman too, Mark. I've heard that, kind of to describe it too. Well, that's another subject I was going to broach, Mark. What about guests upcoming for Mark Rogers in the voice of college football? Are we going to be able to see players, coaches? Is there a possibility of that down the road?
So it's a bit surprising to a certain extent that when we had far less subscribers, I used to reach out to coaches, and it's extremely difficult to get coaches. And the most prominent ones I've had are guys like Sonny Dykes, Gary Anderson. I'm trying to think who else has been on here that has a bit of a name. Anyway, Jake Dickert at Washington State. It's just
Yeah.
not worth my time. It just takes forever to write and get back and forth. And you write like 50 letters and you get one response and all that. Yeah, it's just not something I want to get into. If somebody wants to take that on for me or to track down these players, but it's just not worth my time.
Didn't you say you interviewed Justin Fields a few years back, Mark?
Yes.
When he was like a recruit, if I'm not mistaken, right, Mark?
Yes.
Okay. See, that might be an easier thing too. You might have an easier time getting the recruits than you would maybe, let's say, the active, current college players, though, maybe.
Well, that's why we've got people like Leanne Herring. She's got us
Wow.
2 Ole Miss commits, and she's working on a 3rd or 4th,
Oh,
and she's able to because she's in the recruiting game. But for
okay.
me, it's just basically reaching out on Twitter, and they respond most of the time. Yeah, again, the bottom line, it's a waste of my time.
Okay. I mean,
It is. It's just a waste of my
okay.
time.
See, with the coaches, I was going to say you probably have a better chance of getting retired coaches to come on, maybe.
But that might surprise some people that, okay, I know he's not a household name, but still, if you like college football, the last coach that I talked to, I remember, was Jake Dickert, Washington State. Okay. You're talking about a Pac-12 coach. This is about 3-4 years ago. Not that many people watched it. I don't think that many people cared. The one before that is we had Neil Brown on. I don't know that got that many views. I don't remember. But again, it's just, it's not worth my time.
Okay.
It's not worth my time.
I was going to suggest your old buddy Jackie Sherrill. Don't you got some pull there, Mark? You covered Jackie Sherrill back in his Mississippi State days.
Yeah, so maybe you weren't listening. This was probably at least an hour ago. I was talking about my career trek.
Yeah.
More so Tommy Tuberville. I still, trade messages with Tommy Tuberville once in a great while.
Okay. And any truth to are we still working on Klatt? We still working on the announcers too, Mark? Or where are you at with
when you brought up guests?
Yes.
So since I'm doing this daily show Monday through Friday, of course we've got our typical people that we tap here, but I would like to go beyond that, break down some walls.
Okay.
Go and grab some people. So those kind of people are more accessible, I think, if people that watch the show actually pepper them more so than me.
See, well, by the way, any truth to if Klatt made it a package deal with him and Gus Johnson to appear at the same time, you wouldn't let him come on the show?
So I somewhat regret, just like I somewhat regret unveiling that I'm an Ohio State fan. I was going to go into that.
Don't
tonight,
do that.
because I wish I would have kept that under wraps because I was much more effective. I feel bad about the whole Gus Johnson take because from everything I know, Gus Johnson is a heck of a human being. He's just not very good at his job.
Oh, geez.
So I have been asked that question, and therefore I was transparent. And now that I have been, a number of people now want to hear me rant and diss Gus Johnson, which that's not what I'm here to do. If I had Gus Johnson on, see, I would be between a rock and a hard place concerning Gus Johnson, because I would, of course, be very respectful of him and conduct an interview. But half the people be in the chat going, Mark's a phony. He's not ripping on Gus Johnson. Well, of course, I'm not going to do that. I do not think he's good at his job.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you've offered your opinion many a times, and it's not positive. That's for sure. A couple last ones. I think he's really good, and I think you might be able to score this one. What about Greg McElroy, who I think is doing a solid job at ESPN? By the way,
I love Greg McElroy.
McElroy's been good, yeah.
Yeah, probably now is the time to go get those guys between now and July.
Yeah, no, I think McElroy would be good. I have a suggestion. A good friend of mine has started an Ohio State channel. He's starting to get more and more subscribers. His name it's called Juck on Bucks.
Okay. he's going to be teaming up with some of our guys on a new show on the Ohio State channel.
Oh,
I don't know him personally. I don't know anything about him, but he comes highly recommended. So
yeah, was working at one time with Zach's channel over at Menace. So a friend of mine went to school with him. Good guy, does a good job with his show. Covers Ohio State wall to wall. Great guy. Would be do some good work. So
when I first started this, I had a number of people that told me that I should focus exclusively on Ohio State and that I would build a big following if I just went fully focused on Ohio State. And that would just bore me to death. I couldn't do that.
Well, I mean, I like that. I do both. Obviously, I always follow Ohio State. They're my favorite team, but I like listening to college football at large. Have you had Paid on, by the way?
Twice.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
It's been a long time, and I think the last time I reached out to him, he didn't respond. Which that doesn't mean he won't be on. That doesn't mean he is dissing me. Maybe he is. I don't know. Because I've certainly had people reach out to me and I missed it and didn't get back. And I'm sure his DMs are flooded.
Nobody rocks a medium shirt like Josh. No, I'm kidding. No, Josh is in good shape.
Yes, absolutely is.
I'm just joking.
I think he is. Yeah.
No,
sure.
No, he's a good guest. But hey, I just some
Absolutely.
ideas I wanted to throw out there as far as like guests and for the future. I love the show. And will always be a supporter. Mark Rogers. Did you even talk about your Channel 23 news experiences prior, by the way? Did you get into
I did not get to
Come
that.
on now.
I rushed right past that.
Let's
Channel
shout out Phil
23.
Ferguson while you're at
man.
it. Your man.
Before we get back to that, David, real quick.
Yeah.
I was thinking about guys like Pete Thamel, those kind of guys as well. Yeah. Going after those kind of people.
What about Wetzel?
Yes.
Dan Wetzel?
Dellinger, all those guys. McMurphy. Now, we do have Bill Bender from the Sporting News come on during the season, and he's willing to come on anytime.
Oh, I get two more. What about Andy Staples and Ari Wasserman?
Your audience might be a little bit surprised.
Yeah.
So a couple other guys that you just mentioned, and Staples and Wasserman, I couldn't pick those guys out of a lineup. Now, I'm not saying that I would not be honored to have them on here, but I don't watch this stuff.
Oh,
I don't watch these people at all. No one we just mentioned. Have I ever read an article or watched any of them?
I got one more. He's doing a really good pod. It's in Ohio State, but then he also does national. You probably heard of him, Doug Maurice.
Never heard of him.
He used to work for the Plain Dealer and cover the Buckeyes. He does a show with Bill Landis called Kings of the North, where this would get Darreel's goat. He's basically tells the South they can cram it and why the North is so good at football.
Okay.
It's dedicated to Northern football. And it's kind of a celebration of Northern football. It's a really good show. They're Ohio State guys. They also do a Kings of Columbus for Ohio State. But then they also, talk about like just dedicated to Northern football. Because North is king right now, Mark.
Right now. Do you remember Jeff Morganti?
That name rings a bell.
So the reason it rings a bell is you're taking me back to Channel 23. He is the guy that I interned under. He was the sportscaster. He was the sports director at Channel 23 in 1990 when I was here. I don't remember if Phil Ferguson, I think he was after Jeff Morganti. So I met Phil Ferguson, but I don't remember much about it. Like personally, I don't remember much about him. I remember him being on air. Yeah.
Yeah, he's still doing radio in the area.
Really?
Oh yeah, Phil's still on there. WNIR. Yeah, Phil's still doing sports talk. I'm surprised you haven't connected still, Mark. I mean, it's all blast from the past.
Ferguson, Pete. Do you remember Pete Michael?
Yes,
I do. Weekend guy.
Okay, I do remember Pete Michael. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we were not best buddies or anything, but yeah, Pete Michael.
Yeah. You remember some of the local Bruce Drennan? Does that name ring a bell?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Bruce is still doing work in the area.
I'll roll out my Bruce Drennan impersonation. I remember when he used to set up Joe Tate on the Indians broadcast. So he did the analysis,
Right.
and Joe Tate, of course, did the play-by-play on the radio, and then he switched to TV, channel 43, and Bruce Drennan would do the lineups, and then at the end of giving the Indians lineup, he'd go, and with the play-by-play, here's Joe Tate. And then it was from that gravel to, thank you, Bruce. Welcome to Cleveland Indians baseball.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
Well, we had some
and
good
Bruce Drennan had a show called All Bets Are Off, and that was after his little run-in with the law.
Yeah, because he had to serve some time, actually. Poor Bruce. If he'd have waited a few years, you get FanDuel and you get all this DraftKings, he would have avoided time in the clink. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I was the first call on his show the day that Bernie Kosar got cut from the Browns by Belichick.
Oh, 1991. 1993. Okay.
Yeah, because he went
and then he went to Dallas.
Yeah, he backed up Aikman that year.
Yeah,
won a Super Bowl.
Played in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah. Yeah, that was I hated the way Belichick did that. But by the way, I always get curdle when people say that Bill Belichick is a genius, because I watched him for 4 years here and nobody called him a genius then, by the way.
No. And that was in favor of Todd Philcox, correct?
Yeah, Todd Philcox, and then Vinny eventually took over the job.
Yeah.
His former Miami,
the season that I was at Channel 23, I was there for 2 internships, 2 semesters, but the one during the NFL was in 1990 when the Browns only won 3 games. They went 3-13, and Bud Carson was the head coach. Of course, they went to the AFC Championship game the year before, but I went to about 6 or 7 Browns games that year, and it was just
bad,
horrific.
Yeah. I will say there was a hard decline. Carson took over Marty Schottenheimer's teams. That was basically Marty Schottenheimer's team in '89 that he took to that AFC Championship game. Ernie Accorsi helped build those teams. Really good GM, by the way. Did a great job building up those teams. By the way, really good on that 30 for 30 on Elway to Marino was Ernie Accorsi.
Oh, yes. That's a great 30 for 30.
That is the one thing your former employer did well, by the way, Mark, is 30 for 30s.
Oh, they did a lot of things well. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag over there now. As long as
now it is.
Oh, yeah. They've gone off the rails in some areas.
Back in the day, just about everything turned to gold.
So
at one time.
Well, you're in a better place now, my friend, and you get to talk college football with people like us.
Absolutely. It's a good place to be.
Always a pleasure to talk college football with the man that gives college football its voice, ladies and gentlemen, the great Mark Rogers.
Thank you, David. Good
Have
to
a good
see
night.
you.
Take
Always.
care. Go
Thanks,
Bucks.
Man. David Greenshield, Dr. Buckeye. Absolutely. Bringing up some blasts from the past. Yes, Channel 23. I breezed right past that. I went from Kent State to my first job at WNCO, but Channel 23 in Akron. Oh, man. Had 2 internships there. The first one, my buddy Mike Raymond and I were interns under Jeff Morganti at Channel 23 in Akron. I remember I covered the World Series of Golf, and then I covered a lot of high school football and basketball, of course. And man, if I could dig up those tapes, goodness gracious, from trying to get on the air there, so I'm an intern, so I'm basically just logging tapes and I'm interviewing players and coaches, but I never get on the air. I'm an intern. And anything, but then when you get done, if you were good buddies with the videographer, if you got on his good side, then you'd say after you did the interviews, because all they care about is getting back to the station, getting the tape there, getting out of there, is, oh, can I shoot a couple stand-ups? Because you're trying to work on your skills and work on your resume tape. So you'd shoot a couple stand-ups. And of course I sucked. So just like about everybody else did. And you'd screw up about 18 times in a row trying to shoot a stand-up, and the videographers would get mad at you because they didn't want to be doing that. That didn't do them any good. But wow. And then I went back to Channel 23 to do a second internship because I could have graduated after 4 years, but I thought, it's going to be better for me to save one more class, do one more internship, because really experience in TV was so much more important than education. It was all about if you wanted to be on the air, it was about what could you show a potential employer that you did on the air. So that set up my whole career. As I went back for another internship at Channel 23, I improved considerably. I still suck, but I improved considerably, and they actually put me on the air. So that made my resume tape. Yeah, and that was a heck of a good time. I do Kent State and Akron U football on Saturday, and I've told the story about the time that I was covering high school football. There was a high school football triple header on a Saturday at the Rubber Bowl, and my girlfriend at the time, she had the assignment every Saturday of taping as much college football as possible. If I had to work, it was like, okay, here's your stack of VHS tapes, record college football. So she was recording the Ohio State-Iowa game. And I intentionally tried to avoid all contact with anyone to not know what happened with the Ohio State-Iowa game. I get home from this high school football, doubleheader, triple header, whatever it was at the Rubber Bowl. I get home. I start watching Ohio State and Iowa. I get near the end of the game, and the tape runs out with a minute on the clock. And I threw a conniption. Ohio State fortunately won with 1 second left. All right. I do believe merchandise hopefully coming this year. Audio's out there. Check out your favorite team channel. We're on Spotify. We're on Apple. We're on Amazon. All the live streams here on the main channel you can find on your favorite audio platform. That's going to be major in trying to build this out and create another revenue stream as well. Let me make this point. For everybody that's listening right now, for everybody that's ever listened to or watched one video, one live stream from the last 10 or 15 years, whatever it's been, thank you. I do appreciate all of you. It is so much nicer to be talking to people than to be talking to no one. So it may not always appear this way, but when I sit down here to talk college football with all of you, I am humbled, and I do not take for granted that anyone's going to show up and listen to me. So thank you so much for your time and for your loyalty and for your support. It is my main goal in life. Let me just mention this briefly. What my main mission and goal and purpose in life is to help people and to bring honor and glory to my Lord and Savior and to God Almighty. That's my main mission in life. I hope that reflects well on this channel and on the entire network. And certainly there have been times that I am not the proudest of the way I've conducted myself. I believe and hope that more than 99% of the time that has been with dignity and class and with respect for all of you. But certainly I have flown off the handle a few times here and there. So please forgive me. I need your grace. I need your forgiveness. And we are all, of course, flawed humans. So thank you for extending your understanding, your grace, because again, my main mission, and for as long as I'm going to be the founder, which will be forever, and the owner, which I believe is going to be for the rest of my lifetime here at the Voice of College Football, the main purpose and mission is to do exactly what I just stated spiritually. And we would like to get this place at the Voice of College Football to a point that I extend some of what I have made my mission and purpose personally, which has been to benefit and to give to organizations like Compassion International, for example. and for various people out there that are in need, that are homeless, that don't have enough to eat. And if we could get this company to a place where we are helping those people, then that would make me happier than just about anything else. So that's the ultimate purpose of my life, is to make my life hopefully a light to others, and to make things better for those people around me and for anyone that I can impact and influence. And hopefully this channel and this network is an extension on that. And the next mission in line is, of course, to talk college football with all of you, and to do it with great respect, and to do it with fun. Yes, I'm going to debate. Yes, we're going to analyze. Yes, I am going to argue. Yes, I am going to put people in their place when they don't know what they're talking about. That is always going to be a portion of this. This is always going to be a fun, trash talking environment. And we got to Real MVP, speaking of which, is here to commemorate our State of the Voice of College Football.
Well, it's a big honor. Thank you, Mark.
DeReal, appreciate you. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good.
So one of the things I was going to ask you about, because you've kind of been all over the place with this, and that's good. That's exactly what you advertised at the beginning of it. So it's appreciated. One of the things I was going to ask you was about SG1 Sports, because I was on his YouTube channel the other week or two, and I noticed his logo has changed to your logo. So what is that relationship like with you and him going forward?
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up, because I knew that, as is the case every year when I conduct this, is that I would get done and think about 18 things that I should have said or could have said or gone into, and that would be one of them. So Chris is an amazing guy who loves college football, knows college football, is an accomplished and capable and skilled broadcaster and creator of content on his SG1 Sports platform. Chris tracked me down quite a few years ago because he is more in line, and his desire is to be more of a guy that runs business and conducts himself from an operational standpoint and deals with the analytics and all of that, the behind the mic and behind the camera operation. And therefore, he tracked me down to be kind of the face and the voice to a larger degree on his channel. So I provided content over there, and we built a relationship, and we have been working together off and on for several years. Just here in the last year, though, Chris has determined that his time is best spent, and that he would go all in here at the Voice of College Football. So what you have seen reflected on his main channel is exactly that, is us determining what we can do best with that channel to merge it into the Voice of College Football network.
Okay, and somebody else you were speaking about, I don't think you ever did, because you went on a tangent. You know, how you get to a tangent. Sometimes you do a weave, but you never go back to the original point.
Yes.
You were going to talk about what TJ does. And
yes, so
you brought
TJ,
him up.
Absolutely. So TJ was discovered by John D'Adamo when John was the Michigan host, and certainly has Michigan contacts out there on social media. So he started to bring on TJ and ran TJ by me. I looked at a few things, said, absolutely, that's great, and thought nothing more of it in regards to just TJ being somewhat sidekick to John. But the more I found out about TJ, built a relationship with him, and found out about and discovered his capabilities, his background, his skill set, his approach, his work ethic, knew that he would be a great resource and a great addition to the Voice of College Football. So basically, you have outlined our support at the highest level. So those are my two right-hand men. those two guys. TJ is officially the operations manager, and Chris is the content strategy manager at the Voice of College Football.
That's nice. So with all these changes in college football, because it seems like a weird place we're going to, and I don't know how it's a place I like. And like, I'm not sure you saw Uncle Lou today made a video. It's like, guys, I give up defending the sport. And that scares me when a guy that diehard into college football says, hey, I can't defend all this crap where players are being paid, spring games are getting removed, and all that stuff. So are you thinking about just exploring a little bit outwards? Like I saw the Michigan people, John or TJ was talking about the Michigan State basketball game. I'm not saying just go into all sports all the time, because I think that'd be too similar to Locked On, but for big important moments. And if you have a specific channel, would you be willing to do that? Or are you thinking about it?
Well, as you may know, and as I touched upon earlier, and if anybody knows my background, I certainly believe myself to be capable of covering all sports if I so choose. Not that I would be capable of it right this second, me personally, but in the past I have, for as much as I don't know what's going on with college basketball right this second, have not watched a game in 10 years, I have covered NCAA tournaments and Final Fours and so forth. So I am capable of covering basketball, baseball, other sports, me personally. And obviously I don't have to be involved. Other people can. So I'll put it this way, that there was certainly a time, and it's not that long ago, that if there was any host or content creator or analyst or anyone that we had on any of these channels that I heard or was in a direct conversation with that brought up any other sport, I would cut them off immediately and say, we are a college football network. I don't want to hear anything about college basketball or any other sport. Now, I will be the first one to admit, is there a double standard here? Yes, I run the channel, I run the network, so there will be a double standard from time to time. So if I feel like ranting about baseball for 20 minutes, then it just, that's the way it is. Sorry. As Jimmy Johnson once said, I'm going to treat everyone fairly. I'm not necessarily going to treat everyone equally. And so, yeah, if I want to talk about Elvis Presley for 2 hours, then I'm going to do it. So anyway, I have relented on that considerably, I'd say in the last year. So for example, Corey Brada and I have talked about Caitlin Clark in Iowa women's basketball on occasion for 10 or 15 minutes. We know that even the most ardent football fans and college football fans, sometime in, whether that's after the national championship game or after their team gets knocked out of the playoffs or the postseason, or sometime in February, or at the very least, probably during conference tournament week, become college basketball fans for a month or 6 weeks or 8 weeks. And it might be foolish for us to completely ignore that and slam, analysis of offensive lines down your throat in mid-March. So yes, we're open to do that. We're not forcing anyone to do that because we hired college football people to talk college football. But if they would like to talk about basketball, and especially if their particular school's doing well, then it would be foolish for us to not go with the flow.
Well, I think it could also add some unique personality to the Chink channels. Like, for example, I know the Oklahoma people cover softball because Oklahoma is one of the premier programs. Like, they are so dominant in softball. There's not another team in any sport that's even comparable to how dominant they are. That's how dominant they are.
Probably the most dominant since UConn women's basketball.
Oh yeah, there's an argument they even may be more dominant for it. They won like 4 national championships straight in a row, didn't even lose a game a year. And in softball, it's really hard to do it because you play back-to-back game, then back 3 series and all that stuff. It adds a little character to your team channels. And I know with the spring games going away, as I think David brought up, it's just going to be like you're tasking people to be locked in and all in college football when you're going from January to all the way to mid-August, and that's a tough ask. That's just going to be a tough ask for the casual person. I know the degenerates and hardcore people like us can do it, but I don't know if the average person can do it.
And the degenerates that have my approach have to get away from even what's going on specifically on the field and the nuts and bolts of these programs. And I got to kind of back off and do more ratings, rankings, evaluation of those sorts of things, coaches rankings, program rankings, that kind of stuff. The stuff that I'm doing this week with tearing apart the various college football playoff seasons to determine what they would have looked like under these SEC and Big Ten guidelines, doing those sorts of things that keeps me interested. And based on the views totals on those videos, they're not highly successful at all.
Right. I thought you were just going to do it as a whole, like one video. You talk about the entire thing. I didn't realize you were doing it season by season.
Yeah, I thought about doing that, but the video would have lasted forever, first of all, because I'm doing about 6-7 minutes on each year. So the thing would have been like 70 minutes long, number one. Number two, yeah, I'm trying to get more viewership out of it this way, which isn't necessarily working, but yeah.
Yeah, I think the big picture stuff is a good direction to go in general for off-season engagement. And I think that's why the realignment stuff did well, because it was big picture. And unfortunately, with the ACC, or ESPN just kind of completely shutting down the realignment talk, we don't have a lot to energize and enthusiasm people for the first time in since 2020?
Yeah. Exactly, because there's always been, even for those people that stretch it to the hilt and come up with the most ridiculous scenarios, they lived off that somewhat legitimately for 3 or 4 years, close to 5 years, as you just mentioned, and now it's pretty dead.
Right, that aspect. But the new aspect of what's the playoff format going to look like? How's it impacting? Like the SEC and Big Ten had a meeting in New Orleans, and they had lawyers on both sides to make sure they weren't colluding. Obviously, they weren't colluding, Mark. They're just having a meeting talking about the rest of the sport without everybody being involved. I guarantee you, clearly no collusion was involved in that. So it's just a fascinating time for college football going forward. And I think these 5 to 10 years will be looked back as that key moment and key shift within the sport. But what are your thoughts about that?
You know what I'm distracted by? I'm looking at, and I'm not. Now, I used to put on a sports jacket not here, but of course I was a sports anchor and a news anchor for 10 years. And so, I had to put a suit and tie on every day. But I'm not used to this because I never do it. But I'm sitting here thinking, maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll just see what the reaction is if I do this every day and see what that is. Anyway, so I've completely lost track of what you're talking about, the playoff model.
Right. I was just talking about if you go into the weeds of like when people are meeting, because like the commissioners, I think they're all having a meeting in Dallas, if I believe, coming up forward. And the SEC and Big Ten is just going to lay out the law, is how I'm interpreting it. Hey, this is what's going to happen. You're going to suck it up. You're going to like it, and you're going to enjoy liking it. And I think it can create some. I'll let you go. Sorry.
No. Don't let me go. I think you've hit on something here, possibly, that if I lock in on Thamel, Dellinger, etc., they track it. Then obviously I read those articles. I dissect what I think is ridiculous, what's wrong, what's ludicrous, etc. Yeah. Is that the path you're going?
Yes, that is the path I'm going. And I think there's some people that already do this. And one of the people I like is the Monty Show, because they just do it in a great way. But they are very engaging with the chat, similar to you, but they have my stances on everything. And I think it would be good for like engagement, saying, hey, how does this work for the Big 12? What does this work for the ACC? Are they willing to take this type of deal? Are they so unconfident in their programs going forward that they're willing to take 2 less spots guaranteed for the foreseeable future? You know, or how's this going to wreck the sport? I saw Stuart Mandel tweet out that and this is going to really get people upset if this actually happened. In 2019, the second best ACC team was the Virginia Cavaliers. They were the 24th ranked team in the country
Oh
and would have
man,
been
you're ruining
selected.
my video, DeReal. I
I
already
don't-
know this.
But Mark,
I got to produce this video in like 3 days. Absolutely. Yes. Virginia would have made the playoff and been elevated from number 24 in the country to the top 16. Yes.
don't I mean, what is that? That's just pure, like, I don't even know what to say. If you got a bracket format where you have a team that's not even barely in the top 25 to making the college football playoff, it's something, man.
In 2014, Minnesota number 18, Wisconsin number 25 would have been the two that would have had to been jettisoned by the Big Ten up into the top 16. There's a season 2022 where Purdue, who eventually went 8-6, would have made the college football playoff as the 4th team out of the Big Ten.
That's crazy, but I think maybe like because I think something that I'm giving you light criticism here, Mark. Is that okay?
Sure.
Like
You can give me harsh criticism if you'd
Okay.
like.
I'll give you any level of what I think is your breaking news isn't nearly as good as it was a year or two ago. Like
Okay.
it feels like you're getting on things a day or two late. I don't know if it's just because of the speed of the modern world or whatnot, but it's like
it wasn't the modern world 2 days ago or 2 years ago.
I don't know. We got AI and all this stuff that can draw
Yeah.
pictures and stuff of like just the most random stuff now. We
Yeah.
didn't have that a year or two ago, Mark. We've evolved. But what I mean by that is like if I used to have like a coach getting fired, I would know just go on here and it would instantaneously be a live stream. And there's been a time or two I've seen big stories and I'm like, oh, I wonder what people are saying. And it's like a day or two later where you're on it. That's just what I've noticed. I could be wrong, but that's what I've noticed.
Yep. Yeah, I kind of outlined to a certain extent. I don't know that I addressed it this directly. I'm running a business. So to try to compare what I do versus what a lot of people or just about everyone does, you really can't. Although I know that to the viewer, they don't care that I'm running a business. I understand nobody cares about me as a person or understands what I'm doing. That's why you really can't compare because this isn't my best shot. This specific show and channel isn't the best I can deliver because I'm doing like every 19 out of 20 things that I'm doing have nothing to do with this specific show. It has everything to do with the network and that channel and this person and that person. So I'm being a business owner. So basically I've decided that instead of everything being contingent upon me, which would produce a better show and would produce a better product on this main channel, but the day and the moment I shut up, I stop making money. But if I build a network and other people work and they create content that I make a residual income on, then that is better long term for me. And so
I get
to more directly answer your question, part of it has to do with just doing other things that are more related to running this business than just being a content creator and a host that has hurt this channel and hurt this show. And that's the best explanation for it right there. And also, I've been pretty transparent without being brutally transparent about the shape of this channel and this network, that there are other things that I am starting to explore that are far better for me and more worth my time than making $3 producing a video or doing a live stream for 3 hours.
I get you. I think I understand what you mean by that.
Yeah.
I was just wondering. Something else I was going to ask you is, since you have your college football daily show,
Yes.
how come you don't have the guests just be your contributors if you don't have a guest for a day? If you don't happen to have somebody outside the realm, just bring on a contributor. I think that'd be a great way to introduce some of the more people into other channels and stuff like that.
Oh, absolutely. And they've all been told that. So everyone who's a contributor here at the Voice of College Football, who's a host, I am trying to highlight them as much as possible by bringing them on the main channel. I'm not going to hold their hand and schedule them specifically. I don't have enough time in my day to specifically schedule this person for 3:45, this person for 4:15, this person for that's a waste of my time. I let them know I'm here, promote your show. I'm here. You can jump on anytime, promote your show, talk to your team, and here I am. But yeah, again, it's not worth my time to specifically schedule those people.
No, I just didn't know if the invite had been put out or anything.
Absolutely.
I didn't know if that was something you thought
And
of.
if they somehow missed it or forgot about it, yes, if they're listening to me right now, yes, I am here Monday through Friday for promotion for those team channels anytime they want.
I got you.
Yes. So
sorry, it looked like you were going to say something else, so I didn't want to.
Outside of them promoting their show and also talking about whatever's going on with their team that could be a good clip for their channel or just a good conversation here, my intent beyond that is more so to reach out to people outside the network and bring in quality guests onto that show.
I know you stated that, but you haven't had many guests since
No.
when I viewed the show. So I was
No,
just
it's pretty
wondering.
much been the response is that it's basketball season, and therefore after 4 or 5 people got back to me with that response, I thought, okay, again, I'm not going to keep banging my head against the wall. I'm going to take the hint and I'm going to approach these people in a month, or well, more like, 6 weeks, rather than wasting my time. I have done way too many things on this channel that have been a waste of my time for a long time. So that's why I don't sit here for 5 hours anymore, because it's a waste of my time. And when I say a waste of my time, I'm not talking about conversing with all of you, because you people are precious people and I enjoy it, but it doesn't do me any good. Like, you guys wouldn't go to work and like add 3 hours on to the end of your day and not make a penny. It wouldn't make any sense.
Right. That's why it's not called volunteer. That's what it's called, work.
Absolutely.
But no, something else I was going to ask you about is, I've noticed at the beginning of your videos, you don't tell people to hit like and subscribe. Something small I've noticed, but I think it has an enormous impact because most people only watch like 4 seconds of videos. So I think if you just had like a clip of you just saying, hey, hit like and subscribe, and just cut it up to the beginning of all your videos, I think it could help with that part, because I know the algorithm likes people who like the video and subscribe.
So you don't think I should state that in the video that I
No, you should.
No, I'm clarifying that I should actually cut a separate segment and insert
No.
Okay, that's what it sounded like.
No. What I meant is that at the beginning of the video, you just state, hey, hit the like and subscribe button before going on with what you're talking about.
Okay.
Because I think
I say that more often than you think I do.
Yeah, but you don't say at you got to say it as like the very beginning, like the first thing you say.
Actually, the first thing, again, I am no YouTube expert, believe me, because that's obvious from my statistics. I'm not a YouTube expert, but I have heard that you should hook the people first. So that's why I usually have usually, not always. Sometimes I just introduce the topic and start talking, but usually I have some kind of question or bold statement right out of the gate because that's a hook. And then I'll say like and subscribe. I'll say something like, Ohio State's going to lose 5 games this year. And then I'll say, welcome into the Voice of College Football, blah, blah, blah. Please like the video and subscribe right here at the Voice of College Football. And then I'll say, this is why the Buckeyes are going to lose 5 games. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, that would be something if you said that. I would call that foolish if you said that because I can't remember the last time they've lost 5 games. I believe it was 2011, which is been a while, Mark. That's been 14 years.
I like to point out they had an interim coach.
Yeah, I know. Even though that season is legitimate and it counts, and nobody, we all have to go through those, Mark, every now and then as an interim coach. We all can't be like Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia, Bama, just constant, like, no doubt you'll eventually get the right head coaches. Some of us lower programs, like, man, we just lost this good coach. Oh, we're screwed.
Well, Michigan still lost 5 games this year.
I kind of served you up a softball there, and I thought I'd let you hit one out of the park.
And Michigan lost 5 games in 2014, 2013, 2012, 2010, 2009. I'm pointing out all the seasons Michigan's had a worse record than the last time than Ohio State had anything close to that. So
I got you. I know you like doing that. I saw on your buddy Steve Dace on his show. He's like, I don't know what rule Connor Stallions broke. So you might have to go educate him about the rule book of college football, because I'm pretty sure there's lines in there that says, hey, you cannot sign, steal, and pay tickets and all this stuff. So you might.
I had a great time the last time this past Tuesday on Steve's show. He had me on for like 45 or 50 minutes. We had a good time.
Well, that's good. Well, you should talk. He's got Connor Stallion's contact number. He mentions that all the time. He's like, I'll text this to Connor Stallion. So you should text Steve Dace the rule book about losing lack of institutional control and what that means, and how even if your head coach doesn't know exactly what's going on in the department, that doesn't matter because that's a violation of the rule book. So you should text that to him, because I think he needs to brush up on his NCAA moderation.
Well, I pretty much told Steve once or twice or maybe 3 times how I stand on all of this. And I don't think I need to continue to shove that down his throat, because he certainly doesn't stand in the same place that I do when it comes to Connor Stallions. We got our Nebraska guy standing by here. So, DeReal, is there anything else you wanted to hit on?
Oh, I think you're doing good, Mark, and it's good talking to you. I'll see you next time.
Thanks, DeReal. Appreciate it. All right. So I appreciate DeReal MVP, because he certainly, in addition to coming on here to talk college football, which he always has something insightful to say, is and has been a tremendous and loyal supporter and contributor here in the chat and so forth. And I know that any suggestion he has, any criticism, any perspective on what we do here, the Voice of College Football, comes from a great place, and he only wants us to succeed. Erica, any possibility of bringing back the breakfast show from time to time, maybe once a quarter or something? So when did we start that? I moved down here in March, so it must have been a couple months after that. Sometime last spring or summer, we started a morning show, and I thought, okay, I'm going to be in the kitchen. We're going to have different music, a different look, a different logo, all of that. We're going to do it different. And I gave it, I think, 6 weeks, maybe 7. No, nobody watched. Nobody cared. Or the people that watched cared. I'm sorry, but not enough people. Not enough people watched it. Again, it was a waste of time. Unfortunately, if you would do something like that only once a quarter, then nobody would know it's coming up. I don't know that that would be very effective. But Erica, thank you so much for the suggestion. I'm not saying that that wouldn't work for sure. It just doesn't sound to me like it would work just to pop on 4 times a year and say we're doing a morning show on March 20th. We do a Nebraska show every Tuesday at 7 Eastern, 6 Central. Brian, how you doing?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
I am great.
I just got back from work, so I apologize for hopping in a little late.
Oh, don't worry about that. What are you guys going to hit us with on Tuesday night?
We got a pretty big show. We got former Nebraska special teams coordinator coming on Tuesday for an interview. And then we also have Nebraska defensive back. He's a class of 2025 signee. Tanner Turk is coming on. And then actually next Tuesday, we also have 2025 signee defensive back Caden Vermas coming on as well. So we got a lot of interviews lined up. We're trying to space them out throughout the off season.
You guys are doing a bang up job with reeling in these guests.
Yeah, we've got, I got one other former assistant coach. He's currently an NFL wide receivers coach coming on. He used to coach in Nebraska about a decade ago. And then we also have probably about 8 to 10 more players lined up as well.
So, Brian, I would think that a lot of people watching us here, because they don't watch the Nebraska channel, and even if they do, may have missed one of your first couple appearances. Just tell us a little bit about yourself and your love of Nebraska football.
Yeah, so I grew up in Elkhorn, Nebraska. I lived there for about 15 years, and I moved to Kansas City. We've had season tickets in my family's, probably going back to the 1930s or so that we've had passed down. And so now me and my dad and my cousin share those tickets. So I usually only go to like 3 or 4 games a year because we moved to Kansas City. So, with my work schedule, it's kind of hard to make that day trip every day or every Saturday when I have to be at work on Sunday. So I'm a diehard fan. I got a big old Nebraska tattoo all the way down my forearm here. My dog is named after a former Nebraska athletic director, and one of my daughters is named after Brooke Behringer, a former Nebraska quarterback in the 90s.
And so, wow. Unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, Brooke Behringer is no longer with us.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes,
he passed away in 96.
Yeah. And I didn't want to get that. I was 99% sure. I just didn't want to mess that up, obviously, when you're talking about somebody's passing. So for you to have named your dog after an athletic director, that's unique because that AD must have been extremely effective or must have had an interesting name, one or the other.
Bill Moose.
Bill Moose. I know that name.
He hired Scott Frost. That's the one downside, but I liked him as an athletic director. I liked him as at least what you see in the public eye. And Moose is a heck of a name for a dog.
Yes, that's a good one. Very cool. Well, Brian, I got to say that it's great to have you here at the Voice of College Football. And Justin has done a great job since taking over for me. And again, that's been about a little over a year ago that I gave up the Nebraska show. And I'm sure the Nebraska fans are happy of that because you got a real Nebraska guy in the chair with Justin. And now you've added on, and that makes that a great conversation. And so I'm looking forward to you guys continuing this on. And it's amazing that you've been able to reel in those kind of guests upcoming.
Yeah, just use a little bit of the connections that I do have to kind of take advantage of that opportunity, because it's not often we're going to get these interviews, and the fact that we've been able to get as many scheduled as we have is it's one, humbling, and two, extremely exciting for just being able to grow the channel and bring different people's perspectives and real insiders into the college football world on how it operates and everything. It's really a unique experience and an exciting experience for us.
Yeah, so folks listening here on the chat, anything you can do to draw attention to the Nebraska channel and the upcoming shows with these guests would be surely appreciated. I know that I'm a member of about 5 or 6 Nebraska Facebook groups, not because I care anything about Nebraska football, but because I've joined about 50 Facebook groups. And it's funny because I joined and they asked me if I'm a Nebraska fan or Iowa fan or Michigan fan, and I say no, but here's my channel, and then they allow me to join anyway. Now I don't know how effective that is because I don't engage with the conversation, but I basically just say, hey, we got a Nebraska show, it's coming up every Tuesday, here you go, jump on the link. But again, anything you guys can do to draw attention to the Nebraska channel and the great guests that are upcoming with Justin and Brian would be much appreciated. All right, Brian, good to see you. Thank you so much for taking the invitation to come on here and highlight the Nebraska channel. Anything else?
Just stay tuned. Now that Justin and I are kind of getting the flow of things, we're getting our schedule knocked down, and we're going to start pumping out a lot more content on a more consistent basis, probably at least 5+ videos a week. So we got a lot in the works. We're just kind of getting settled in, and it's going to just take off here in the next few days, hopefully, with this big live show tomorrow.
Absolutely. And again, anything we can do to promote the content, especially starting this week's Tuesday night show. Absolutely. Thank you, Brian. Great to see you. Thanks for jumping on here.
Yep. Have a good one.
If you didn't quite catch that, the lineup of guests that Brian and Justin have on the Nebraska channel is phenomenal coming up here in the next few weeks. So please check it out. We're talking commits and players and coaches and all sorts of people connected heavily to the Nebraska program. Leave it to Jackson. As soon as I stated that I did the Wake Up College Football, I couldn't even think of the name of the show, and I came up with the name. Jackson came up with it. Wake Up College Football. Let me see if I can find that logo. Where the heck was that? There we go. Bingo. That was it right there. There you go. Wake Up College Football. I loved making that logo. And I thought we did it for like 6 or 7 weeks. Jackson says it was only for 21 shows. And then I was like, that's enough. Nobody's watching. We usually had like 30 people watching. And I'm sorry that just didn't do it. But Erica says she liked it. It was different. It was different. I had fun with it. We were doing things like making breakfast. And I would go through my cupboard and say, hey, look at this. What can I do with these eggs and this bacon? And obviously, if it's just eggs and bacon, all you do is fry that up. But you know the deal. Yeah, it was unique. We had a fun time. Yeah. Somebody else can take that on at some point. I don't see myself reviving the Wake Up College Football show, but yes, there it is. How about these helmets? I haven't gotten a new helmet in a long time. So what happened with the helmets is I bought the first 7 or 8. And then after that, I had a P.O. box and people would send me helmets. And then I moved and shut down the P.O. box and we never revived it. So, and we need an Iowa helmet, Penn State, although you could pretty much just scrub one of these other white helmets and make it a Penn State helmet. Auburn, don't have them. All right. Is that about going to do it? There we go. We got Jackson chiming in with this one. He says, Brian, I can relate. I named my Beagle Bear after Bear Bryant. He named his Beagle Bear after Bear Bryant. Is that going to be the end of the show? Possibly. We've got Erica saying, Mark, lots of Iowa fans have offered to send you an Iowa helmet. You are absolutely correct on that. The problem is I'm not giving away my address. That would be idiocy. Number 2, we don't have a P.O. box right now. That takes some time and effort. And maybe I'll do it at some point. I had somebody suggest that I buy another shelf, fill in this gap with another shelf, and load it up with helmets. The set does not look anything close to as good as it was at my last stop. We've been in Connecticut, Ohio, and now Florida since 2022. All right, folks. I understand that, Erica. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. And Jackson, thank you for the reminder. We have yet to hit on this baby. Disputed National Champions. This book is about the 1990s. I dissect every season within the 1990s. The preseason hype, the expectations, how the season played out, the postseason matchups, how the bowl games went, the final vote, who got screwed, who got left out, what was the lasting impact of that season to the history of college football. But it's not just a history book. That's not why I wrote it. Take each one of these seasons in the 1990s, 1990, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, and I fast forward those into the BCS era, the 4-team college football playoff era, the 12-team, and the proposed 14-team. Sorry, there's not a 16 team. I didn't anticipate that when I started to write this in 2021, but we got a 14-team proposal in here for every season. Get it before it goes up to $13.99. It's $9.99. That's it. Just $10. It's a good read. I can just about guarantee. I can't guarantee you'll love, but I can just about guarantee that you will love it. All sorts of great lists and stats and rankings. And again, this is this kind of live stream where I just go on and on and on and on. I might as well read one of these. Let's see, what should I read? We're going to read the aftermath of the I'm going to read the 1993 preseason section. 1993. In 1976, a 47-year-old Bobby Bowden left behind a successful run, 42-25 at West Virginia, to take on the challenge of building a winner at Florida State. A few years prior to Miami's, quote, microwave dynasty, Bowden put the burner on high in Tallahassee by finding and developing diamonds in the rough, playing aggressive defense and surprising opponents with an innovative pass-heavy offense. Over the next 15 years, Florida State football emerged as an elite power and entered the 1993 season with 6 consecutive top 5 finishes. Miami's meteoric rise coincided with FSU's rise to prominence. The Noles always came up short, however, while the program's fiercest rival reached the pinnacle of college football in 1983, 87, and 91. 1993 marked the third time Florida State was ranked preseason number 1 since 1987. And let's see how 1993 concluded. The aftermath. Notre Dame officially won its last national championship in 1988. The 1993 season serves as another example of why the official, in quotes, championship should be reviewed and challenged. The Irish case is not open and shut, but they have the best argument that exists in all of sports, head-to-head. After 15 years of near dominance, Bobby Bowden was finally rewarded with his first of 2 national crowns. For Tom Osborne, it was another bitter disappointment, but the legendary coach's perseverance would soon pay off. Disputed National Champions. Jackson, thank you so much for providing the link in the chat. It's also in the description section of every video, including this one. So please check it out. What do you think? I believe we've done enough damage. I do believe. Oh, this was funny. I don't know why this just hit me, but so I'm on Michigan Podcast last week, and every so often I'll think to go back to Michigan Podcast and look at the comments. And some people obviously comment about me because I'm on Michigan Podcast. And so I just want to see, okay, this is outside of my channel. What do people think? And they're generally complimentary and make fine points. But on this particular day, it was hilarious. If I could find it, I would show you but somebody made a comment about me using Just for Men. What do you think I did? Did I deny it? Did I argue with him? Did I any of those things? No, I just played along with the knucklehead. Why would anyone make what turns out to be a completely false claim? It's just hilarious. Funny. What would I appreciate that Ralph said? Ralph said, and Ralph is a great sport because Ralph's a Michigan fan, and I get on Michigan from time to time, not very often, maybe like once a year I get on Michigan. It doesn't happen very often, but he probably is caught with some of these. And Ralph is a tremendous supporter of the voice of college football. I've always said Mark needs to make a list of helmets he needs. And once, I'm sure people will help him out. Oh, I know they will. They got most of these for me. It's just that I don't have a P.O. box. Oh, Jackson. Let's make this happen. If anybody would like to see Mark on the Paul Feinbaum Show, email Paul at paulfeinbaumshow@espn.com. Thank you for looking that up, Jackson. That would be a tremendous event. Tukey G, thank you so much for ordering the book. I hope you like it. Certainly give me your feedback. And that's something that somebody suggested the other day that I need to do more often. And that's take all the great positive feedback that I've received both here and then on Amazon and the book reviews. And I need to post those as a promotion. I've done that a few times. I need to do it more often. I was told by the self-publishing company just the other day, you need to do something every day for your book. So we will do our best. And as usual, what's going on in the chat is much more entertaining than what I'm talking about. Burke says, Mark Rogers, can you please explain to me why Steve Dace is so negative about Michigan? He loves Michigan. That's obvious. He's just a pessimist at heart. That's the only way I can explain that. I'm the opposite. I never think my team's going to lose. Like, I'm shocked when they lose. That's the only way I can explain that. That is the only way I can explain that. But you don't have to watch Steve Dace for long to realize and fully embrace that he loves Michigan athletics and Michigan football in particular as much or more than any soul on this planet. So don't ever doubt that. Jackson is tearing it up. If this network succeeds, when this network succeeds, there are certain people that will be named to the Hall of Fame. The first induction ceremony. Let me think about this. Okay, not to you, community. Let's not go to that level yet. And I'm never going to be able to get this right because I'll miss somebody. So please don't be offended if I leave anybody out. But when it comes to people on the air hosts and contributors, our Hall of Fame induction, this is much like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction of 1987, Chuck Berry, Little Richard, Jerry Lee Lewis, etc. And some other guy, can't think of his name. What was his name? There was another guy in there. Yeah. Anyway, wink, wink. So sometimes I will see the trivia question. Who was the first Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee? And that's a trick question. It's technically Chuck Berry, but there were like 7 of them, and his name just is alphabetically the first one. So, all due respect to Chuck Berry, okay, he's one of 7. Anyway, we know who would be number 1. All right, back to the Voice of College Football. My first class of inductees. Now, this is a pretty highly esteemed class. So I've got to give some consideration to tenure, and I've got to give some consideration to origins. So this isn't necessarily who's contributed just the most overall. Why did I start this? I put myself in a bind here. I'm going to go with, okay, so our first Hall of Fame inductee is, again, somebody nobody's going to mention here, but Marty McPadden is a first ballot Hall of Famer at the Voice of College Football. He's going to be, what do you consider that? What are the guys that contributor? Like the guys that didn't actually play rock and roll, but they had some other contribution, to R&B or something. They're a contributor, or maybe they were some kind of a publisher or something like that. That would be Marty. And then I think we go with it's a fairly recent class here. Let's understand that as of about 2 years ago, I was hosting everything possible, except, we had our random Tim's over here, Jordan's over there, but pretty much up until very recently, we looked over our roster just a few weeks ago and it kind of hit me, wow, there's like 40 people here now. And 6 months ago, there were like 4. So it's risen rather quickly. All right. My first class, I'm going to go 2 classes here. First class is going to be the first ballot, first class that goes in is going to be, are we going to include viewers too, community? Let's do that. Because if it's just a class of, let's see, do we have any suggestions out there? Any nominees? Sonny Verma on the Veterans Committee. Nice. Chris Foote. Okay. Jackson first ballot. Okay. Yeah, we got Jackson. Okay. I'm going to go. Oh, man. Let's make it a class of, let's go Marty, Tim Prangley, Jackson, John D'Adamo, first ballot. What do you guys say? Again, that was Marty McPadden, Tim Prangley, Jackson Johnson, John D'Adamo's our first ballot. Did I miss it? Did I get it? And then I would go our next year, year 2. Okay, I was going to go with the community here in a second, Tukey G. So I was differentiating on air versus off air. Okay. Second ballot would go Chris, TJ. I don't like doing this. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. First class is going to be Cam Underwood. Cam Underwood's going to be in the first class, first ballot. Okay. Cam Underwood, first ballot, first class. How about like Logan Robinson? Chris would have to be there, and TJ's going to. Yeah, these guys need to put in a little bit more time. A little bit more time. It's looking good right now. Leanne Herring, boy. She's like, Leanne's like Pat Mahomes. Like, okay, there's a no doubter, but it's early, but no doubter. Okay. Yeah, still grinding. And Matthew will get some consideration, of course, as well. Joe, okay. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. I appreciate that, Jason. Thank you for that. Do not want to forget about Joey in any such way. Veterans Committee, Joey, boom, yes. All right. In terms of, I can't do this in terms of the community, but I'll tell you the first two people that come to mind. Cheryl and George. They're the first two that come to mind. And going way back, I don't know what happened to him. I hope he's safe. I hope he's fine. I hope he's healthy. He once produced a video where he's riding on a motorcycle talking about listening to Mark Rogers TV, and that's Navy Thomas. I don't know what happened to him. God bless you, Navy Thomas, wherever you are. And then we'd have the real MVP, and we got too many. I don't even want to try, and I'd miss some people, but I'd put Moose in there and Mike Ford and Tukey G. We got Jason. We got Sean Garner. We got all sorts of great people I don't want to miss. Jordan Bowman would be on the contributor side. On the hosting side would be early in the balloting process as well. Okay. I don't want to kill this show. I probably already have, but that's okay. That's what this one's about. It's just about squeezing it dry from top to bottom. And see, I knew I was going to miss somebody. David Greenshield. David would be a Hall of Fame community member. Absolutely. He's right there. I said to reel, didn't I? Tim is going with Marty, Joey, Jackson, and Cam, first ballot. All right, Tim, you are quite gracious and humble to leave yourself off the first ballot. Sonny, you're awesome. Thank you. Yeah, Nevada. Neil, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Mike Myrick, and who else am I thinking of? Oh, man, too many people. Okay, we'll not get into it. But yeah, Chris, BYU, he's got his own special wing to a certain extent. Thank you, Jason, for that. May he rest in peace. Golden Blue dude. Chris, phenomenal guy. We miss him. Ball of energy. Jim, absolutely. I knew I shouldn't have started this because as soon as you start something like this, you can't please everyone. You can't. Everybody gets at least an honorable mention, of course. You guys know who you are. We got Porter. Again, I can't start this. Oh, thank you for that, David. That's very nice. Yes, Jeff Webster was a great contributor. We got our buddy Jeffrey. For sure, for sure. You know what's funny about this? And, you know, I know that this happens with myself, is that I'll come across something on YouTube and I'll think, man, I used to love that show, or I used to love watching that guy's clips, and I just forgot about him. Like, I'll go back every so often for some reason and watch I won't watch the show, but I'll see a show from 5 years ago, and I'll look in the comments section or in the chat, and I'll be like, what happened to these people? They're gone. And a lot of them, it was like, wow, they seem like that they were going to be loyal forever and watch forever. And are like, Mark, you're the greatest. And da, 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 da. Not that I am. I'm not saying it that way. I think you get the context. Mark, you're the greatest. And Mark this. And they're gone. And that's fine. Hopefully they're healthy and safe and happy and all those things. But I go through the same cycles where I determine 3 years from now, I'll be watching something all of a sudden and be like, what happened to that person? I totally forgot about. Remember, I used to love watching them. And something, just a viewing habit changed. And this is so incredibly competitive on YouTube. It is so incredibly competitive. We are not just competing against college football content, which of course we are first and foremost. So when you're looking for college football content, we've got to compete against everybody else. But in addition to that, just content in general, because sometimes people reach out to look for college football content thinking, hey, I want some analysis on the last Michigan football commit. Sure, and you're intentional about that. But other times you're just on YouTube. So whatever catches your eye, it might be a college football show. It might be a bear rating somebody's trash, and whatever you're drawn to. I watched bears this afternoon for about 15 minutes. Just went from reel to reel to reel, watching bears chase people on bikes and climb up people's porches. And I, after about 10 minutes, I'm like, okay, I got to stop doing this. I've been watching bears for 10 minutes, but it's entertaining. It's interesting. I probably won't do that for a year, but then I'll do it again. I don't know. So there's a lot to take into account there. There's our buddy, Joey. Joey, you need to know that we, of course, are presenting the Voice of College Football, the state of the Voice of College Football. And in doing so, somebody brought up a Hall of Fame for the Voice of College Football. And you have been appropriately placed, Joey, on the first ballot. You are on the first ballot, sir, of the Voice of College Football Hall of Fame. That was unanimous. Absolutely, Adam. It is not too late. We'll get you on here before we shut down. I am about tapped out. Oh, we're at 5.5 hours. Good Lord. I went 6.5 last year, and we hit about 2.5 tonight, and I thought, I'm about to wrap this thing up. But here we are at 11:30. Yikes. Checking my text messages. Adam, you got the link there? You good to go? Bingo. Adam. Welcome.
Hey, Mark. How are you doing?
I am doing great. How are you?
Okay, I know you've been on for a long time, so I'll just take a couple of minutes of your time. Just want to, talk about the Rutgers show a bit. We're doing some great work there at Rutgers at the Voice of College Football with my fantastic co-host, Gabe Pickup, each week discussing recruiting, the upcoming season, the players, and Rutgers has something going and is going to surprise a lot of people in the upcoming year or so. So don't count Rutgers out. And don't count New Jersey out, the best state in the country, right by New York City, right by places where you can ski, the Jersey Shore. The Garden State's the place to be, and I suspect that Rutgers will shock the world in the next 2 years with Greg Schiano.
All right, so I'm in the process of looking up the Rutgers channel so we can display it here at the Voice of College Football. There's a bit of a glitch with YouTube right now where it's not showing the various, there we go. And
I
so
appreciate that.
there it is, folks. Rutgers at the Voice of College Football featuring Adam and now Gabe and their Tuesday night show.
Yeah, we're actually switching to Monday night at 7 p.m. going forward, and you can call in, comment. We love to hear your calls and bring attention to Rutgers football because they've got some players and some transfers that have come in that are going to make them very competitive in 2025 and especially 26. So, Mark, awesome show as always. Thanks for having me on, and I appreciate all that you do.
Great to see you, Adam. We appreciate you. Thank you for taking the helm of the Rutgers channel and leading us forward there. It's great to have you.
Thanks very much, Mark. I appreciate it. Looking forward to continuing.
All right, folks, that should about do it here at the Voice of College Football. I'm sure there's about 24 things that I'll think of when we get done here that I would have said, should have said, and so forth, but that's okay. Guess what? I've got a YouTube channel, and I can always come on again and talk more about the Voice of College Football. But tomorrow, Tuesday, it will be back to college football talk, which will first and foremost be at 1 p.m. Eastern time. We got the recruiting show on the move with myself and Leanne Herring. We've got people that want to call again. So we have Caden and we got Chris calling again. One call per show, folks. All right. This has been fun. I will retire my sports jacket. Maybe this will be an everyday thing. I don't know. I'm going to think it over. Kind of like Earl Bruce did at the end of his Ohio State tenure when he came out for the 1987 Cotton Bowl with his suit and tie and his fedora. And then he decided, you know what? This is how I'm going to dress from now on. Then again, it was his worst season at Ohio State and he got fired. So you can look at it both ways. All right. I don't have as many sports jackets as I used to. I only have about 4. I used to have like a closet full of them. Right, folks. Appreciate you being here at the Voice of College Football. Thank you so much for all that you do. I hope you know that you're appreciated and we love you and we want you to be part of our community all the time right here. We value your presence, your suggestions, and your ideas right here at the Voice of College Football. We will see you on Tuesday.